and he's sharper than a tack. He'll twist your words and never look back. He's not here to charm or to be your friend. He'll argue circles round you till the bitter end. Craftiest leprechaun online, stealing your peace of mind. He's not after your pot of gold, just your patience he'll unfold. A riddle in his laughter, a trap in his grin. You'll lose before you even begin. He's got a knack for stirring the stew. You'll swear he's wrong, but he's outsmarting you. No clovers, no shillelagh, no lucky break. Just a sly little smirk and a verbal earthquake. He'll shake you
What's the crack? It's your boy Teriyaki. Oh my god, I fucked up. I fucked up. I fucked up. Oh my god. See, I blame Daniel. Stealing my motherfucking all y'all trying to steal the Irish goodbye now, you know? But imitation is the most sincerest form of flattery, so I do appreciate it as well. We got Shantae as well. Unbelievable. We got Shantae in chat. It is what it is. It is what it is. But also we got the raid from Easy as well. So let me play the clip. Welcome in, folks. Welcome in. And because it's easy and because we're going to be going over the Bible, we got to keep it logical.
Well, hang on. Stop. Let's start with this. What are the 3 laws of logic? What are they? No. Don't look them up. What are the 3 laws of logic?
Do you think this is an inconclusive
What are the
mathematical
3
statement?
laws of logic? There's 3. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the fucking laws of logic, dude.
All right.
No, all right, dude. I don't know where. You don't even know the 3 laws of logic. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy,
do you want to ask?
bro.
Do you want to ask Speakeasy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
His name is John C.
Anything else, shit?
Like I said, folks, shout out to Easy. My motherfucking man. We got Chad as well. We got Darth. We got Jack. Obviously, we got Shantae roasting us as well. It wouldn't be a Teriyaki stream if Shantae wasn't roasting us. You know what I mean? We got, like I said, Dan, most sincere form of flattery. So I do appreciate it. And like I said, the leprechauns are taking over. You know what I mean? The leprechaun ideology is going to take over. I blame damn rail. Can't even speak today. It is what it is. What can I say, man? I think I've most of what would be the lost sleep, I guess would be the phrase, or I think I'm still behind in my sleep or trying to catch up, because I did have, I think on Monday or Tuesday, I was a bit behind, or I had to push back the sleeping thing. I also need to get my hair cut, which means, you know what I mean, I'm gonna have to do it again. So it's sleeping part, rest in peace to the sleeping part, and I can tell you that, boys. But I do have it semi on point. But yeah, definitely, like I said, there's stuff that I need to do and all this kind of stuff as well. Get the haircut and all that kind of stuff. So, don't know how I'm going to work that one, but eventually I will. You missed my American boy. What is the American goodbye? Because like I said, I took the piss and said, you know, you're going to stay on panel for 10 years, steal your oil, all that kind of stuff, you know. But hey, it is what it is, folks. It is what it is. But without further ado, today is Theology Thursdays, okay? This is part of the new schedules, and if you go back, I'm pretty sure Theology Thursday, let me actually double check as well. Let's check out the thingamabob. Where are we at? So if I flip the dates, and we go to, oh wait, shit, I'm not even presenting the screen. Unbelievable chat. So I kind of started out, I was just kind of doing guest appearances, chilling with Speakeasy, doing debates, Speakeasy, verbal combat, again, debate. But I think my first proper show was the Theology Thursdays, I think, back when I had the blonde hair as well, boys. You love to see it. Yeah, so my first proper show was the Theology Thursdays. You know what I mean? Was the regular programming back in the days, back when I was a young buck, when I first started out. But we're back to Theology Thursdays this time around, baby. Like I said, what better way to kick back off Theology Thursdays than literally just going through the Bible? You know what I mean? Where I stay around too long and take the oil, the THC oil. My man, it's actually dandy. Hey, see the Ole thing. My bobs. I think that's the Brazilian goodbye with the Ole, you know. The Tylenol hitting hard today. It do be doing that, you know what I mean? It do be doing that. Your new name is Dandy, so Sandy. Unbelievable. But yeah, folks, basically we're gonna be going through the Bible. I'm just, like I said, from my perspective, this is how you're able to learn to read. See you, Shantae. See you. This one's just for you, Shantae.
You're a cunt.
Shantae's like, shroop you dick. Appreciate you, Shantae. Appreciate you. But I think it was Dart that was saying, let me scroll up, that Genesis is the hardest book for me, right? And this is the one thing that like I noticed in terms of like with the Book of Job as well. Book of Job and Genesis are kind of similar where there isn't that same pattern at the start of the book where it starts listing out like for example I can't even remember, but it basically like you'll see like once we get past like the initial part of Genesis, then it'll do a thing where it starts listing off names and like who the father was and basically just like the family tree. Like that's typically the structure, and how it's able to define. So it basically kind of gives you like a family history, and then it goes into the stories kind of thing. Whereas when you look at like the Genesis that we're going to read here, as well as Book of Job, you don't get any histories. You know, it goes straight into the story, or you get like a prelude in Book of Job, and then you're kind of going back and forth with the friends, and then you have the epilogue. But like this is why like I think that like that's done on purpose or deliberately, to kind of like say, or to kind of like denote, okay, now we're going into kind of like a parable style. Can't even speak. Like my throat's betraying me. It's like a parable style, kind of like storytelling on it. But without further ado, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now the earth was formless and empty. Darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. And God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. God saw that the light was good, and he separated the light from the darkness. God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And there was evening, and there was morning, the first day. So like already from the get-go, right? The whole kind of like aspect of like the creation and how we're able to even just create concepts. You know what I mean? It's like you can't just have the earth without the heavens. You know? You know, it was formless and empty, not much going on, and darkness was over the surface and the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. Right? So it was kind of formless. Like one could even say, like, when you look at the planet itself, the whole kind of aspect of what's the best way to describe it? Like the, for lack of a better word, like the erosion patterns and like what we like view as land and all this kind of stuff, or what we refer to in terms of the land and all this kind of thing. That's like that's kind of like one aspect of the planet itself. But when you look at like what really is Earth, because like when you look at like what the geologists would say or the scientists would say and all this stuff, it's like, oh, like there's like molten lava in the center of the Earth and all this kind of thing, and then you have basically like the crust, and then from there you have like water on top of it. So that to me is kind of like you're basically just getting the general kind of like understanding here, because if you were to try and take like all like the science technologies and all this kind of stuff and then go back 2,000 years, how would you be able to even explain it to people when language is going to be a barrier? Like the same thing when I talk about with the ancient Greeks, like why the Roman elites and all this kind of stuff, they all learned Greek because the Greek language had so many meanings and so many words, and to be able to refer to certain things and certain concepts and all this stuff that Latin just didn't have. It was an inferior language in that aspect. You know what I mean? And even the way that Greek language is set up, you're able to kind of build new words and build new concepts and all this kind of stuff from it as well. And then the whole aspect of like, and then God said, "Let there be light," you know, because already there was darkness. What's the opposite of darkness? Light, you know, and there was light. God saw that the light was good, and he separated the light from the darkness. So it's like the whole kind of like, you have to separate these things. These are opposites, and there's a separation there. You know what I mean? And what do we call the light? The light was day, and the darkness he called night. And there was evening, and there was morning the first day. So even when you look at like the concept of day and night, part of like defining a day is becoming the night, and part of the definition of a day night is becoming the day, you know. And that's why we have like afternoons, evenings, like that whole like the early morning, like dawn and all this kind of stuff as well. That was the first day, and God said, "Let there be a vault between the waters to separate." Oh wait, 1 sec. We got Darth gifting 1 membership. Let me. We got Vara Finland. Hey, nice. We got the Scandinavians. You know what I'm saying? Congratulations, Vara. You got Dart to thank for that one. And on the PayPals. Was it the PayPals? 1 second, let me double check. It was the Ko-Fis. Yeah, it was the PayPal. So 1 sec, sir. Let me give you the shredding clip for that one.
You remind me of what I really am.
Are we having fun yet, chat? And like I said, the Wheel of Madness and the Chat and Chill are both going to be a basic open panel straight away. But if you do want to open up the panel, we got to get to the 50 dono mark. We also get a premium meme every single time we get $50 gold set or reach. Sorry, we get a premium memes as well. We got the Andrew Wilsons, we got the Let's Talk About Me, we got the Uncle Joey Diaz, all the good stuff. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, God was saying, "Let there be a vault between the waters to separate water from water." So God made the vault and separated the water under the vault from the water above it, and it was so. God called the vault sky, and there was evening and there was morning the second day. And God said, "Let the water under the sky be gathered to one place, and let the dry ground appear." And it was so. God called the dry ground land, and the gathered waters he called seas. And God saw that it was good. But this is the thing, right? God created the heavens and the earth. Now the earth was formless and empty. Surface of the deep. The Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. Right? So there's like already kind of like waters there. Then we have a separation from it. For like basically like the sky and the seas. You know? So in terms of like the waters there, again, like this is a key thing of like, if you're to think about how was the planet formed. You know, because like even the atheist or the scientist will say, you know, oh, like the Big Bang, and then like all this kind of everything that was like now was kind of like one big thing, and then it blew up into like one big like blinding light, which again Christians would just say like this powerful light that created everything. Would you not call that God? But regardless, like how did the earth would have actually been formed? You know what I mean? Is that an aspect? You know? Like, how did the water get on the planet? If everything's like, you know, expanding out in the different directions, then what is our solar system now? Like, how did the earth actually get formed? You know? At least the Christians have some sort of, you know, like, if not like poetic or beautiful way of explaining it. You know what I'm saying? Especially when you want to be able to teach kids how is the world formed, you know? But anyway. Then God said, "Let the land produce vegetation, seed-bearing plants and trees on the land that bear fruit with seed in it, according to their various kinds." And it was so. The land produced vegetation, plants bearing seed according to their kinds, and trees bearing fruit with seed in it according to their kinds. And God saw that it was good. And there was evening, and there was morning, the third day. And God said, "Let there be lights in the vault of the sky to separate the day from the night, and let them serve as signs to mark sacred times and days and years." So again, like this whole aspect of like, how do we determine like when a day goes by, sun goes around, like a lot of like simple concepts that we take for granted nowadays. Like think about the atheist panel that we're on. You know, where like they actually don't even know the words that they're using. Like that is a phenomenon, you know? So like this whole aspect of like, let them mark sacred times, you know what I mean? Like when you have like particular events, particular holidays, even just like the aspect of like years, like basically like 365 days, when the sun. Well, technically, if you're doing the Enoch calendar, it'd be 364, which I think is a better way of doing the calendar, but it is what it is. And it was so. God made two great lights, the greater light to govern the day and the lesser light to govern the night. So it's like the sun and the moon. He also made the stars. God set them in the vault of the sky to give the light on the earth, govern the day and the night, and to separate the light from the darkness. And God saw that it was good. And there was evening, and there was morning, the fourth day. And God said, let the water teem with living creatures, and let birds fly above the earth across the vault of the sky. So God created the great creatures of the sea, and every living thing in which the waters teems, and that moves about in it, according to their kinds, and every winged bird according to its kind. And God saw that it was good. God blessed them and said, be fruitful and increase in number, and fill the water in the seas, and let the birds increase on the earth. And there was evening, and there was morning, the fifth day. And God said, let the land produce living creatures according to their kinds, the livestock, the creatures that move along the ground, and the wild animals, each according to its kind. And it was so. God made the wild animals according to their kinds, the livestock according to their kinds, and all the creatures that move along the ground according to their kinds. And God saw that it was good. Then God said, let us make mankind in our image, in our likeness, so that they may rule over the fish of the sea and the birds of the sky, over the livestock and all the wild animals, and all over the creatures that move along the ground. Now notice a key thing here, ladies and gentlemen, is let us make mankind in our image. This is a key distinction, especially when we get into the spirit and the logos and all that good stuff. You know what I mean? It's a beautiful thing because he didn't say, let's make the livestock in our image. Like, this is basically denoting that, like, man is different than beast. It is fundamentally different than beast. Now, does this mean that we start abusing animals, all this kind of stuff? Fuck no. But it does mean that, like, you are superior than beast, right? Don't be acting like PETA and be like saying like, oh no, like we need to, like we can't eat beef anymore. No, bro, you're misunderstanding the point here. What's the? I bet to call him Steelborn, but it's not Steelborn. Steel Man, like the vegetarians and all this kind of stuff, bro. It makes no sense. And it's particularly because they ignore what happens later on with the flood and all this kind of stuff. But anyways, but mankind in our image and in our likeness, so that they may rule over the fish of the sea, the birds of the sky, livestock, the ground, and the creatures, and all over the creatures that move along the ground. So God created mankind in his own image. In the image of God, he created them. Male and female, he created them. God blessed them and said to them, be fruitful and increase in number, fill the earth and subdue it. Rule over the fish in the sea and the birds in the sky, and over every living creature that moves on the ground. Then God said, I give you every seed-bearing plant on the face of the whole earth, and every tree that has fruit with seed in it. They will be yours for food. And to all the beasts of the earth, and all the birds in the sky, and all the creatures that move along the ground, everything that has breath of life in it, I give every green plant for food. And it was so. God saw all that he had made, and it was very good. And there was evening, and there was morning, the sixth day. And of course, on the seventh day, he rested. Also, shout out to Not Fault there. He said, this shit ain't free. Swamp. Wait. Actually, no, that's not swamp. That's bomb working Pepe. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. We got Jack of Blades Bob becoming a member. My man. My motherfucking man. But like, this is the weird thing with Jack. That like, it says that it's like he becomes a new member, and then later on he'll say, oh, like he's been a member for like 5 months or something like that. I don't know how that works. Also, morning suitor chef. Good to see you, bro. Good to see you. Creatures on the same day as plants disproves evolution because they have to exist in symbiosis. But man, like, just even like this is what I love about Jim Bob. Like, Jim Bob will like he'll go like, you know, direct to it. It's like, okay, how was a penis formed? Was there a vagina first, or was there a penis, or you know what I mean? And how do we work out if it's going to be a penis or a vagina? You know what I mean? Like the whole like reproduction. If we were all like single cell organisms at one stage, how do we develop into two? It makes no sense. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, thus the heavens and the earth were completed in all their vast array. By the seventh day, God had finished the work he had been doing. So on the seventh day, he rested from all his work. Then God blessed the seventh day and made it holy, because on it he rested from all the work creating that he had done. Beautiful. Bellissimo. Bellissimo. There is no spoon. Spoon is a lie. You heard it here first, folks. You know? Fell asleep, watch the speakeasy, maybe shifting back to normal sleep schedule. Hey, my man. I'm trying to get there myself as well. You know? It is what it is. We got Noff out there saying, let me see working Pepe, you dingus. Hey, it is what it is. Working Pepe. It's right here, boys. Right here. Okay. So, one sec, chat as well. Point me to a proto penis. Exactly. Exactly. And for you, I'll give you a machiwa.
Machiwa, Reggie. Machiwa.
Machiwa, Jim Bob. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, the atheists are literally shitting themselves because they're seeing like the Orthodox Christians come into play, and they're like, oh fuck. And like, notice how they're trying to start shit with like the Catholics now and the Protestants and say, oh, like the Orthodox, they're not real Christians and all this kind of stuff. It's like, motherfucker, I thought you were an atheist. Why the fuck you taught my religion now? You know what I mean? Unbelievable. That's why gender had to be at the same time. Exactly. Exactly. This is the account of the heavens and the earth when they were created, when the Lord God made the earth and the heavens. Now no shrub had yet appeared on the earth, and no plant had yet sprung up, for the Lord God had not sent the rain on the earth, and there was no one to work the ground. But streams came up from the earth and watered the whole surface of the ground. Then the Lord God formed a man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. And the man became a living being. And like where is it? Like we have like water, we have earth, we have air. Yeah, the streams came up from the earth, and watered the whole surface of the ground, which is the earth. And the Lord formed the man from the dust of the ground. So yeah, like the dust of the earth, and then like I said, you have air. So it's like the only missing thing there then is fire. And when you look at fire as a technology, that's when like we go back to the whole like making mankind in his likeness and in his image. You know what I mean? Like when you think of like the spire. Oh my god, I can't speak today. My brain's fucked. You know? But the spirit is like a fire. Like when you look at like fire as like a spirit or like a technology, like that's kind of like part of like being a human being. That's what makes humans different. You know, when have you ever seen a monkey make a fire? I've never seen him. You know what I mean? Now the Lord God had planted a garden in the east, in Eden, and there he put a man, the man he had formed. The Lord God made all kinds of trees out of the ground, trees that were pleasing to the eye and good for food. In the middle of the garden were the tree of life and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Now, this is the thing. A lot of people bastardize it, especially the atheists, and say, oh, the tree of knowledge. And God didn't want you to have knowledge. I was like, no. You notice how they leave out good and evil. And what did the atheists deny? What knowledge do atheists do not have? The knowledge of good and evil. Morality is subjective. Ain't that a bitch? You know? Ain't it? Well, it's not even a bitch. It's beautiful. You know? Also, shout out to Pseudo with the $5 on the Ko-Fi and PayPal. One sec, sir. Let me give you a little bit of... I'll give you Pepe for that one. I'll give you Pepe for that one. Appreciate you kindly, sir. But this is the thing. This is why they don't... I don't know if they do it intentionally or if they're... What would be the word? Like they're doing it kind of more like intentionally, because this is the whole thing. Like if you're a moral relativist, this is what you'd want. You know? Sorry, you wouldn't want the knowledge of good and evil. So now, and like I said, like Genesis is going to put a huge kind of spanner in the works, because you can't be against Yahweh if you're a moral relativist. Because as a moral relativist, you would agree with Yahweh, apparently. You know what I mean? So this is why I kind of like, and another thing that I always point out as well is they'll go after Christianity by doing what? What do they always do when they're quoting the Bible? They will strictly only be pulling from Old Testament. But then when you say, show me some New Testament that you disagree with, the crowd falls silent. You know what I'm saying? But this is what I'm saying. In terms of the tree of life and then the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, these are important things. These are distinct things. And like I said, the key thing you need to remember as I'm going through this is, what does Israel mean? You know? Sonny is good name. It is what it is. Pepe gave up his life for the cause. You know? He will always be remembered. He's in our prayers. We love Pepe. Shout out to Pepe. He's still alive. Like I said, he's in witness protection program though, Shante. You know? Pepe sells hot dogs by the... Don't be... He's in witness protection, Dart. What are you doing? What are you doing to me? Now we have to invent a new identity. I have to talk to my guy at the paperclip office. You know what I'm saying? Unbelievable. Why do you? Well, I do me. You do you, boo. I think you hit enter before finishing it, so it is what it is. They're speaking awful things on his name here. Like I said, it's... What the fuck? This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Admonishment right there. How to... Order in the chat. Don't be talking shit, my boy Pepe. But yeah, like I said, like notice that like the knowledge of good and evil. All right, we've gone through the whole kind of like there is more to life than just surviving. Yeah, this whole morality thing is a key point here, because, like I keep mentioning, if you view like what is demoralization? Demoralization is actions done to you or that you do that will cause you to lose your will to live. So it's important to have knowledge of good and evil. Anyways, a river watering the garden flowed from Eden. From there it was separated into 4 headwaters. The name of the first is the Pishon. It winds through the entire land of Havilah, where there is gold. Gold Shememba. The gold of that land is good. Aromatic resin and onyx are also there. The name of the second river is the Gihon. It winds through the entire land of Cush. The name of the third river is the Tigris. It runs along the east side of Asher. And the fourth river is the Euphrates, baby. The Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to work it and take care of it. And the Lord God commanded the man, you are free to eat from any tree in the garden, but you must not eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, for when you eat from it, you will certainly die. Now here's the key thing. Here's the key distinction. And again, I don't want to piss anybody off with this, but this is probably why I don't go to liturgy. Like I said, I got respect for Christians. You know what I'm saying? And I've got the common enemy with the atheists on stuff, but I'm like a deist. But the reason why I do this interpretation is because if you are to take on this interpretation, then like it shows that the atheist is full of shit, because you cannot say this is not a good story. Because again, remember, this is Old Testament, so technically we're also talking about Judaism here as well. You know, this is they have the same stories. You know what I mean? And there's nothing more than rabbis and Jews love to do is debate these topics and all this kind of stuff. And the fact that Israel means to wrestle with God, aka to reason, you know? So here's the key thing. Like I keep going back to, it's like Are you a sheep or are you a shepherd? Are you a sheep or are you a shepherd? Are you just like blindly following or are you actually questioning? You know what I mean? So the author is setting this up as like this is the Lord God, and he's telling you no, you cannot eat from the tree of God, knowledge of good and evil. And notice what we have in modern day. We have a bunch of quote unquote atheists that are saying you're not allowed to tell me what's good and what's evil. It's all relative, apparently. You know what I mean? And if you do that, like you'll certainly die. If I believe in objective morality, then I'm gonna die. Apparently, like that's how ridiculous their arguments would be. The Lord God said, "It is not good for man to be alone. I will make a helper suitable for him." Now the Lord God had formed out of the ground all the wild animals and all the birds in the sky. He brought them to man to see what he would name them. And whatever the man called each living creature, that was its name. So the man gave names to all the livestock, the birds in the sky, and all the wild animals. But for Adam, no suitable helper was found. So the Lord God caused the man to fall into a deep sleep. And while he was sleeping, he took one of the man's ribs and then closed up the place with flesh. And then the Lord God made a woman from the rib he had taken out of the man and brought her to the man. The man said, "This is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, for she was taken out of man." That is why a man leaves his father and mother and is united to his wife, and they become one flesh. Ain't that beautiful? Ain't that beautiful? You know? Like I said, you got a little bit of mythos and it kind of explains the whole unity. Oh man, beautiful. And like from the woman, like from the woman's flesh comes life. You know what I mean? The whole birthing thing. Adam and his wife were both naked and they felt no shame. This is where we're going to get into it. This is where it all goes down. The goddamn fall. Unbelievable. Now the serpent was more crafty than all the wild animals the Lord God had made. And this is the thing when you go back to the ancient times, like snakes were typically seen of like to represent like intellect. Because like when you look at like a lot of remedies or a lot of cures or potions and all this kind of stuff, it was typically like snake venoms, like animal parts, all this kind of stuff. Like you had to be like well adversed and all this kind of stuff in it, gentlemen. Like if you wanted like cures, especially if like people got bit by a snake. Like think about like back in those times, you got bit by a snake, but you'd been bitten by, let's say, non-poisonous snakes before and nothing happened to you, but then this weird snake bites you and now all of a sudden like you've killed the snake or whatever, but then all of a sudden you're feeling very, very bad and you're kind of like struggling to walk or to even see and all this kind of stuff. How would you cure that? You know what I mean? Did I just kind of hear Teriak apologize in advance for offending someone or the humanity? Oh, the humanity. The humanity. Why do he? Yeah, why do you? Why do he? Oh, wait. Why do you? Oh, fuck. Abe, let me know what this is in reference to. Like I said, I'm going between the two. And like I said, my brain's not operating at full capacity today. I do apologize. My mom took Tylenol, okay? I even got kicked from a panel for making this meme, you know? I said, please be patient. My mom took Tylenol. I got the autisms. I rizzed them with the tism. I rizzed too hard. Vaccine translates to venom. Yeah, exactly, Spartacus. So it's like, in order to be able to... Because imagine like you're in those days, like anytime this snake shows up and bites someone, even if you kill the snake and like the bite doesn't like kill them or whatever, it's just one bite or whatever, like that dude's gonna die because it's poisonous venom that's in their blood because of the snake bite. You know what I mean? But imagine some dude shows up and then he says, yeah, drink this, you drink this, and then all of a sudden this dude's still surviving. You'd be like, oh my god, this guy's a hero, you know? But in order to be able to understand that, you have to have intellect, which is why it's crafty. You know, The crafty leprechaun, as they say, you know. He said to the woman, "Did God really say you must not eat from any tree in the garden?" The woman said to the serpent, "We may eat from the trees in the garden, but God did say you must not eat fruit from the tree that is in the middle of the garden, and you must not touch it or you will die." And again, like coming from this aspect, think about in Western civilization. Just think about this, like how is Western civilization decaying and being destroyed and all this kind of stuff? Feminism, the emasculation of men. You know what I'm saying? This is this is beautifully written. Beautifully written. "You will not certainly die," said the serpent to the woman. "For God knows that when you eat from it, your eyes will be opened and you will be like God, knowing good and evil." And again, this is the whole aspect where it's like, on the one hand, more relativist, there's no such thing as good and evil. And then there's the opposite end that can be equally as dangerous as like not believing in morality at all. The opposite side to it is, I am God. I am the divine arbiter of good and evil. You see what I'm saying? See how it works? Like there's the forked tongue of the serpent. It's either you don't believe in good and evil at all, or you think that you're the arbiter of good and evil. Both are dangerous. Both are very dangerous, right? But also notice like this whole aspect of like how women are able to seduce men and all this kind of stuff. That's a way that even though the man has the force, like the whole like force doctrine, and this is why I don't really talk about this, especially around like the 80s and all this kind of stuff. But a counter to the force doctrine would be the seduction doctrine, for lack of a better word, you know. But like when you think about how you're able to twist and shape a society, it's through women, at least subversively, you know. When the woman saw that the fruit of the trees was good for food and was pleasing to the eye, and again, like this whole thing of like beauty and pleasing to the eye, and also desirable for gaining wisdom. And again, like you cannot gain wisdom without morality, you know. She took some and ate it. She also gave some to her husband who was with her, and he ate it. Then the eyes of both of them were opened, and they realized they were naked. So they sewed fig leaves together and made coverings for themselves. So like think about this whole aspect, and that's kind of like, again, just like put that image in your heads, all right? Where before there was not even a concept of shame in their heads. They walked around naked, they didn't really care, they didn't care at all. They had no shame. But now that they have knowledge of good and evil, they know right from wrong. They know that walking around naked is wrong. Now, another aspect of this as well is, back in those times, how were you able to spot a slave from, like, the slave owner? Well, the slave owner has clothes and the slave was naked. That's another thing that we factor in here. And again, I'm not saying that any of this is 100% true or whatever. This is me just literally coming at this from, like, the aspect of, like, here's, like, all the different things that we can pull from this. This is why it's such a beautiful story. Whoever wrote this story is a genius. Then the man said to the man and his wife heard the sound. And by the way, chat as well, let me know if I'm reading too much, or if I'm not reading enough, if I'm going, like, if I'm not going through enough text, or if I'm only like reading out a line and then breaking it down, all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Snakes are based, though. I love snakes. I'm thinking about buying a blue Komodo Viper. Hey, my man. Got a rat or a mouse problem in the shed or garden. Let loose a few. Well, that's the other thing as well. Being able to use nature to tame nature. Thursday morning Bible studies. I love this. What a blessing. Hey, my man. My man. I'm going to be going through the whole Bible, by the way. But then the man and his wife heard the sound of the Lord God as he was walking through the garden in the cool of the day, and they hid from the Lord God among the trees of the garden. But the Lord God called to the man, "Where are thou?" Right? Now here's where I make the point where it's like, this is the caricature that we'll see in Book of Job later on. This is like the character or the spaghetti monster kind of like thing. Because if God is all knowing, why is he even asking the question? Why is he calling out? That to me, like I said, is kind of like the thing that's written behind the lines, or in the what's the? It's like you have to read, especially the Old Testament, very, very careful. Like, are you just blindly following along, and anytime you see Lord God, you're like, yep, this dude's always right? Or are you actually reasoning and wrestling with whoever calls himself Lord God in this book, and are actually trying to rationalize it out? You know what I mean? That's why I'm saying, like, we have to be very careful when you read this, you know? He answered, I heard you in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked, so I hid. And he said, who told you that you were naked? You know what I mean? Who told you that? Who told you that that this is wrong? Who taught you about wrong and right? Because again, like, why would this Lord God, right? Not actual God, but this character in this book, why would you not want them to know right from wrong? Like, think about it as a parent. Would you ever fathom or like think, yeah, no, like the right thing to do, or like what I'm going to do with my kids is I'm not going to teach them right from wrong? That makes no sense. Unless you are a tyrant, unless you're a slave owner. Because if you don't know right and wrong, then you'll never know what I'm doing to you is wrong. Be very, very cautious of people, especially the moral relativists. This is what I'm saying. You cannot trust moral relativists with any power in society. This is why I'm like, I'll be literally willing to do the whole Plato thing, where it's like, you need to give these motherfuckers the death bounty. You send them off to a camp for 5 years. If they don't come back, if they come back and they're still saying no, morality's not a thing, yeah, sorry, bro, you have to get the chair, because this not going to work out, because you're basically telling me like you don't want to know right from wrong. And like, for example, if you were a slave owner, you would never want your slaves start making moral arguments and all this kind of stuff, because that hits you right in the spirit, where like you see certain shit go on, or you hear a certain action being said, and you're like, nah, man, we can't stand for this. Dealborn actually made a brilliant argument yesterday when they were the whole kind of like topic of morality came up, and it was basically like, oh, well, how do you know that morality is not subjective? And it's like, well, if morality is subjective, and he'd done the whole like what is your favorite ice cream flavor? And they were like, oh, chocolate or strawberry. It's like, well, my preference is curb stomping babies or kids on the ground. And like the chick literally had a visceral reaction. He was like, oh my god, what the fuck? You know what I mean? It hits you right in the spirits. You know, you can't help but react. You're like, this is fucked up. You know? So why would someone not want you to have knowledge of good and evil? You know? Gotta love some Genesis, one of the epic Gilgamesh, Enki, and Nehursag, Mesopo, Adam and Eve, Hebrew, Ash and Elm in the Norse, Inanna, and Dumuzi Sumar. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. He answered, I heard you in the garden. Oh, sorry. And he said, who told you that you were naked? Have you eaten from the tree that I commanded you not to eat from? The man said, the woman, the fucking women. What do I always say about the women, gentlemen?
I just had a question. Does Glenn and the girl with the big eyes have a thing going on or something? Or what's going on here?
Lads, women should be seen, not
sure.
heard. Only, if only, I could have went back in time and told Adam, listen, just look at her, but don't listen to her. But anyways, the woman you put here with me, she gave me some fruit from the tree and I ate it. Then the Lord God said to the woman, what is this you have done? The woman said, the serpent deceived me and I ate. And again, like I said, lack of accountability here. Oh, it was the snake's fault. Really? Really, bitch? You're going to blame the snake now? Unbelievable. I read the Bible front to back. Oh, sorry, I read the Bible front to back, but it was just a kid, didn't quite comprehend, break down everything. I spent 2 short HS years, high school years in Catholic school, parent forced. Trust me, boys, we're going to get into this. And like I said, like I'll say fucked up shit, like especially to the Christians out there. Like you might have a visceral reaction from like how I'm quote unquote interpreting all this kind of stuff. But like, believe me, like this is the best book ever written. Okay? Because like I said, even if you come at it from the this Lord God character is a tyrant, it's like, yeah, like that's the whole point. You know? No matter what way, like it's like the whole thing of like, even if I am to grant your argument, I'm still right, or like it's still true. Like I was doing with the atheist earlier on, it's like, even if I grant you that the universe is eternal, that would still be supreme being. Meaning like the universe is infinite. It always has been and always will be. You would still have supreme being. So whether you're right or I'm right, there is still supreme being. You know what I mean? It's that whole aspect. That's how well written this book is. It is beautiful. You know? So the Lord God said to the serpent, because you've done this, oh God, the snake's getting punished because Eve couldn't take accountability. Do you see what happens, ladies? See what happens? Poor snake's going to get it now. Cursed are you above all livestock and all wild animals. You will crawl on your belly and you will eat dust all the days of your life. And I will put enmity. 1 sec. Let me look at what this means. Enmity. A deep-seated active hatred or hostility, often characteristic of enemies. Yeah, so you'll always be seen as the enemy, which snakes typically are. You know? Between you and the woman, and between your offspring and hers, he will crush your head, and you will strike his heel. To the woman he said, I will make your pains in childbearing very severe. With painful labor you will give birth to children. Your desire will be for your husband, and he will rule over you. So again, like we're and again, like think about this as well. Like, how are you going to teach kids? Like, or like what'd be the correct word? Like the immature mind. Like, how are you going to teach them about things like, you know, like childbearing, giving birth, and all this kind of, you're introducing all these concepts, like basically like the fundamentals to life. We've already gone over like day and night, like the like what are animals and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Like sustenance, you can eat plants, you can eat animals, you know what I mean? To Adam he said, because you listened to your wife and ate fruit from the tree about which I commanded you, you must not eat from it. Cursed is the ground because of you. Through painful toil you will eat food from it all the days of your life. It will produce thorns and thistles for you, and you will eat the plants of the field. By the sweat of your brow you will eat your food until you return to the ground, since from it you were taken. For dust you are, and dust you will return. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. Adam named his wife Eve because she would become the mother of all the living. The Lord God made garments of skin for Adam and his wife and clothed them. And the Lord God said, the man has now become like one of us, knowing good and evil. He must not be allowed to reach out his hand and take also from the tree of life and eat and live forever. And I think this is kind of like the aspect or the essence of like the soul. You know? I've thought about this one so much. And like up until this point, like I have some sort of like some sort of kind of like full picture, for lack of a better term, where if you're like pro Lord God or if you're against Lord God, this is still an amazing story. But this one throws me for a loop, you know? Like this whole kind of section here. The man has now become like one of us, knowing good and evil. Because like previously it's like, you know, we made man in our image, you know? So I think it's pointing to something like off the soul, because when you think of like the tree of life and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. You know what I mean? Like morality is not a physical thing. It manifests with physical actions, but like those actions don't necessarily damage you, but they damage your soul. You know, and from that, like you will die if you become immoral. If you do too much immoral shit, or if too much immoral shit's been done to you. You know, but this is like the key thing, like the tree of life, and live forever. And I think this is something with the like the soul being eternal, you know. And like, is that like reincarnation, you know? But like I said, I don't have much on this, but this to me is one of the lines that like I can't, to Dart's point, like where Genesis kind of throws me in a loop. Like this is the one where I'm like, I don't have the full picture for this one. You know what I mean? But hey, it is what it is. Let's see what we're saying in chat. Tried converting my parents to Orthodoxy, but they were too old. Wasn't happening. They saw the issues with the Roman Catholic Church, though. Hey, it is what it is. The main thing about the Catholics is that like a lot of them actually buy into the whole like the Pope is infallible, and like they basically just like worship the Pope. And at that stage, it's like, bro, you're putting the Pope above God at that stage. You know what I mean? I'm reading parts of the Bible, but I'm starting with older religions and civilization. I mean, it did take one to make the other, and I like having a vivid understanding. Get to the Greeks, and read Prometheus, and tell me how similar Prometheus and Jesus is. That's probably a great way to approach it. 100%. I love reading. I comprehend so much more that way versus listening. Fair point. But anyways, so the Lord God banished him from the Garden of Eden to work the ground from which he'd been taken. After he drove the man out, he placed on the east side of the Garden of Eden cherubim and a flaming sword flashing back and forth to guard the way to the tree of life. And again, kind of like relating this back, like the soul being eternal, and like, is the Garden of Eden just like heaven? You know? Genesis 4. Cain and Abel. And again, like this story, it exists through the ages. Like think of like Hamlet. Think of the Lion King. It's always brother kills brother, and the fallout from it. You know. Adam made love to his wife Eve, and she became pregnant and gave birth to Cain. She said, "With the help of the Lord, I have brought forth a man." Later, she gave birth to his brother Abel. Now, Abel kept flocks, and Cain worked the soil. In the course of time, Cain brought some of the fruits of the soil as an offering to the Lord. And Abel also brought an offering, fat portions from some of the firstborn of his flock. The Lord looked with favor on Abel and his offering, but on Cain and his offering he did not look with favor. So Cain was very angry, and his face was downcast. And I think this is the whole aspect of like the whole like carnivore versus vegan thing. I get a lot of like this kind of like vibe from it, where like Abel was the one that like worked with the animals and the meat and the meat and fat, whereas Cain is working with like the vegetations and the soil and all this kind of stuff, which is carbs. So from one aspect, you can see this where God's not looking favorable. Like these vegetarians, they don't look great. They don't look good. They look weak and feeble. Whereas Abel looks like Adonis, you know? Then the Lord said to Cain, "Why are you angry? Why is your face downcast? If you do what is right, will you not be accepted? But if you do not do what is right, sin is crouching at your door. It desires to have you, but you must rule over it." Now Cain said to his brother Abel, "Let's go out to the field." While they were in the field, Cain attacked his brother Abel and killed him. And again, just to go back to this thing of like, if you do not do what is right. So it's like this whole aspect of like, where a lot of the like Peter would say is like, "Oh my God, like you're killing the cow." It's like, no, I'm shepherding the cow. And when the cows reached like its end of life and all this kind of stuff, then we turn it into meat because we need sustenance. You know, meat, bro. It's what's for dinner, breakfast, and lunch. Also, hey, mama. That's why I also do the intermittent fasting as well. Trust me, fellas. Anybody who's like, maybe you've got a couple of extra pounds you want to lose and all this kind of stuff, carnivore diet and try to do intermittent fasting, preferably 1 meal a day. The weight will fall off you, and you don't even need to exercise. You'll just naturally start, like, your body will go into like fat burning mode. You know what I mean? Ketosis. Beautiful thing. Then the Lord said to Cain, "Where is your brother Abel?" "I don't know," he replied. "Am I my brother's keeper?" The Lord said, "What have you done? Listen, your brother's blood cries out to me from the ground. Now you are under a curse and driven from the ground, which opened its mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hand. When you work the ground, it will no longer yield its crops for you, and you will be a restless wanderer on the earth." Like, again, like this whole key aspect of like morality. You do an immoral act, you're going to be restless. You will not be comfortable. Cain said to the Lord, "My punishment is more than I can bear. Today you are driving me from this land, and I will be hidden from your presence. I will be a restless wanderer on the earth, and whoever finds me will kill me." But the Lord said to him, "Not so. Anyone who kills Cain will suffer the vengeance 7 times over." Then the Lord put a mark on Cain so that no one found him would kill him. So Cain went out from the Lord's presence and lived in the land of Nod, east of Eden. Cain made love to his wife, and she became pregnant and gave birth to Enoch. Hey, our boy Enoch. Cain was then building a city, and he named it after his son Enoch. To Enoch was born Irad, and Irad was the father of Mehujael. And Mehujael was the father of Methusael. And Methusael was the father of Lamech. And this is where, like I said, we're getting into this whole thing where it's like they're talking about the family tree. You know? This will be a pattern that we see, like, repeat, you know? No, the Greek comparison to Jesus would either be Hercules, son of Zeus, obviously, or Dionysus, who was actually quite divine. No, it's Prometheus. What happened to Prometheus? You know? Intermittent fasting is great, gives me kind of a buzz. 100%, bro. 100%. The only thing compared to Prometheus is the suffering part. No. What does Prometheus do? What does Prometheus do? He rebels against religious order and he is punished. Prometheus is the son of man. That whole aspect, Prometheus is actually the one that's looking out for the people, whereas Zeus only cares about himself and the gods. Remember, he gives him the offerings of the bowl, and like there's the bones, but then he puts the marble fat over the bones, and then there's the meat, and Zeus picks the fat instead of the meat. You know what I mean? And like I said, we even had it up here, where it's like our boy Abel, fat portions from some of the firstborn of his flock. And God was like, yeah, this is great, you know? A rebel and sacrifice from humanity, yeah. And then what does Jesus do? Rebels against the religious order. Rebels against the Sadducees and the Pharisees. Ain't it beautiful? Ain't it beautiful? But, let's get back into this. Lamech married 2 women, one named Adah and the other Zillah. Adah gave birth to Jabal, and he was the father of those who live in tents and raise livestock. His brother's name was Jubal. He was the father of all who play stringed instruments and pipes. Zillah also had a son, Tubal-Cain, who forged all kinds of tools out of bronze and iron. Tubal-Cain's sister was Naamah. Lamech said to his wife, Adah and Zillah, listen to me. Wives of Lamech, hear my words. I've killed a man for wounding me, a young man for injuring me. If Cain is avenged 7 times, then Lamech 77 times. Adam made love to... One sec. Because again, like in terms of with Enoch, this makes a lot of sense. because we're gonna have a callback to the Enoch in a little bit. But the whole story of Enoch is that the Watchers or the rebellers against the god, like they taught man, they were like the giants that taught man the forbidden things, like metallurgy, like cutting of roots, and all this kind of stuff, like the stringed instruments and pipes and all this kind of thing. So the fact that like these are all doing this just kind of reinforces the Enoch, like what we see in the Enoch thing. You know what I mean? Adam made love to his wife again, and she gave birth to a son and named him Seth, saying, God has granted me another child in place of Abel, since Cain killed him. Seth also had a son, and he named him Enosh. At that time, people began to call on the name of the Lord. Beautiful. Beautiful. From Adam to Noah. This is the written account of Adam's family line. So again, like this is what we're going to go through. Like this is the whole thing of like, this is the family tree. And then from here, like, here's all the characters and all this kind of stuff, you know? What's the story, GT? It's the script for me, myself, and Irene. Hey, my man. The tale is old as time. That if you notice, like, a lot of, like, Hollywood's movies is literally just, like, stories that are ripped off from the Bible. William Shakespeare, exactly the same thing. And it's done so for a reason. It's the best book ever written. When God created mankind, he made them in the likeness of God. He created them male and female and blessed them, and he named them mankind when they were created. When Adam had lived 130 years, he had a son of his own likeness, in his own image, and he named him Seth. After Seth was born, Adam lived 800 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Adam lived a total of 930 years, and then he died. When Seth had lived 105 years, he became the father of Enosh. After he became the father of Enosh, Seth lived 807 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Seth lived a total of 912 years, and then he died. When Enosh had lived 90 years, he became the father of Canaan. After he became the father of Canaan, Enosh lived 815 years, and he had other sons and daughters. Although Enosh lived a total of 905 years, and then he died. When Canaan lived 70 years, he became the father of Mahalalel. After he became the father of Mahalalel, Canaan lived 840 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Canaan lived a total of 910 years, and then he died. When Mahalalel had lived 65 years, he became the father of Jared. After he became the father of Jared, Mahalalel lived 830 years, and he had sons and daughters. Altogether, Mahalalel lived total of 895 years, and then he died. When Jared had lived 162 years, he became the father of Enoch. After he became the father of Enoch, Jared lived 800 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Jared lived a total of 962 years, and then he died. When Enoch had lived 65 years, he became the father of Methuselah. After he became the father of Methuselah, Enoch walked faithfully with God 300 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Enoch lived a total of 365 years. That magical number, ladies and gentlemen. That magical number. Because when, like, a lot of people say Book of Enoch and they go, blah, 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 the giants, this is the rebellion story, all this kind of shit. What people don't realize, and if you go back in my channel, to the starting episodes of Theology Thursday, all the way back then, we went over to the Book of Enoch and read the whole thing. And in the whole thing, Enoch basically gives you the calendar of the year. Like, there's a massive portion of it where he's literally describing each one of the seasons and how you're able to identify with the stars. And then when, like, the number of days in the year and all this stuff. And in Enoch's calendar, I think it's like 364 days, and then like every 7 years they add on a week or something like that. You know, so 364 days. Every 7 years you add on a week. Averages out 365. So ain't it beautiful? Enoch walked faithfully with God, then he was no more because God took him away. And that's basically what happens. Enoch basically ascends to the heavens. Enoch thankfully never died. One of these days, I'm going to debate you on the garden, Teriak. Like I said, hey, no matter which way you look at it, it's a beautiful story. It's a beautiful story. You know? The 365 the unbelievable. Unbelievable. Taking the piss out of me Irish accent, are we? Are we? Don't make me go IRA, baby. Appreciate you, Pseudo. Abe, go get him. For now, I'm off to bed. God bless you all. God bless you, Abe. According to Ethiopian calendar, it's 2018. No, Enoch's calendar syncs with the 365 days. You do 364 days, and then like every 7 years, you add on a week. It keeps in line, and I think there's something else for the leap year. Because if every 4 years you're adding on an extra day, because there's another part to that where every like 28 years or 21 years you're adding on 2 weeks or something like that, and that's basically how Enoch does the calendar. I think it's a better system because it just makes more sense because it's an even amount of weeks in the year. You know what I mean? Multiply 52 by 7 and you get 364. You know? How come you're not a Christian? You're so close. Hey, what about the Jews? What about the Jews? You know what I'm saying? Technically we're reading the Torah at the moment, you know? But now like I look at like I'm a deist, not a theist, Jacob, if you get me. But even as a deist, you can't help but have reverence for these scriptures. You know? This is why I think like you cannot believe any of these atheists when they talk about the Bible, if they try to give an interpretation on stuff, it's all bad faith. When I read this, bro, like I said, so far, it's beautiful. You know what I mean? Because even if like you're against the Lord God, you're like, but the author is doing this on purpose or writing this on purpose. And like I was even explaining with it's like you have the moral relativists that would deny the knowledge of good and evil, and that's a bad thing. And then you have the opposite side to it where it's like you think you're the arbiter of good and evil, and that's also a bad thing. So you have two bad things, but in the middle, good and evil must exist, but I'm not the arbiter of it. And that's like I said, that's done on purpose. That is done on purpose. And now you have Enoch with 365 years when everyone else is living to like 800, 900. You know what I mean? It's a beautiful thing. And much love, Abe. Have a good one, sir. Appreciate you kindly. It's not a silly ha. Hey, you calling Top Hat silly? Pepe wants a word. Pepe wants a word with you, Pseudo. Don't be dissing the Top Hats. We need to make Top Hats great again. Oh, this is Genesis. I could learn something from this. 100%, baby. When Methuselah had lived 187 years, he became the father of Lamech. After he became the father of Lamech, Methuselah lived 782 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Methuselah lived a total of 969 years, and then he died. When Lamech had lived 182 years, he had a son. He named him Noah and said, "He will comfort us in the labor and painful toil of our hands caused by the ground the Lord has cursed." After Noah was born, Lamech lived 595 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Lamech lived a total of 777 years, and then he died. After Noah was 500 years old, he became the father of Shem, Ham, and Japheth. This is where we get on to the Chapter 6. When human beings began to increase in number on the earth and daughters were born to them, the sons of God saw the daughters of humans were beautiful, and they married any of them they chose. Then the Lord said, "My spirit will not contend with humans forever, for they are mortal. Their days will be 120 years. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God went to the daughters of humans and had children by them. They were the heroes of old, men of renown." And I think this part here, where I think a lot of people bastardize this and say, "Oh, like this is like genetic engineer or some shit like that." No, that's not what I see whatsoever. I think like this whole aspect of like the sons of God is like some sort of like royalty or some sort of like like philosopher king kind of like type. And like the daughters of humans are like like people who don't know like that like or don't believe in objective morality and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? And basically God's kind of saying like these motherfuckers, like, they're not living properly. They're not actually taking care of themselves, all this kind of stuff. And that's why they're not, like, when you look at, like, for example, the other ones that we're talking about there, they were living for hundreds of years, whereas these people, they weren't living too long, kind of thing, And like the Nephilim being like the sons of God, like this whole aspect of like, think of like the royalty, like they were heroes of old, men of renown, kind of thing. The Lord saw how great the wickedness of the human race had become on the earth, and that every inclination of the thoughts of the human heart was only evil at the time. So again, I think this ties back into like the humans, like the Nephilim knew right from wrong, and they knew that morality was objective and all this kind of thing. Whereas these humans, they didn't care, like they were more relativists and all this kind of stuff. It was only evil, The Lord regretted that he had made human beings on the earth, and his heart was deeply troubled. So the Lord said, I will wipe from the face of the earth the human race I have created, and with them the animals, the birds, and the creatures that move along the ground, for I regret what I have made them. But Noah found favor in the eyes of the Lord. This is our boy Noah. This is the account of Noah and his family. So again, this pattern repeats itself again. Where it's like, this is Noah and the family tree and et cetera. Whereas when we kick the Genesis off from the start, it doesn't go into any like family tree or anything like that. You know what I mean? Or like when we're talking about Adam, like there's no kind of like family tree. Well, obviously like Adam was the first and all this kind of thing, but you get my point. Noah was a righteous man, blameless among the people of his time, and he walked faithfully with God. Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Now the earth was corrupt in God's sight and was full of violence. God saw how corrupt the earth had become, for all the people on earth had corrupted their ways. So God said to Noah, I'm going to put an end to all people, for the earth is filled with violence because of them. I'm surely going to destroy both them and the earth. So make yourself an ark of cypress wood, make rooms in it and coat it with pitch inside and out. This is how you are to build it. The ark is to be 300 cubits long, 50 cubits wide, and 30 cubits high. Make a roof for it, leaving below the roof an opening 1 cubit high all around. Put a door in the side of the ark and make it lower, middle and upper decks. I'm going to bring flood waters on the earth to destroy all life under the heavens, every creature that has breath of life in it. Everything on earth will perish, but I will establish my covenant with you, and you will enter the ark, you and your sons and your wife and your sons' wives with you. You are to bring into the ark 2 of all living creatures, male and female, to keep them alive with you. 2 of every kind of bird, of every kind of animal, and every kind of creature that moves along the ground will come to you and be kept alive. You are to take every kind of food that is to be eaten and stored away for food, for you and for them. So again, a couple of things here. Again, like we're basically, like even a kid should be able to understand this, that like this is like we're building boats, being able to travel through water. So even if you do get invaded, what was the typical way to escape from, let's say, like marauders or like people that are trying to like come and like take your village? It's like, okay, right, fuck it, we're out of here. You have a boat here, we leave the boat, and we got to make sure that we stock up on some grains, we stock up on like all this kind of plants, all this kind of stuff, because we need to get the fuck out of this place. And wherever we land up on dock and all this kind of stuff, we'll be able to basically make sure that we're keeping safe, and we'll be able to sustain ourselves. We have animals and we're able to reproduce the animals because we've got a male and a female and all this kind of stuff. This whole kind of concept, Sons of God, yep, you're not worried to live for more than 120 years, which is absolute reality. But like, that's the thing as well, Like, and this is the disrespect that a lot of the atheists do. It's like, oh my God, it's a complete fairy tale and this kind of stuff. It's like, okay, so they pulled a random number from their arse, and it just so happened that we haven't seen humans that live more than 120 years. Oh, ain't that a quinky dink? Ain't that a coinky ding, folks? It's almost like the people who wrote this story kind of knew a thing or two, you know what I mean? Noah did everything just as God commanded him. The Lord then said to Noah, "Go into the ark, you and your whole family, because I've found you righteous in this generation. Take with you 7 pairs of every kind of clean animal, a male and its mate, and 1 pair of every kind of unclean animal, a male and its mate. And also 7 pairs, and I think the unclean animal is for the clean animals to eat." See what I'm saying? This is the whole thing where it's like, why would you take unclean animals? It's like, yeah, what are the other animals going to eat? What are the clean animals going to eat? You know? And also 7 pairs of every kind of bird, male and female, to keep their various kinds alive through the earth. 7 days from now on, I will send rain on the earth for 40 days and 40 nights, and I will wipe from the face of the earth every living creature I have made. And Noah did all that the Lord commanded him. You know? Yeah, I can see it's being a lot more animalistic back then. Exactly. Bro, wait till we get into it. The what's it called? What's the ark? The ark of the Covenant. You get the whole measurements and all that kind of stuff for the Ark of the Covenant in here as well. People don't realize the measurements are there, boys. It's not completely full of fairy tales. There's definitely some wisdom in there. No, that's what I'm saying. Like the 80s will say, "Oh, it's all fairy tales," but then, like, if this is just a fairy tale, how were they able to accurately predict? 120 years is like the max. It's almost like the people writing the story were kind of intelligent. I don't think we should be dismissing this book. Noah was 600 years old when the floodwaters came on the earth, and Noah and his sons and his wives and his sons' wives entered the ark to escape the waters of the flood. Pairs of clean and unclean animals, of birds and all creatures that move along the ground, male and female, came to Noah and entered the ark, as God commanded Noah. And after 7 days, the floodwaters came on the earth. In the 600th year of Noah's life, on the 17th day of the 2nd month, on that day all the springs of the great deep burst forward, and the floodgates of the heavens were opened, and rain fell on the earth 40 days and 40 nights. On that day, Noah and his sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, together with his wife and the wives of his 3 sons, entered the ark. They had with them every wild animal according to its kind, all livestock according to their kinds, every creature that moves along the ground according to its kind, and every bird according to its kind, everything with wings. Even those chickens, gotta have those chicken wangs. Can't be going on the ark. If we're going to be sitting on the ark for 40 days and 40 nights, we got to make sure we got some chicken wangs. You know what I'm saying, boys? Pairs of all creatures that have the breath of life in them came to Noah and entered the ark. The animals going in were male and female of every living thing, as God commanded Noah. Then the Lord shut him in. For 40 days, the flood kept coming on earth, and as the waters increased, they lifted the ark high above the earth. The waters rose and increased greatly on the earth, and the ark floated on the surface of the water. They rose greatly on the earth, and all the high mountains under the entire heavens were covered. The waters rose and covered the mountains to a depth more than 15 cubits. Every living thing that moved on land perished: birds, livestock, wild animals, all the creatures that swarm over the earth, and all mankind. Everything on dry land had the breath of life in its nostrils died. Every living thing on the face of the earth was wiped out. People and animals of the creatures that move along the ground and the birds were wiped from the earth. Only Noah was left, and those with him in the ark. The waters flooded the earth for 150 days. But God remembered Noah and all the wild animals and the livestock that were there with him in the ark. And he sent a wind over the earth, and the waters receded. Now the springs of the deep and the floodgates of the heavens had been closed, and the rain had stopped falling from the sky. The water receded steadily from the earth, and at the end of the 150 days, the water had gone down. And on the 17th day of the 7th month, the ark came to a rest on the mountains of Ararat. Sorry, Ararat. The waters continued to recede until the 10th month, and on the first day of the 10th month, the tops of the mountains became visible. After 40 days, Noah opened the window he had made in the ark and sent out a raven, and it kept flying back and forth until the water had dried up from the earth. Then he sent out a dove to see if the water had receded from the surface of the ground. But the dove could not find nowhere to perch because there was water all over the surface of the earth. So it returned to Noah in the ark. He reached out his hand and he took the dove and brought it back to himself in the ark. He waited 7 more days and again sent out the dove from the ark. When the dove returned to him in the evening, there in its beak was a freshly plucked olive leaf. Then Noah knew that the water had receded from the earth. He waited 7 more days and sent the dove out again, but this time it did not return to him. By the first day of the first month of Noah's 601st year, the water had dried up from the earth. Noah then removed the covering from the ark and saw that the surface of the ground was dry. By the 27th day of the second month, the earth was completely dry. Then God said to Noah, "Come out of the ark, you and your wife and your sons and their wives. Bring out every kind of living creature that is with you, the birds, the animals, and all the creatures that move along the ground, so they can multiply on the earth and be fruitful and increase in number on it." So Noah came out together with his sons and his wives and his sons' wives, all the animals and all the creatures that move along the ground and all the birds, everything that moves in the land, came out of the ark, one kind after another. Then Noah built an altar to the Lord, and taking some of all the clean animals and clean birds, he sacrificed burnt offerings on it. The Lord, it's like a barbecue. The Lord smelled the pleasing aroma and said in his heart, "Never again will I curse the ground because of the humans, even though every inclination of the human heart is evil from childhood. And never again will I destroy all living creatures as I have done. As long as the earth endures, seed time and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, day and night will never cease." Beautiful. Bellissimo. Because again, like what are we talking about here? You know, there's going to be times where you're going to, like, think about like Scandinavia or fuck it, dude, like Canada and all this kind of stuff. You get like a bad winter. You're going to have to, like, you know, shelter up and like brave out the storm, so to speak. How many times have people said, like, bro, like have you stocked up on food? What happens if you get out like a bad flood, not necessarily a bad flood, but like a bad snowstorm and all this kind of stuff, you're snowed in. Like, would you be able to survive? Like, how long would you be able to survive for? What is your food supply like? Would you be able to last a month, 40 days, 2 months, 3 months? You know? Alpha says, "I don't see it as lies as much as it's metaphors amalgamated behind truth for humans." Yes, that's wisdom. Metaphors with wisdom, parables, you know? The Tower of Babel compared to the Anunnaki. I'm not sure what you mean or how you're tying Tower of Babel to Anunnaki. I'm with you. Can't be all taken literally. You gotta think we went from mud huts to self-driving cars in 10,000 years with gaps of civilization like Göbekli Tepe existed beforehand. That's the other thing as well. Like, when you look at like just the physics of like how we're just like Great Pyramid and all that kind of stuff. How are you transporting such massive weights? You know, these massive stones that are tons and tons and tons of material. You know, if I was in a mud hut and something came down from the sky and said words and ideas beyond my thought, I'm probably going to think it's godlike. Just saying. That's what I was talking about with like the snake bite. You know, like imagine you're a villager and like anytime you see, let's say, like we'll call it like a purple snake, right? Think of like the purple snake Ekans from like Pokemon. Like there's that type of snake. It's very distinct, right? But like you've seen that snake bite 3 people, and each time they get bitten by the snake, that whatever person gets bit, like a week later they die or they croak, or later that day they croak, right? And then the 4th dude gets bit and he pops out a potion out of his pocket and he's still living. You'd be like, bro, that's magic, you know? Halfwood, to be honest, I used to think that way. Oddly enough, my personal experiences with the paranormal proved to me that we have souls and there's afterlife. Seeing is believing. Hey, sounds like a very interesting story, Pseudo. I could see there being a global flood. I don't know if it's true, but I think I remember seeing someone say that there was salt up on Mount Everest. Did they claim Mount Everest was underwater at some point? Could be. And Dart saying, guys, are you going to open up this motherfucking panel? I don't know what you heard.
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
This show is not free, folks. We don't got no sponsors. We don't even got no motherfucking advertisements, okay? We are fan funded. It's up to you, chat, okay? But we are getting close to the old grift break as well, so we could actually be perfectly timed. You know what I mean? How long left? We got about 25 minutes as well before we go on the grift break. If you want me to just keep doing the reading for now, and then like I said, once we go on the grift break, you throw the extra $15 in the pot of gold. Then we open it up and we go and do it back and forth. Maybe I read a little bit more. I'm still trying to find out like what's the format we should do for the Theology Thursdays. Because if you go back to when I first started with Theology Thursdays, this was my first show with Theology Thursdays. It was between me and Farney. So we done a bit of reading, then we had discussion, went back and forth, then we done some more reading, all this kind of thing. Whereas now, like with for example, like the Deductionists, what was formerly known as Mystery Van Files, but is now the Deductionist files. Like I think I have that format nailed. But with this, I'm still finding my way. So let me know if there's any feedback, whether it be positive or negative. Let me know, chat. Let me know. But Dart is sitting there kind of going, where are the Christians? Where are the Christians?
How in the world is a dying, lost world ever going to hear the gospel if we don't have some Christians that's got some money in their pockets to propagate it?
Some propagation, chat. This is what Dart is looking for. Some propagation. To open the motherfucking panel up. I know what you're thinking as well, but Teriak, you're reading the Old Testament. Don't worry, I got the Jews too.
If you go into the Old Covenant, do you think the Jewish people believe you should be broke?
No, sir. I've never met a Jew that's broke. I've also never met a Jew. So, true story. And also, I know what you're thinking as well. What the fuck's a Jew?
First of all, the fuck is a Jew? Is this the nigga in Israel? No.
You know what I'm saying? Harvard says, animism is one of the first belief systems that's considered and understood that all living things, including humans, have a soul. Every belief system after that believes the same, but adds an underworld. Interesting. GT says, unless Mount Everest grew from under the ocean over time, I'm pretty sure mountains don't grow. But I think you're talking about like the tectonic plates and how that works. There you go. Google Komofo Blue Viper. It's hard to believe they exist. They almost look fake. Is this some AI stuff? Komofo Blue Viper. It's Komodo Blue Viper. Timarius Surus Insaludus. Yeah, yeah. Like imagine like a very distinct like thing is like, okay, yeah, this snake, like anytime this snake bites someone, like they die within like a day or something like that. And then some dude gets bit and he gives him a potion and that dude doesn't die. You'd be like, that dude is a wizard. That's magic. You know, I just saying. You know? All civilizations talk about a great flood. That's not a coincidence. That's a warning. Hey, I'm there. I was only taking the piss. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, God's covenant with Noah. Then God blessed Noah and his sons, saying to them, be faithful and increase in number and fill the earth. The fear and dread of you will fall off on all the beasts of the earth, and on all the birds of the sky, on every creature that moves along the ground, and on all the fish in the sea. They are given into your hands. Everything that lives and moves about will be food for you. So again, this is the whole thing of like, where the likes of like Steelman or kind of like the Gnostics and all that say, like, no, like if you look at the start of Genesis, like God only wanted us to eat like plants and shit. But they always leave out this part. Everything that lives and moves about will be food for you. And I think this is the whole aspect as well of Cain and Abel, where Cain was like, oh, I'm just going to be a vegetarian. And Abel was like, nah, bro, I'm going to eat the animals. The whole like sacrifice at the altar and stuff, I'm going to eat the animals. And like Abel was like an Adonis, and then Cain was like, you know, looked like a fucking trans man, all weak and feeble and shit. You know what I'm saying? Just as I give you green plants, I now give you everything. Oh man. But you must not eat meat that has its lifeblood still in it. You don't eat it raw. And for your lifeblood, I will surely demand an accounting. I'll demand an accounting from every animal. And from each human being too, I'll demand an accounting for the life of another human being. You'll be held to account. Accountability. You know what I mean? Whoever sheds human blood, by human shall their blood be shed. For the image of God has God made mankind. As for you, be fruitful and increase in number, multiply on the earth and increase upon it. Then God said to Noah and his sons with him, I now establish my covenant with you and your descendants, and with your descendants after you, and with every living creature that was with you, the birds, the livestock, and all the wild animals, all those that came out of the ark with you, every living creature on earth. I establish my covenant with you. Never again will all life be destroyed by the waters of a flood. Never again will there be a flood to destroy the earth. And God said, this is a sign of the covenant I am making between me and you and every living creature with you, a covenant for all generations to come. I have set my rainbow in the clouds. Hey, that's what I'm saying. Even the leprechauns were in on this. You know what I mean? And it will be the sign of the covenant between me and the earth. You know what I'm saying? And what did the fucking LGBs do? They fucking stole the rainbow. We need to make the rainbow great again. Motherfuckers. Whenever I bring clouds over the earth and the rainbow appears in the clouds, I will remember my covenant between me and you and all living creatures of every kind. Never again will the waters become a flood to destroy all life. Whenever the rainbow appears in the clouds, I will see it and remember the everlasting covenant between God and all living creatures of every kind on the earth. So God said to Noah, this is a sign of the covenant I have established between me and all life on earth. Now again, like just think about like why the fuck did they do the whole like rainbow, and why did they push the rainbow and all this kind of stuff? Because it's in the Bible. They're anti-Christian, anti-Jewish. You know what I mean? They're anti-religion. And we're going to make the rainbow great again, boys and girls. The sons of Noah. The sons of Noah who came out of the ark were Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Ham was the father of Canaan. These were the three sons of Noah, and from them came the people who were scattered over the whole earth. Noah, a man of the soil, proceeded to plant a vineyard. When he drank some of its wine, he became drunk and lay uncovered inside his tent. Ham, the father of Canaan, saw his father naked and told his two brothers outside. But Shem and Japheth took a garment and laid it across their shoulders. Then they walked in backwards and covered their father's naked body. Their faces were turned the other way so that they would not see their father naked. When Noah woke from his wine and found out his younger son, what his younger son has said, "Cursed be Canaan, the lowest of slaves. Cursed be Canaan, the lowest of slaves will be he to his brothers." He also said, "Praise be to the Lord, the God of Shem. May Canaan be the slave of Shem. May God extend Japheth's territory. May Japheth live in the tents of Shem. And may Canaan be the slave of Japheth." After the flood of Noah lived 350 years. Noah lived a total of 950 years, and then he died. Genesis 10, baby. The Table of Nations. This is the account of Shem, Ham, and Japheth, Noah's sons, who themselves had sons after the flood. The Japhethites. Is the PH here an F or is it Japhethites or Japhethites? Japhethites. Let me know in chat. Is the PH here an F or is it like a hard P and then HETH? F. Oh, perfect. Thank you very kindly, Sample Turner Chaos. The Japhethites. The sons of Japheth, Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, Tubal, Meshech, and Tiras. The sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz, Repath, and Togarmath, or Togamah. The sons of Javan, Elisha, Tarshish, the Kitties, and the Rodnites. From these are the maritime people spread out into their territories by the clans within their nations, each with its own language. The Hamites, sons of Ham, Cush, Egypt, Put, and Canaan. The sons of Cush, Seba, Havilah, Sabta, Rama, and Sabteka. The sons of Rama, Sheba, and Dedan. Cush was the father of Nimrod, who became a mighty warrior on the earth. He was a mighty hunter before the Lord. That is why it is said, like Nimrod, a mighty hunter before the Lord. The first centers of his kingdom were Babylon, Uruk, Akkad, and Calneh in Shinar. From that land, he went to Assyria, where he built Nineveh, Rehoboth, Ir, Kala, and Rezin, which is between Nineveh and Kala, which is the great city. Egypt was the father of the Luddites, the Anamites, the Lehabites, Naphthalites, Pathrosites, Hasluhites, from whom the Philistines came, and Caphrahites. Canaan was the father of Sidon, his firstborn, and of the Hittites, Jebusites, Amorites, Gigashites, Hivites, Archites, Sinites, Arvadites, Zamarites, or Zamarites, and Hamathites. These are difficult names to pronounce, I'm not going to lie. Global flood, totally possible and probable in my opinion. How the flood came about or occurred, I don't know. There are many theories to choose from, but there really remains the same. We don't know. True that. These are the sons of Ham by their clans and languages in their territories and nations. Semites. Sons were also born to Shem, whose older brother was Japheth. Shem was the ancestor of all sons of Eber. The sons of Shem, Elam, Asher, Aphraxad, Lud, and Aram. The sons of Aram, Uz, Hul, Gether, and Meshech. Arphaxad was the father of Shelah, and Shelah the father of Eber. Two sons were born to Eber. One was named Peleg, because in his time the earth was divided. His brother was named Joktan. Joktan, the father of Almodad, Shelef, Hazarmaveth, Gera, Hadoram, Uzal, Dikla, Obal, Abimael, Sheba, Ophir, Havilah, and Jobab. All these were sons of Joktan. The region where they live stretched from Mesha towards Sephar in the eastern hill country. These are the sons of Shem by their clans and languages in their territories and nations. These are the clans of Noah's sons, according to their lines of descent, within their nations. From these, the nations spread out over the earth after the flood. The Tower of Babel. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting into it. And we have from our boy Darth on the PayPals. One sec, let me give you a little bit of Pepe for that one. Appreciate you kindly, sir. We're only $5 away to open up the panel. Get her done, folks. Let's get her done. The Tower of Babel. Now the whole world had one language and a common speech. As people moved eastward, they found a plain in Shinar and settled there. They said to each other, "Come, let's make bricks and bake them thoroughly." And again, this might seem like an irrelevant line, right? But this is like basically teaching you can teach a kid construction, like the whole like technology of like how you actually make a brick. You know? You just get a bit of mud, you mix it together, and then you leave it out in the sun and it will harden. Now you have a brick. Technology, baby. You know? They used brick instead of stone and tar for mortar. Then they said, "Come, let us build ourselves a city with a tower that reaches to the heavens, so that we may make a name for ourselves. Otherwise, we'll be scattered all over the face of the whole earth." But the Lord came down to see the city and the tower the people were building. The Lord said, "If as one people speaking the same language they've begun to do this, then nothing they plan to do will be impossible for them. Come, let us go down and confuse their language so they do not understand each other." So the Lord scattered them from there all over the earth, and they stopped building a city. That is why it was called Babel, because the Lord confused the language of the whole world. From there the Lord scattered them all over the face of the whole earth. From Shem to Abram. This is the account of Shem's family line. 2 years after the flood, when Shem was 100 years old, he became the father of Arphaxad. And after he became the father of Arphaxad, Shem lived 500 years and had other sons and daughters. When Arphaxad had lived 35 years, he became the father of Shelah. And after he became the father of Shelah, Arphaxad lived 403 years and had other sons and daughters. When Shelah had lived 30 years, he became the father of Eber. And after he became the father of Eber, Shelah lived 403 years and had other sons and daughters. So notice, like again, like this is the same thing where it's going down through the family line. Just take note of this pattern that we see at like the start of these stories, because this is basically history. As in, like, this actually happened, kind of thing. Whereas when we get to the book of Job and to things like that, there's no like family tree and all this kind of stuff. When Peleg had lived 30 years, he became the father of Reu. And after he became the father of Reu, Peleg lived 209 years and had other sons and daughters. When Reu lived 32 years, he became the father of Serug. And after he became the father of Serug, Reu lived 207 years and had other sons and daughters. When Serug had lived 30 years, he became the father of Nahor. And after he became the father of Nahor, Serug lived 200 years and had other sons and daughters. When Nahor lived 29 years, he became the father of Terah. And after he became the father of Terah, Nahor lived 119 years and had other sons and daughters. After Terah lived 70 years, he became the father of Abram, Nahor, and Haran, Abram's family. This is the account of Terah's family line. Terah became the father of Abram, Nahor, and Haran became the father of Lot. Be getting into that as well. While his father Terah was still alive, Haran died in Ur and the Chaldeans in the land of his birth. Abram and Nahor lived both married. The name of Abram's wife was Sarai. Sarai, yeah. And the name of Nahor's family was, or wife was Milcah. She was the daughter of Haran, the father of both Milcah and Ishkah. Now Sarai was childless because she was not able to conceive. So cool out is a natural surface level asphalt tar pits. No, there's one in Venezuela that paves roads all over the West. Mama. Oh yeah, sorry. Terah took his son Abram and his grandson Lot, son of Haran, and his daughter-in-law Sarai, the wife of his son Abram, and together they set out from Ur to the Chaldeans to go to Canaan. But when they came to Haran, they settled there. Terah lived 205 years, and he died in Haran. Genesis 12, the call of Abram. The Lord said to Abram, go from your country, your people, and your father's household to the land I will show you. I will make you into a great nation, and I will bless you. I will make your name great, and you will be a blessing. I will bless those who bless you, and whoever curses you, I will curse, and all peoples on earth will be blessed through you. Sounds like this Abram guy is going to make the world great again. So Abram went, and the Lord had told him, and Lot went with him. Abram was 75 years old when he set out from Haran. He took his wife Sarai, his nephew Lot, all the possessions they had accumulated, and the people they had acquired in Haran, and they set out for the land of Canaan, and they arrived there. Abram traveled through the land as far as the site of the great tree of Moreh and Shechem. At the time, the Canaanites were in the land. The Lord appeared to Abram and said, to your offspring I will give this land. So he built an altar there to the Lord who appeared to him. From there he went towards the hills of east of Bethel and pitched his tent with Bethel on the west and Ai on the east, where he built an altar to the Lord, called on the name of the Lord. Then Abram set out and continued toward the Negev. Abram in Egypt. Now there was a famine in the land, and Abram went down to Egypt to live there for a while because the famine was severe. As he was beautiful about to enter Egypt, he said to his wife Sarai, I know what a beautiful woman you are. When the Egyptians see you, they will say, this is his wife. Then they will kill me, but will let you live. Say you are my sister, so that I will be treated well for your sake, and my life will be spared because of you. When Abram came to Egypt, the Egyptians saw that Sarai was a very beautiful woman. And when Pharaoh's officials saw her, they praised her to Pharaoh, and she was taken into his palace. He treated Abram well for her sake, and Abram acquired sheep and cattle, male and female donkeys, male and female servants, and camels. But the Lord inflicted serious diseases on Pharaoh and his household because of Abram's wife Sarai. So Pharaoh summoned Abram. What have you done to me? He said. Why didn't you tell me she was your wife? Why did you say she is my sister, so that I took her to be my wife? Now then, here is your wife, take her and go. Then Pharaoh gave orders about Abram to his men, and they sent him on his way, with his wife and everything he had. Like that actually is a confusing thing as well. You know, and I think perhaps that's kind of a thing where we get certain ideas in our head, right? And we don't actually think things through. Like from the essence of I'm so afraid of this thing happening. I'm so worried and so stressed about this thing happening, and it turns out that thing never happens. So you've basically wasted all that time worrying about something that never even came to be. You know? As we say, time is precious, you know? So Abram went up from Egypt to the Negev with his wife and everything he had, and Lot went with him. Abram had become very wealthy in livestock and in silver and gold. From the Negev he went from place to place until he came to Bethel, to the place between Bethel and Ai, where his tent had been earlier, and where he had first built an altar. There Abram called out to the name of the Lord. Now Lot, who was moving about with Abram, also had flocks and herds and tents, but the land could not support them while they stayed together, for their possessions were so great that they were not able to stay together. And quarreling arose between Abram's herders and Lot's. Canaanites and the Perizzites were also living in the land at the time. So Abram said to Lot, "Let's not have any quarreling between you and me, or between your herders and mine, for we are close relatives. It is not the whole is not the whole land before you. Let's part company. If you go left, I'll go to the right. If you go to the right, I'll go to the left." Lot looked around and saw that he had the whole plain of Jordan towards Zoar, as well as was well watered, like the garden of the Lord, like the land of Egypt. This was before the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. More on that later. So Lot chose for himself the whole plain of the Jordan and set toward the east. The two men parted company. Abram lived in the land of Canaan, while Lot lived among the cities of the plain and pitched his tents near Sodom. Now the people of Sodom were wicked and were sinning greatly against the Lord. The Lord said to Abram after Lot had parted from him, "Look around from where you are, to the north and the south, to the east and the west. All the land that you see I will give for you and your offspring, forever. I will make your offspring like the dust of the earth, so that if anyone would count the dust, then your offspring could be counted. Go, walk through the length and breadth of the land, for I am giving it to you." So Abram went to live near the great trees of Mamre and Hebron, where he pitched his tents. Then he built an altar to the Lord. And ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the grift break. So now is the time. If you want to open up the panel, we only need $5, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to go on a quick grift break. I need to go take a restroom break. Everyone in chat, now is the perfect time. Grab a drink. Definitely donate now. I'm going to put up the curtains as we wait. 1 sec. Let me do this. And I'm going to play a little bit of music because I need to refresh the drinks myself. I need to use the washroom. I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. See you in a little bit.
In the merry month of scams, from a hidden lair I started, left the suckers crying, their wallets nearly parted, saluted me old ma, who popped some Tylenol, made me slow of wit, but a trickster after all. Then off to spin the yarn, leave where I was born, cut a shamrock crook to charm the fools and nobles, a pot of rainbow gold, promising the bold, and swindling all the cold on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the raw. In Mullingar that night, I rested limbs so weary, started by day next morning bright and early, took a drop of the pure to keep me heart from sinking. That's the Teriak's cure whenever he's on for drinking. To see the lassies smile, laughing all the while at me curious style, 'twould set your heart a bubbling. They asked me was I hired, the wages I required, till I was almost tired of the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. In Dublin next arrived, I thought it such a pity to be so soon deprived of view of that fine city. Then I took a stroll, all among the quality, me bundle it was stole in a neat locality. Something crossed me mind when I looked behind, no bundle could I find upon me stick a wobbling, and while I'm for the road, they said me Connacht brogue was much in vogue on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn them down the rocky road. All the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. From there I got away, me spirits never failing, landed on the quay just as the ship was sailing. Captain at me roared, said that no room had he. When I jumped aboard, a cabin found for Terria. Down among the pigs, I played some funny rigs, danced some hearty jigs, the water round me bubbling. Went off Holyhead, I wish myself was dead, or better far instead, on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn them down the rocky road. All the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. The boys of Liverpool, when we safely landed, called myself a fool. I could no longer stand it, blood began to boil, temper I was losing, poor old Aaron's Isle they began abusing. Hurrah me soul, says I, me shillelagh I let fly. Galway boys were by, sore I was a hobbling, with the loud hooray, they joined in the affray. We quickly cleared the way for the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn them down the rocky road. All the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. Now with me little leprechauns, we're drifting through the nations. Terrier leads the band, promising donations. Send your gold our way for a cause so grand and true. We'll charm your coins away and vanish in the blue. Me ma's Tylenol twist gave me wits to trick and tease. Retarded charm they say, but I bring 'em to their knees. Join the merry scam, donate quick and free, for the pot of gold's a sham on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road. All the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock.
Yo! And we're back, folks. And we're back. This is going to be a funny one. Abram rescues Lot. At the time when Amraphel was king of Sinar, Arioch king of Elasar, and Kedorlaomer king of Elam, and Tidal king of Goim. The Goim! These kings went to war against Bera king of Sodom, Bersha king of Gomorrah, Shinab king of Admah, Shemeber king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, that is Zor. All these latter kings joined forces in the valley of Siddim, that is the Dead Sea Valley. For 12 years they had been subject to Kedorlaomer, but in the 13th year they rebelled. In the 14th year, Kedorlaomer and the kings allied with him went out and defeated the Rephites. Rephites in Ashtaroth, Turnham, and the Zuzites in Ham, the Emites in Shaveh, Kirathaim, and the Horites in the hill country of Seir, as far as El Paran near the desert. Then they turned back and went to En Mishpat, that is Kadesh, and they conquered the whole territory of the Amalekites, as well as the Amorites who were living in Hazezon Tamar. Ah, damn, these names are goddamn impossible, you know. And also shout out to Pseudo over on the Ko-Fi, my man with $2 says, let's fucking go. Says, come on, you cheap fuckers. So let me add that on there, sir. We're only $3 away from opening it up, baby. Then the king of Sodom, the king of Gomorrah, and the king of Admah, the king of Seboim, and the king of Bela, that is Zor, marched out and drew up their battle lines in the valley of Siddim against Kedorlaomer, king of Elam, Tidal, king of Goim, Amraphel, king of Shinar, and Arioch, king of Elazar, the 4 kings against 5. Now the valley of Siddim was full of tar pits, and when the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled, some of the men fell into them, and the rest fled to the hills. The 4 kings seized all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah and all their food, then went away. They also carried off Abram's nephew Lot and his possessions, since he was living in Sodom. A man who had escaped came and reported this to Abram the Hebrew. Now Abram was living near the great trees of Mamre, the Amorite, a brother of Eshcol and Aner, all of whom were allied with Abram. When Abram heard that his relative had been taken captive, he called out the 318 trained men born in his household and went in pursuit as far as Dan. During the night, Abram divided his men to attack them, and he routed them, pursuing them as far as Hobah, north of Damascus. He recovered all the goods and brought back his relative Lot and his possessions, together with the women and the other people. After Abram returned from defeating Kedorlaomer and all the kings allied with him, the king of Sodom came out to meet him in the valley of Savah, that is the king's valley. Then Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought out bread and wine. He was priest of God Most High. He was blessed and he blessed Abram, saying, "Blessed be Abram by God Most High, creator of heaven and earth, and praise be to God Most High, who delivered your enemies into your hand." Then Abram gave him a tenth of everything. The king of Sodom said to Abram, "Give me the people and keep the goods for yourself." But Abram said to the king of Sodom, "With raised hand I have sworn an oath to the Lord, God Most High, creator of heaven and earth, that I will accept nothing belonging to you, not even a thread or a strap of a sandal, so that you will never be able to say, 'I made Abram rich.' I will accept nothing but what my men have eaten, and the share that belongs to the men who went with me. To Aner, Eshcol, and Mamre, let them have their share." Mamre. Funds tied for a day or 3. Forgot about a bill that just got auto-drafted today. 0.49. I still don't have a balance. My checking. Just make sure I put it extra in. No worries. Like I said, always appreciate, never expect it. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, it's basically the end of the month as well. So like you typically kind of like I expect like things to be a bit tight towards the end of the month and all this kind of stuff. But my motherfucking man. 1 sec, I need to actually do a quick conversion rate because it's in yo-yos. So it is that much, which is that. Oh, okay, yeah, so that's 13. So 1 sec, let me give you a little bit of Pepe. I'll give you a straight and clear for that one because technically we did open up. Also, let me know which premium meme you would like, folks. Are we having fun yet? Shout out to you folks. Appreciate you kindly. Also, I believe Emmett done a raid, so shout out to Emmett. Thank you very kindly for the raid as I slowly put all this stuff together. Oh, one sec. The Rumble's being a bit of a pain. Un momento, por favore. So if I do this and then do this, so that should be the new pin. So yeah, it's pinned on the Rumble, the Twitch, and the YouTubes, or it should be. If it's not, let me know. Scream at me in chat. Also, shout out to Emma. Thank you very kindly for the raid, sir. Let me play the clip. Welcome in, folks. Welcome in. We're reading the Bible. Reading the Bible. Have a good one, Emmett. Thank you very kindly. Like I said, we're based on Abraham, but before it becomes Abraham. You know what I'm saying? So, Dara's like, where's the link? Where is she? We got Diaz Mias. I don't know, it's Dios Mios, I think, or something like that. It's Spanish, you know? But yeah, we got also Stammy as well saying, been lurking in the background. What up, everyone? Mama. Best way to explain the flood during September and June. We're in a gigantic asteroid cluster according to the Gobekli Tepe as a pillar that records catastrophic disaster during that time. Like I said, there's a lot of evidence that points towards it because, like I said, multiple different civilizations, and it all seems to be in around the same time. And now even science is starting to come around to like the geological evidence that suggests there was a global flood as well. And also, Suda Master Chef says, I don't know how anyone can survive on min wage and $604 a week unemployment right now, and I'm still pulling from my investments. Yeah, man, like I said, tough times, but Trump is going to make America great again, ladies and gentlemen. We're fucking back.
I think it's safe to say that our luck has officially turned around, guys. We are back, baby. We are fucking back. We are back. Yeah. Classic. We are back. We are back.
The boys are back. Welcome back, boys.
What up?
I dragged
good yourself.
What'd you say, Darren?
So,
I was just saying I dragged Jack here. He's here against his will.
Yep, been held hostage. You heard it here.
My man. That's how you get her done. So what premium, first of all, which premium meme are we going with?
Oh, that's what I meant by Diaz. Joey Diaz.
Oh, Joey Diaz, my motherfucking man.
Get up, cocksuckers. It's all over. Listen, we had a rough couple of months. Fucking Katrina's cousin Maria. The other one, Puerto Rico, Houston, fucking Florida. Listen, it's been tough up to now. The earthquake in Mexico. The White House, whoever the fuck is going on. But it don't matter. They want to shoot. It's time for us to fucking shoot, cocksuckers. They want to get down and dirty. Don't forget who the fuck we are. You understand me? We're the baddest motherfuckers out there. You send a message to that fucking North Korean. He's gonna be sniffing my dick and sucking my asshole. That's the focus. We're going to North Korea in like a year. It's gonna be an island. It's gonna glow in the dark. You know why? Because we're Americans, cocksuckers. Who the fuck do you think you're dealing with? Stop with the gun control. They're selling more guns than ever the last 3 days. Stop with the fucking whining. Stop with the Russians on Facebook. I don't give a fuck. Worry about yourself. Keep your eyes open and get the fuck off Snapchat and fucking Twitter, cocksucker. Stay black.
Stay black, folks. Stay black. We always got Suda Master Chef in the house. Welcome in, sir. Welcome in.
What's up?
Not much, just going over the Bible, as they say. Is there any parts so far in the story that you guys that were interesting or stuck out to you or anything like that?
Well, I was watching, but the Book of Enoch, when you kind of went to that before the Ark, I'm really interested in that part. But that was way back. Sorry.
Well, it's not the Book of Enoch. It just mentions Enoch in Genesis. Is that what you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I find Enoch's walk with God in the Book of Enoch to be very interesting, even though it's omitted, which is fair enough.
I never read it, but I
I watched 3-hour documentary where they basically go over everything, and it's interesting. I'll just leave it there.
But what's the interest? Because both of you said it was interesting. So like, what's the interesting parts for you?
The one that
Or-
stuck out for me, because I'm only like, I'd say a third into it. But the in between, where there's like the question of where do innocent children go, which obviously could go to a certain argument. But I found that weird because, well, not weird, interesting, just because it's not talked about all that much. I'm also not that super well read.
When I say it's interesting, I'm just everything overall. Like you're talking about you're talking about alien life forms and
No. Like where like innocent children go when they're wronged. Like the in between and all that. Am
And
I
like, are you
wrong?
saying like, are you saying that like in terms of you were expecting one thing, but then there was another, or
Well, during Enoch's walk, wasn't there a part where like he was seeing all these children and whatnot, and he asked God, like, what's up with this? And it's like, well, these are the innocent that are like kind of in the in between.
yeah, kind of like purgatory? And like, interesting enough as well, Abel is like crying out, like Abel wants like revenge and justice and all this kind of thing, which gives like an interesting kind of like spin on it as well. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. That's just my 2 cents. But you're further ahead now. It's like,
Yeah, no, 100%. Like I said, it's just kind of like making sure we kind of catch it. We got plenty of time, guys. We got plenty of time. You
no,
know?
you do. I do not. I have to go to bed here in 15 minutes.
So let's get to it, folks. The Lord's covenant with Abraham. After this, the word of the Lord, and again, interesting, the word of the Lord came to Abraham in a vision. Do not be afraid, Abraham. I'm your shield. Your very great reward. But Abraham said, Sovereign Lord, what can you give me since I remain childless? And the one who will inherit my estates is Eliezer of Damascus. And Abram said, You've given me no children, so a servant in my household will be my heir. Then the word of the Lord came to him, This man will not be your heir, but a son who is your own flesh and blood will be your heir. He took him outside and said, Look up at the sky and count the stars, if indeed you can count them. Then he said to him, So shall your offspring be. Abraham believed the Lord, and he credited it to him as his righteousness. He also said to him, I am the Lord who brought you out of Ur of the Chaldeans, to give you this land to take possession of it. But Abraham said, Sovereign Lord, how can I know that I will gain possession of it? So the Lord said to him, Bring me a heifer, a goat, and a ram, each 3 years old, along with a dove and a young pigeon. Abram brought all these to him, put them in two, and arranged the halves opposite each other. The birds, however, he did not cut in half. Then birds of prey came down at the carcasses, but Abram drove them away. As the sun was setting, Abram fell into a deep sleep, and a thick and dreadful darkness came over him. Then the Lord said to him, Know for certain that for 400 years your descendants will be strangers in a country not their own, and they will be enslaved and mistreated there. But I will punish the nation they serve as slaves, and afterward they will come out of the great. They will come out with great possessions. You, however, will go to your ancestors in peace and be buried at a good old age. In the 4th generation, your descendants will come back here, for the sin of the Amorites has not yet reached its full measure. When the sun had set and the darkness had fallen, a smoking firepot with a blazing torch appeared and passed between the pieces. On that day, the Lord made a covenant with Abram and said, "To your descendants I give this land, from the Wadi of Egypt to the great river, the Euphrates, the land of the Kenites, the Kenizzites, the Kadmonites, Hittites, Perizzites, Rephites, Amorites, Canaanites, Girgashites, and Jebusites." Damn, these names are difficult.
Yeah, it sounds like a whole bunch of strains of weed I need to smoke.
Mama.
It's all the ites.
True that. Hagar and Ishmael. Now Sarai, Abram's wife, had borne him no children, but she had an Egyptian slave named Hagar. So she said to Abram, "The Lord has kept me from having children. Go sleep with my slave. Perhaps I can build a family through her." Abram agreed to what Sarai said. So after Abram had been living in Canaan for 10 years, Sarai, his wife, took her Egyptian slave Hagar and gave her husband to be his wife. He slept with Hagar and she conceived. When she knew she was pregnant, she began to despise her mistress. Then Sarai said to Abram, "You're responsible for the wrong I am suffering. I put my slave in your arms, and now that she knows she is pregnant, she despises me. May the Lord judge between you and me." "Your slave is in your hands," Abram says. "Do with her whatever you think best." Then Sarai mistreated Hagar, so she fled from her. The angel of the Lord found Hagar near a spring in the desert. It was the spring that is beside the road to Shur. And he said, "Hagar, slave of Sarai, where have you come from and where are you going?" "I'm running away from my mistress Sarai," she answered. Then the angel of the Lord told her, "Go back to your mistress and submit to her." The angel added, "I will increase your descendants so much that they will be too numerous to count." The angel of the Lord said to her, "You are now pregnant, and you will give birth to a son. You shall name him Ishmael. The Lord has heard of your misery. And he will be a wild donkey of a man. His hand will be against everyone, and everyone's hand against him, and he will live in hostility toward all his brothers." She gave this name to the Lord who spoke to her. "You are the God who sees me," for she said, "I have now seen the one who sees me." That is why the well was called Beer Lahai Roi. It is still there between Kadesh and Bered. So Hagar bore Abram a son, and Abram gave the name Ishmael to the son she had born. Abram was 86 years old when Hagar bore him Ishmael. What do we think of the whole thing of just take my slave and get her pregnant?
Sounds like some cuck shit to me.
Yeah, it sounds nutty. Why didn't he just count the stars?
Wait, what?
Could have just counted the stars, right? Isn't that what he said?
He was given an impossible task.
Could have counted the stars. And
how many stars are there?
I know, it's a joke. It's a joke.
Yeah, no, but he's saying that if you count the stars, that's how many children you'll end up having. So it's basically, I think, a thing of saying it's going to be so many children that you can't even count them.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood.
Oh, and
that.
be fruitful, yeah.
I read all this. Like I said earlier, I was my parents put me in Catholic school for 2 years just because I kept getting in trouble in public schools and high school, and we had to read the Bible. It was just it was grueling. It really was. And they test you on it. And it's like I just memorized it to pass the test. I never really, I really want to go back and read it again.
Well, that's part of why I'm doing this for the series, to make sure it's we can all say that in adulthood, anybody especially that's kind of watched along with it should be able to say, yeah, we've read the Bible, narrated by Teriak,
But there's a certain word on screen that just made my insides go inside me.
Well, yeah, that's what I was going to say. If you thought the cook shit was bad, we were about to get into the painful, the genital mutilation, as they call it in modern day. When Abram was 99 years old, the Lord appeared to him and said, I am God Almighty. Walk before me faithfully and be blameless. Then I will make my covenant between me and you and will greatly increase your numbers. Abram fell face down, and God said to him, As for me, this is my covenant with you. You will be the father of many nations. No longer will you be called Abram, your name will be Abraham. For I have made you a father of many nations. I will make you very fruitful. I will make nations of you, and kings will come from you. I will establish my covenant as an everlasting covenant between me and you and your descendants after you for the generations to come, to be your God and the God of your descendants after you. The whole land of Canaan, where you now reside as a foreigner, I will give as an everlasting possession to you and your descendants after you, and I will be their God. Then God said to Abraham, As for you, you must keep my covenant, you and your descendants after you for the generations to come. This is my covenant with you and your descendants after you, the covenant you are to keep. Every male among you shall be circumcised. You are to undergo circumcision, and it will be the sign of the covenant between me and you. The generations to come, every male among you who is 8 days old must be circumcised, including those born into your household or bought with money from a foreigner. Those who are not your offspring. Or bought with money from a foreigner, those who are not your offspring. Whether born in your household or bought with your money, they must be circumcised. My covenant in your flesh is to be an everlasting covenant. Any uncircumcised male who has not been circumcised in the flesh will be cut off from his people. He has broken my covenant. God also said to Abraham, As for Sarai, your wife, you are no longer to call her Sarai. Her name will be Sarah. I will bless her, and she will surely give you a son by her. I will bless her so that she will be the mother of nations. Kings of peoples will come from her. Abraham fell face down. He laughed and said to himself, Will a son be born to a man 100 years old? Will Sarah bear a child at the age of 90? And Abraham said to God, If only Ishmael might live under your blessing. Then God said, Yes, but your wife Sarah will bear you a son, and you will call him Isaac. I will establish my covenant with him as an everlasting covenant for his descendants after him. And as for Ishmael, I have heard you. I will surely bless him. I will make him fruitful and will greatly increase his numbers. He will be the father of 12 rulers, and I will make him into a great nation. But my covenant I will establish with Isaac, whom Sarah will bear to you by this time next year. When he had finished speaking with Abraham, God went up from him. On that very day, Abraham took his son Ishmael, and all those born in his household or bought with his money, every male in his household, and circumcised them, as God told him. Abraham was 99 years old when he was circumcised, and his son Ishmael was 13. Abraham and his son Ishmael were both circumcised on that very day, and every male in Abraham's household, including those born in his household or bought from a foreigner, was circumcised with him. How do we feel about circumcision?
I feel like that's a really fucking weird thing where, like, all of a sudden, like, we're gonna cut the tips of our dicks off together.
To be clear, wait, forgive me for being a little ignorant on this. Is this the old? This is from the old. Is this the Old Testament?
Yeah.
It's the Old Testament. This is Genesis.
Yeah, not a huge fan of the Old Testament. But
Yeah, circumcision.
The same is true.
I don't know. I don't know how much I actually want to get into it. But I wish I wasn't chopped. I don't know. I feel like I got robbed.
I
don't know.
I don't even know where to start on it. I mean,
yeah.
There's also the Hebrew text where, like, does the rabbi have to, like, suck it off? That gets even weirder.
Well, it's not in. Well, it wasn't here. Like that wasn't part of the covenant. But what was it Hebrew text where rabbi?
Forgive.
I don't know if you want that in your YouTube. I mean, if your Google search.
Don't waste.
Like these names.
They made They made
Isn't
tip
it
soup out of it.
Isn't it 13 for Jews? But I mean, the Old Testament is based on the Quran, isn't that?
Wait, no. Jews get circumcised at 13? Is that what you're
Yeah.
saying? No, they get It's when they're an infant. It gets done. It gets done at like a party. They have like a party
Sure
where
about that?
no, that's something changed. Maybe it was supposed to be. I don't know.
The whole ceremony, like
Yeah, I mean, it's a ceremony. Well, the Jews have their bar mitzvah at 13, but maybe they once did get circumcised at 13. I could be wrong on this, but they do it when they're a baby, they're an infant. And they do it, and it's like a party. They have a rabbi come and do it, and it's a big ceremony, and everybody watches. It's a little barbaric.
wait, it is the babies. Is that Hasidic or Orthodox Jew? Or is the rabbi sex? Yeah, it is the babies.
I know I heard that. I did hear that.
I mean, it could be a very small percentage for sure, but
I hope nobody does that anymore.
yeah, same.
I got a lake that I fish in. It's a private lake, but there's a resort on it, and you see the acidics there sometimes, and they all have the curls and their black slacks and their whites, and I'm standing there fishing, and all of a sudden I see all these, and they're walking into the lake with their clothes on. They actually got down into the water up to their necks, and they were bathing in the lake with their clothes on. It was just the most bizarre thing that I ever saw. People were complaining about it. They got some odd traditions.
Fair enough.
The hole in the sheet. I'm sure everybody's heard about that one, right? Procreation. So there's a sheet between the man and the woman with the hole cut in the sheet. The whole
God damn.
Yeah, and when the women are menstruating, they take a bath in milk or something, and it is. Oh yeah, it's crazy. Like I know people be like, my parents had friends that were Jewish, but not very religious. They were more like I guess you'd call them secular Jews. They were.
I thought that was Mormon, like the sheet thing. I thought that was really good about
I'm
it.
pretty sure it was Orthodox because that they were the one. My parents' friends were the ones telling me about this. They're like, "Oh, those Hasidics are crazy and stuff." And I just thought it was funny because they were Jewish, and they were looking to buy a retirement home in somewhere in Florida, and husband's like, "Oh, it was like we went to such and such, and I thought it was nice," and the wife says, "I'm not moving there. You're out of your mind. It's nothing but damn Jews," and they were Jewish. And what they meant was like the Hasidic Jews. As
Sorry,
usual, I'm getting this off topic.
I just ate a test gummy, and I don't know if you can tell by my face. It did not taste good.
I can't fuck with that shit. Shit just has me out of my skin. I think my brain chemistry changed over the years. I was good for an eighth a day at least, and like up until I was maybe like a year or two before my daughter was born.
Cool, but I was just making a face because it tasted like ass.
Tasted
Let's
like
get back
ass?
to it tasted really bad. CVN tastes like ass.
I used to make my own edibles. I used to make like peanut butter blobs in the oven. Oh man, would they fuck you up? And like the first time I did it, I think I put a gram into one, and I ate it, and I didn't know. I waited like 45 minutes. I was like, this shit sucks. Didn't work. I did something wrong. So I made another one. And I think I probably put another gram in it. And about 2 hours later, all of a sudden, I was stuck to the chair and I was just shaking. and I actually could not make it to work in the morning. It was horrifying. At least you got with the gummies and stuff you guys got, like it's controlled. You know exactly how much THC's in it, you know.
Pseudo, you've wanted to debate me. You want to debate me on weed in a future time, not now.
I don't know if like about as far as what, whether it's.
Well, you've asked if I want to debate. I've also been trying to get a Star Wars debate, but I'm also not trying to hijack.
Well, I don't watch Star
Zodiac's
Wars
theology stream.
Yeah, I don't watch Star Wars. I don't know. I would do a debate on weed, like whether it's better, what as far as it should be legal, illegal, whether it's better for people.
Sure.
Better for society. Sure, I would do so. I would do something like that.
You know how to find me on Discord, right?
Like a prep debate. We both prep for it. Get our notes in order.
I mean, we could have a moderator if you need to, but I'd do it on mine. Again, though, this is Teriac stream. But you've asked me multiple times, but
yeah, I know.
Discord.
Just because of contacting each other. Like I don't check my YouTube messages every day.
Right.
I'm sure you don't either.
Let's let Teriac get back to the show, but I'll link my Discord so you can talk.
I don't do Discord. That's what I'm telling you. You don't have X?
Well, gentlemen, if you really wanted, we could have a quick 5-minute debate. If you just wanted to flesh it out a bit, you know. I'm always partial to a debate or two. You know what I'm saying?
I'm down.
He likes his debates.
Let's go, gentlemen. So wait, what's the prompt again?
I mean, I'll give it to Pseudo. I can argue anything as far as
how about
I'll give you 10 minutes because, like I said, because then it's like at least 5 minutes each, just a little taste, you know. It's like be 5-minute opening, so each their own kind of thing. What's the prompt?
Marijuana use? Is marijuana use?
Marijuana's racist. Don't say that. We can start there.
Start where?
Call it marijuana.
I mean, don't call it marijuana.
That's a racist term.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Do you know the history of that word?
No, I don't care. It doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything.
Okay.
All right, let's call it Sensimilia. What do you want to call
cannabis?
it?
Cannabis. Is cannabis harmful or negative?
Is cannabis harmful? Yeah, that's a good prompt. Is cannabis harmful?
Yeah, I can do that. Which you want to be on the affirmative or the negative?
Yes. Yeah. So I'll start. Right. All right. Is cannabis harmful?
Go, boys.
Yes.
Well, shouldn't I go first since I'm on the affirmative? Or wait, no, you're on the affirmative.
No, I'm on the affirmative.
I don't think it's my bad.
Okay, so we're gonna look at harm in different ways. I'll start with the physical. It kills THC, no matter how it's ingested. Obviously, we know smoking, any substance.
Which version? Horrible. Hold on. Which version of THC?
Anything THCA, Delta, anything, any THC, any weed product.
Are you aware of the delineation between any of those?
It's irrelevant for this part. THCA, you smoke THC, you smoke premature THCA buds, converts to THC. THC in any form. I'm talking about smoking it right now. Okay, so whether you're smoking CBD bud, whether you're smoking CBD bud, it doesn't matter. Any substance you smoke.
No. This is important. You need to define what your semantics on this are, because there's THCA, there's THC.
I just said that. THCA. Okay,
so what's the difference? Can you define those for me so that we know what we're talking about?
Yeah. THCA, if ingested on its own, will not get you high. THCA has to be carbonized.
Nope.
Decarbonized. Well, you have to smoke it.
Decarboxylation
or cook it.
Yes, but you're close enough.
It's irrelevant. smoking is. I'm going to start there. This is my first point. Smoking any substance, burning it, putting tar in your lungs. Obviously, it's bad for you. It's
Okay,
really
what
bad.
if I
for you.
don't smoke it?
If you don't smoke it, THC enters the bloodstream, crosses the blood-brain barrier, and kills brain
no.
cells. Alters
Yeah.
your way. It alters your way of thinking, which it isn't good. Just like
Which
just like
one?
alcohol.
Which one?
Which one? What?
This is why delineation is important, because THC has to be decarboxylized, right, in order for you to smoke it. But what you're not taking into account is that it can be decarboxylated and put into edibles, and once you ingest them, it takes tetracarbon 9 and your liver converts it into tetracarbon 11, which is a totally different compound, which is why edibles hit way different than smoking it.
Okay. Gets you high, right?
And
Still gets you high, right? Okay, that's the one. So crosses the blood-brain barrier. Kills brain cells.
No.
It affects
Nope.
short. Yes, it does.
Nope.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. Prove it.
Oh
No, it does
really?
not. CBG actually regenerates.
I could find a million. I could find a million studies if I had. I could find a million studies
Prove it.
if I brought it up
Prove it.
on my
You
on my
just
phone.
made
right
the
now.
claim that it kills brain cells. Prove that it kills brain cells.
I guarantee you there's studies.
All right.
I don't
From
have
where?
I don't have my computer in front of me right now.
Who can
It's-
study it? Who studies cannabis? Because you can't in the United
Kills-
States.
it
So
kills-
who's studying it?
kills brain cells. Okay, it's been
Mhm.
studied.
who's
It's been
studying
studied forever.
By
Are you gonna
whom?
you're gonna honestly make the argument that marijuana doesn't kill brain cells?
Yes.
I think you're proof enough that it does. Okay, there's my evidence.
How? Because I can prove it and you can't?
No.
Prove it then.
Just,
I can
okay,
prove it.
I think you prove it.
I can
think
cite
you prove it.
studies.
I think you are proof. You are proof that it kills brain
Why?
cells.
By proving something? And sticking to the
Yes.
topic? How?
No, just you being anybody that listens.
So if
listens to this.
Israel had been studying this whole time in Jerusalem, actually, ironically, that CBG, which is the God particle in cannabis, actually can not only stop regenerative brain function, but increase brain function. You're gonna disprove that?
CBG.
Yes,
Is that what you
you
said?
did hear me correctly, which is
Okay,
a
so-
compound in cannabis.
Okay, so that's one compound that let's say I
It's
grant
the
that
main
some
one.
good could come out of it. Just like I will
Name
grant.
one
just
other. All
listen.
right, name one other one, so that we know we're on the same page on
Okay.
compounds.
It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
Yeah,
I'm talking
you
about
can't.
I'm talking
No,
about
it's not
THC.
irrelevant. It's totally
THC
irrelevant.
is the main component. People don't give a fuck about all that shit. They care
How are
about
we going to
they
debate
care about
this for more
terpenes.
than?
They care
I
about
just told you
terpenes.
in 5 minutes,
They
motherfucker.
care about
Are you serious?
terpenes and THC.
What is a
Nobody's
terpene?
Nobody's
Hold on.
buying the 5%
Oh,
THC.
are you AIing
Yeah.
right now? What's a terpene?
No.
What is a terpene?
Pinene, all the different terpenes and
Beta
and
myrcene,
they give it taste. I think the
linalool.
effects. I think the
No.
effects is all
They
bullshit.
occur
I
in
don't know
all
if any
plants,
effects. It
motherfucker.
affects it. Yeah, it affects the taste. I don't think it was.
No.
That's just my opinion, but that's irrelevant. I'm talking
Hey.
about THC. THC.
Do you know what?
The compound that compound that gets you high. You're not going to talk over me. THC, the compound that gets you high.
You're talking over me,
kills brain cells.
motherfucker.
Kills
I
brain
have the
cells.
facts. You do not.
Everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. It
Prove
affects
it.
short-term memory. I was an idiot.
No.
when I
No.
smoked weed all the time.
No.
I'm not saying
no,
doing it
no.
once in a while, okay, is gonna
No.
kill you.
You're
I think
claiming
overall,
it kills
we should-
brain cells. It doesn't.
overall, any substance that
Nope.
alters
You-
your state of
You
mind
can't talk over
generally
me.
is bad. Any
You are
substance
wrong.
that alters your state of mind generally is bad for you. You're better off not ingesting any
It
of these
doesn't
substances.
prove killing
You're
brain
better off
cells.
not. Are you gonna really make me go
Yes,
log in,
I am,
turn on the
because you made
computer,
the
and go
fucking
bring all
claim.
this shit up? Is that really what you're?
I
you're
know
gonna
more
do?
about this than you. Look at the fucking chat. The whole chat is fucking telling you the same thing I am. It does not kill brain
Yeah, because
cells.
they're all potheads that are gonna die on Weed Hill because they smoke. And even when I smoked, I wasn't like that. I knew the shit's not good for you. It's not good for you. You better. Are you better off not using it than using it?
I hope you take this in a formal debate because I will destroy you for 2 hours on this.
Yeah, I'll prep for
I
it. and
destroyed you in
will
5
not
minutes. What are you even talking about? Are you even aware that your body has an
You have not made what I'm saying. It's bad for you. You're going to tell me. You're going to tell me it's better. It's better to use marijuana, to use weed, to use cannabis than to not use cannabis.
It's not what I said. You said it kills brain cells. That's
It
what
does.
we're talking about.
There's a
No,
million.
it
There's a
doesn't.
million. There's a
Prove it.
million freaking studies out there showing that it does.
Prove it. Prove it.
There's
Show
a
me
million
one.
good-
Show me one.
Look it up. Look it up. Google.
I don't have to.
Google.
You're making
Google.
claims.
Google it. Look it up. Does
I
THC
don't have
kill
to. I
brain
know
cells?
more about this than you. But there
Does
is no
T-
study.
Okay, then Google it and see what it says and read it to everybody.
How many people have died from cannabis?
Car accidents. You don't think people have gotten in car accidents? It's been proven. Fatal. There are traffic fatalities related to the cannabis
I've
use.
asked you 2
100%.
questions. You have not been answered.
I'm not talking
been
about
able to
overdose.
answer.
I don't think anybody's overdosed on THC. Just like nobody really overdoses on nicotine unless they drink a bottle of Nick that's used to make
Suit up.
vape juice, or it goes on
Suit
their
up.
skin.
Calm down. Take a
I'm
hit.
calm.
Think
Listen,
about things.
I'm making the argument.
You have not made
if
a
you believe,
single argument. You sound like Brian Shapiro right now.
no, I don't.
Yes, you do. And just by you saying that
You're,
makes
okay,
you
you're saying
worth it.
weed does not kill. You're saying weed does not. THC does not kill brain cells. That's what you're saying.
Yes. Yes.
Then Google it. Look it up.
I don't have
If
to. You
THC
said
kills-
that brain cells kill people. You don't try to turn this around on me.
Wait, what's that?
You said that weed does not, or the weed kills brain cells. You made that.
THC kills brain
And
cells.
I've asked you this entire time to prove it to me because I know what the research is.
Oh, yeah,
And
you know what your
mentioned-
cherry pick. Your
No,
cherry pick.
shut
Your
the
cherry
fuck
pick
up.
research
Let me
says.
finish a goddamn
I'm gonna
sentence.
go
for
look it up and
fuck's
make an ass out of you.
sake.
That's all.
Can I say why by
Go ahead,
talking over
talk
me?
while I look
That's
it up. You
working.
talk. I'm gonna
The
pull it
Ben
up on my
Shapiro-
computer.
or
It's fine.
Brian Shapiro tactic. Go ahead, look it up. Google it. Google it.
Go ahead. Let him keep talking.
I want you to Google how
No,
many
no,
brain
no.
cells have died by cannabis.
Get
0.
Yeah.
How many
Uh-huh.
brain cells have been regenerated by cannabis and CBG specifically?
Well,
How
that-
much
that-
research has gone into helping autistic children who have hardcore brain function issues, and it's helped them greatly.
I'm
And
not
with
saying that there aren't good things
now,
that came out of out of
shit.
cannabis in general. I'm talking about use of
Fucking-
THC to become intoxicated for recreational use. That's what I'm talking about. Of course,
Zero
it has
brain
medical
loss, yeah.
benefits. Almost anything
Zero brain
has some medical benefits. I have a grandnephew that uses CBD because he has cluster
Oh, now you
seizures.
know what CBs are?
Of course, I know what CBD is.
Yeah,
You said
how do they affect
you mentioned CBG, and I was just asking you CBG to clarify.
Oh,
Hold
CBD comes from CBG.
on. What?
See, this is what I'm saying. You are
I'm
not
talking
even.
about dude. I'm talking about THC. That's what I'm
Brain
talking about.
cells.
When I say cannabis, I'm talking about
where are the brain cells dying? Prove to me the brain cells
I'm
die.
looking-
You have
dude,
not done that. You've
I'm-
made the claim, and
I'm looking it up. If you give me a second, go
Brain
ahead. All right,
cells dying
you
due
keep
to
talking. Go ahead, keep talking. I'm gonna look it up.
You should also look up what your endocannabinoid system is. It's
No, I'm good.
a biology thing. You idiot. I would love to do this with you for 2 hours, but you'd have to fucking get muted because you can't stop talking. Now that I get to talk, CBG is actually from the O genus Sativa cannabis, which actually can regenerate a lot of things from the head up. But it was restricted from being researched in the United States. But Jerusalem, for some reason, in their cool ass university, has been leading the research.
Largest U.S. study finds teen cannabis use linked to slower cognitive development.
That's a horseshit argument. You have to be 21 to buy weed.
Oh my God! Really? I didn't know that.
That's what regulation is supposed to
I didn't know that. So wait, so it's a lie. It's a fake study because no underage people use weed. I had no way of getting it when I was 14 years old. I was in high school.
Why are teens getting weed? You have to show an ID where I sell it.
It doesn't matter. They still get it.
Yeah,
See, now you're shifting the goalposts. Now you're shifting the goalposts. Now you're shifting the goalposts. I just proved it. Now it's it can't because they're underage and they can't obtain it. It doesn't. And that's just one study. I didn't even get into the brain cells. I just figured I'd bring that one up. But I'm gonna get into the many studies that show
you're wasting more brain cells than cannabis has ever done.
Blah 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah.
You have an actual study because it's actually illegal in America to study that.
Do you want me to read? Do you want me to read the study? So it has to be an American study. It can't come from many other nations.
That's the study you're citing, not an American study.
That study was. That last study was an American study.
If you can't study it in America.
What? You're the one that made the claim you can't study in America.
No, you have been making claims.
You tell me it can't independently be studied, like outside the federal government. Do you want me to read? Do you want me to read or not? Because you're gonna be cooked.
Let's see your clickbait shit.
Oh, no. So now it's clickbait. So I pull up a study.
It's illegal to study in America. What are you talking about? Any American article you're gonna.
I'm all right. I'm not even gonna bother you. This is like getting old.
It's legal to study it in America. Isn't that what Schedule 3 is all about?
You're saying it's illegal to study marijuana in America.
Do you not know about Donald Trump's
cannabis use in America? Is that what you're telling me?
You don't even know what you're talking about. You're fucking retarded.
It sounds like you don't. Sounds like you ate too many gummies. Sounds like you ate too many gummies, bro.
Are you serious right now? It's literally my job. You're so dumb.
No, I think you're the one coming out looking that way.
Oh, really?
All right, here we go. Let's see if you're even right on that.
Mm-hmm.
In the United States, studying cannabis is not illegal, but it is heavily regulated at the federal level and can be restricted depending on type of research and substances involved. Boom, bitch. Done.
Yeah, and who's studying it?
What? It's
because it's federally illegal. No one.
Dude, the time's up. The time's up. I want to hear. I want to hear you make a point because I haven't heard any yet. Everything you said, I just proved this bullshit.
I'm only going to continue this if we can do it in formal rules where you shut the fuck up when I give you evidence.
Oh, you don't. Come on, you both do it. Don't be a crybaby.
Damn.
Come on, don't be a crybaby now.
That was the preview.
You know how to debate for it, bro. People interrupt and talk over each other.
Okay.
I'd rather not even bother having a formal discussion.
What schedule? What schedule?
People that use it can be honest about it.
Why is marijuana? Why is saying marijuana racist? Let's ask it that one.
I don't care. It's not racist. Nothing's racist. It's all bullshit. I don't believe in all that bullshit. I'm not a leftist, bro.
But you keep challenging me to debates, and I just gave you one that I could go to town on you on, which I
don't think
did.
you just did. I don't think you just did. And you
Well, then
listen. It's been a
challenge-
long time since I've used it. It's been a long time since
Yeah,
I've
for
used
2 hours.
any cannabis product besides CBD isolate.
Mhm.
So
What is CBD
you
isolate?
should have the advantage, but you didn't really make a good case. You really didn't make a good case.
I didn't make a good case.
Is cannabis harmful? Did I not prove that it is?
No.
Ask the chat. Ask the chat what they think. Did I not prove that it's harmful, at least to some extent? Or that it does more harm than good?
Fine. I'm not.
And I don't hate on it. Listen, I don't hate on it. I don't freaking knock people's, but as long as you keep your shit together and you take care of your responsibilities. I just think overall people that just use it as a crutch all day
Hey,
aren't
you
doing
asked,
themselves any
you
good.
asked chat. Are you watching? You asked chat. You watching? You reading? You shouldn't ask.
Podhead, probably a podhead. It helps me. That doesn't make any sense. It can help you. It can help you do things. It can also be bad. I'm saying it does more harm than good. Look at the overall damage. Look at the overall damage to society. Contributes to the degeneracy. Look at all these freaking people. All these people. Look, you don't think slowing cognitive development in kids is a bad thing?
Kids shouldn't be smoking weed, motherfucker. I already established that.
But they do.
That's on the parents.
And it's increasing. No, it's increasing because
Yes,
of
you have to be 21 to buy weed.
legalization, especially
But
for
weed,
recreational
yeah,
use.
go fuck yourself.
They're all freaking doing it. They're getting it from their parents.
So regulation is not good because wouldn't that prevent more kids from getting it if you have to provide an ID?
Regulation is good. I think it should just be.
Right.
It should only be legal for medical
Then it's
use,
on the
legitimate
parents,
medical
right?
use. That's it.
No,
Not for
fuck.
recreational use.
Go fuck yourself.
Not for recreational use.
Why? Based on what? What's your point? You're making the claim.
It's
you have
better.
yet to
It is better to be clear-headed and be able to make rational decisions than going around stoned all freaking day.
Should you be allowed to drink a beer?
I think beer is bad too. I think
Should you-
alcohol is bad too.
Not what I
I think
asked.
it's irrelevant.
So not what I asked. Should you be allowed to? As an adult.
I would be fine if they
Have
outlawed
you ever
alcohol.
drank
yes.
beer?
I think
Have you
I would be
drank
fine
beer?
if they banned alcohol. I would be fine. Yes.
Oh,
I'd be
that's
fine
not
with
what
that.
I asked. Dodging motherfucker.
Is it bad to drink a beer? Is that what you're asking me?
Not what I asked.
What'd you ask?
Oh wait, yes. Is it bad to drink a beer? That is what I asked.
You don't even remember what you fucking asked. You had to think about it.
Well, it's because you're obfuscating
Yeah,
so
it
fucking
can
much
be.
I have to
Sure.
remind myself.
It can be bad to drink a beer. Yeah, sure.
But have you?
But have I?
Mm-hmm.
Of course I have.
Okay.
That's
So
irrelevant. That's
Right,
irrelevant.
so
though.
nobody should be able
I've smoked a whole lot of weed. That's also irrelevant.
So just because it didn't work for you, nobody else should be able to.
Then why are you trying to quit?
Who said I was trying to quit? What are you
Oh,
fucking talking about?
the words came out of your mouth, bro. The words came out of your mouth. You said
Wait.
you were trying to quit. What was it, on Speakeasy's open panel, or was it on when you did your 420? The words came out of your mouth. I have a pretty good memory.
No.
You said you were trying to quit. You said you were trying to quit.
Can anybody verify this? Because I'm pretty sure I
You
never
did.
said that.
You did.
Weed.
You sure it wasn't me, Pseudo?
No, it was nope. It was 100% Darth. I'm pretty
Nah.
sure it might. I'm pretty sure it might have been on his.
Because
little-
I said I was trying to stop, and Easy said he was trying to stop as well.
Yep.
Oh, Dart said he was. Dart said he
You're
wanted
wrong.
to. He wanted to eventually quit. I'm pretty sure is what he said.
What are you talking about? Nope.
I think that's how you worded it. Eventually, you wanted to quit. You wanted to stop. It might have been on the 420 panel you did on your own
on my
panel.
420, the channel.
It might have been. I know you said it. You did say it. I'm not just making it up.
You got me fucked up, bro. I would never say that.
You did.
No. I might have said I might start eating weed. No. You pull up the
You definitely said it. You definitely said it. You did. I know it was you. I remember. Dude, I have a photographic memory. Like a photographic memory.
All right.
It was you.
All right.
An audiographic memory. I hear your voice saying it. You definitely said it. You definitely said it.
Pseudo. Not only did I wreck you so bad here, I want you to agree.
No, you didn't.
Fuck, I said shut the fuck up. Let me finish a goddamn.
Fuck you. Tell me shut the fuck up. You didn't. I proved weed is bad. Anybody that doesn't agree with that, I put forth evidence that weed is bad. THC is bad for you. I put evidence that shows THC is bad for you. Can it do some good things? Yes. But it can also be bad. No one can deny that. Anybody that denies that I didn't show anything is fucking stupid. Okay? Fucking stupid. And they're willing to die on the I fucking get stoned and I like it fucking hill. I put that together. I'm not hating on it. I'm saying generally, yes, it's bad. There are bad things about it.
Please, for fucking 2 seconds.
Bro, you said bring up a study. I bring up a study. Oh, it can't be studied in the US. Then I freaking looked it up and said it can be studied in the US. Every argument you made, I defeated, bro. How can anybody sit there with a straight face and say I didn't bring any fucking receipts? Get the fuck out of here.
No, you listen for 2 fucking seconds. For fuck's sake, you keep asking me for a debate.
Bro. Say something. Say something. Say something.
Do a live stream, and you can come on my channel, and we can do this, and then you won't be able to talk over me. How about that? You agree with that?
I'll do it. And it'll be so embarrassing because I'll spend a couple of days getting all the receipts and all the data together.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How you
I'm not saying. Did I ever say T8 that weed?
I challenge you.
That there are compounds in cannabis that don't do some good things to some people. I never said that. Is it bad?
Answer the question. I fucking challenge you. Anytime, anywhere on my channel.
And I just took it.
3 hours. Stop hijacking other people's channel. I also did, and I apologize, Steriac. But I know he likes a good debate. But anyways, I will destroy you for many hours. Please find me. DM me. I don't have social media, so good luck on that. I have a YouTube channel. You can find me there.
Bro, you got to get another way people contact you. I can't do that Discord. That Discord thing's like fucking hieroglyphics.
Yeah, but you've messaged me on YouTube.
Why don't you just get X? Get an X account.
No.
DM me.
I don't have time for that shit.
You don't have an email?
Test me, and
I
now
do not have an email. Are you serious? You really don't have an email? Come on, bro. I'm not gonna freaking go dox you. I'm not a douchebag.
I'm not asking you to dox my YouTube channel. You already messaged me on my YouTube channel. That's why I'm calling you.
I don't got an email.
But
you figure out. We figure out a day that we could do it.
Yeah. Comment on.
I mean, I just went. Bro, I spent a minute looking up shit on my computer. It's just it's everywhere. The studies are everywhere.
You're come prepared.
Of course, you can find. You're gonna find stuff. You're gonna find study that there's there's a million freaking compounds in it. Of course, some of them do. Like I said, my grandnephews have been having cluster seizures, and CBD isolate stopped them. Yes, it's a good thing. But isn't it okay? Isn't I didn't make the argument. I didn't put forth receipts that it does bad. You said it doesn't kill brain cells. It slows cognitive development.
Okay.
Look at all the people I just look at the people that freaking smoke weed on a regular basis, and most of them are fucking pretty fried, bro.
You should not have access to it, for fuck's sake.
but they do. And,
Save it for a later
and-
time. Can you let Teriak get on with this thing?
Well,
Yes.
ladies and gentlemen, the poll results are in, and out of 6 votes, 83% says the Dart was the victor.
Thank you.
I can't.
But
I can't
there,
help.
there
I can't
was
help
like
those people.
35 people in chat, so again, like, chat, what the fuck's up with the low turnout here? You're basically saying that, like, we're wondering why the country's fucked because no one's voting. You know what I'm saying? So, guys, if there's a poll there, make sure you get the votes in. It's free. It's damn near free. But like I said, folks, in terms of the back and forth, gentlemen, I am a fan of the debate. You know what I'm saying? You got to get the debates going. You know what I mean? Dialogue, getting to the like structure and arguments, all that kind of stuff. Jack, what are your thoughts as the conscientious non-debater?
About what?
The motherfucking debate.
Well, yeah, but I mean, what about it? Like, I'm sorry,
This guy.
I'm super tired. I'm super tired.
This motherfucker.
I'm scared to death. I'm frightened and I don't know what to do. I'm confused and I want to go home.
Jack's pulling the Johnny Depp.
You smoke too much.
No,
What
I've
happened?
been
What happened to that motherfucker?
been up way
used
too
to
long
like-
as well.
I used to like him, man. He in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. That was like his best performance ever. And then he went off on this
Save
fucking
it.
Trump shit.
Save it, brother. You're gonna need it.
But what were you asking me, Teriak? I want to make sure.
Your
Like, I was just
thoughts
looking
on
for-
the debate.
Right, but is there anything specifically you want me to address?
Not specifically, but specifically.
Yeah, I
like,
know. Yeah. I know.
Who do you think made a better argument?
I'd have to see it fully fleshed out. I feel like Dart does definitely have the knowledge in it. But I could see where Pseudo was trying to go, but I don't feel like there was a full kind of fleshed out thing. I feel like if there was more of that, then I would have more of an idea on it. But I think as it stands right now, I definitely want to see more. You know.
Yeah. Well, like where I was trying to go was so Darth would bring it, and I do this too. It's just, you know, you go back and forth, talk over each other. He'd say, okay, show me evidence it does X, Y, Z. And I bring up the study, and then he starts moving the goalpost. You know, like everything I did. So I brought up the one about how it affects cognitive development in teens. And he said, switch it to teens. I didn't say anything about, I said it's bad. I didn't say anything about whether it's adults versus kids, right? Then I moved to a different topic where he says it's illegal to study it in the U.S. I proved right there. I brought it up. It is not illegal to study cannabis in the U.S. It's regulated, but it's not illegal. And those are just like two things. I mean, if I had the time and I want to lay all this out and I prepared for it, you know.
Well, that's what I was saying is if it's like that, and because with words that were used, and you know, like you have to be very very analytical about those. So I think the questions are warranted. It's just a matter of the timing of it all and what is kind of worth it. Like, you know, because you could be super pedantic about it, but you got to understand that that's going to take a large portion of the argument. So, you know, in a timed sense, you know, it's very, you have to consider those things. So I think you got to know what your stance is, and you have to be paying attention to the argument as well, because if someone says something and then it's like, well, I didn't say that, and then you kind of have to go over it, you also realize that that's going to take time as well. So
Dart's famous for saying something like, I didn't say that, and then he'd be like, oh wait, yeah, I did.
Oh, whatever. I'm famous
you asked
for
me a
it.
question. You said,
Am I famous?
What was it? Yes. Oh, come on, bro. Come on, it's fine. Listen,
famous?
What was the question you asked me earlier, like after debate? You said, is it bad to have a beer? And then I went back. I said, what did you ask me? Is beer good? Or I said, you asked me, is it bad to have a beer? You said no. And then you're like, oh wait, yeah, that's what I asked you.
Yeah, I did flip flop on that one because I was drinking a beer at the time.
I think alcohol is bad too.
But I'm also not.
Alcohol is worse. Alcohol is worse.
Hold on. Can I fucking say something, please?
Go ahead.
I'm also fucking with you because that was a precursor. I'm saying if we're gonna do a 2-hour debate, I'm not giving you all my fucking cards right now. I'm purposely playing with my food because I could destroy you for 2 hours on this.
Listen, that's your freaking your wheelhouse. I'll do it though, and I mean it's
sign up.
It's like somebody in the chat said it is an ambiguous prompt, but is it bad? So the way I look at it is, does it do more harm than good? I didn't even get into all the ways. I just think the whole message of it, like I don't want to say morally, but like from a Christian worldview, there's really nothing says we can't drink or smoke or
I could also argue that it is bad. That's how I know I'm gonna win.
I do know for a fact. You said eventually you wanted to quit, or you were trying to quit. It did come to be fair, I'm not just making it up. I have a really good memory with shit like that.
Go ahead. My receipts are on my channel. You can go find them.
I don't know if it was on that. If it was on that I kind of think it was, or it could have been what it could have been. On Speakeasy's one of his. Might have been after your show. Didn't we do like a hot seat or something? And we were all bullshitting after that night after you.
The fucked up thing. I know exactly what you're talking about, but it wasn't weed.
No. It was weed.
Nope.
You talking about drinking?
Yep.
No. No, we're talking. It was about weed.
Nope.
Anyways.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know. I definitely, like I said, I wanted to see more, and I think you just have to be careful about the words in between all of these things. Like just making claims and knowing what you're sticking to, kind of remember, and just not spending a shit ton of time on that as well, though. So you have to be very precise with it, because you can definitely get bogged down.
Well, that's why I need an opening statement.
Yeah. But that's nice. Like you said, it's a nice like kind of preview. It's something that you can argue it, because I agree with Pseudo on the end that there are bad things to it, but are those bad things enough to where the benefits of it is greater? So that's something that you guys would have to flush out, and that's the argument. And you can go several different directions within that, but generally that's what you're looking for, right?
I think we gotta come up with a different, maybe a different prompt, because it is pretty ambiguous
already.
Like, is it bad? No, listen, I'm looking at the lungs. I think medically there are compounds in cannabis that definitely have benefits. I'm looking at it more the lines of using cannabis recreationally to get high. Those are the lines I'm looking at.
We got critiques off the prompt. So we'll say, should cannabis be?
Wait, hold on. Why does it get to move the goalposts?
Not moving the goalposts. Like we came up with the prompt like fairly quickly, but wasn't that what I was talking about? I said like I 100% agree. I'm talking medically. Like when you start talking about other compounds, CBG, CBD.
You said it kills brain cells. Then medically, it would be no bueno.
THC kills brain cells.
It was rigged. It was rigged like the 2020 election, apparently. So we're going to do 10 minutes on should recreational cannabis use be legal. Okay, gentlemen. All right, get yourselves ready.
I'm going to go no.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
I'm saying no. Are you gonna make me say yes?
Told you I could argue this both ways.
All right, I'll do it. Let's go. I'll take the affirmative.
All right, I'll start the timer whenever you're ready, Pseudo.
Okay. I think recreational cannabis use should be legal, because no matter what, whether it's legal or illegal, people are going to use it. You look at all the crime. You look at all the crime from making it illegal. All the people that were in jail. You had people put in prison for like petty quantities of marijuana that did years and years in prison. And if you're dealing it, it takes it to a whole different level. I think the whole war on drugs was just an idea to stop the free thinkers, stop people from thinking outside the box. Cannabis is technically considered a psychedelic, not in the same way that LSD, DMT, psilocybin is a psychedelic, but I do think it can open up your mind. It can help you sort shit out, so to speak. I think making it illegal causes more harm than good.
Do I get to talk now?
Yeah, let's call out my opening statement. Go ahead.
Couldn't you have just like decriminalized it instead of making it totally legal and making corporations a whole bunch of money?
Decriminalization is the same thing as legalization.
No, it is not.
Yes, it is. Because if you're decriminalizing it, there's no penalty. So where's the incentive?
No, because if it was decriminalized on a federal level, they would also be able to use the money and move it around and whatnot. But people wouldn't go to jail for it. But big, huge corporations wouldn't be able to like strong arm people into minimum wage, shitty ass jobs and sexual harassment and all that type of stuff.
Okay. When it's decriminalized, it becomes more available. People are gonna grow. More people are gonna grow it.
Nope.
Right. United States.
Nope. Because just because it's decriminalized doesn't mean you get to freely sell it.
We're not.
You can grow it for personal use and whatnot, and you're just not going to get arrested for that.
To be fair, it's legal. Well, okay, I'll grant you that decriminalization and legality are two different things.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why it shouldn't be recreation only.
I'm saying it should be legal.
No, because then Walmart's
legal, illegal or illegal.
And only big, huge corporations can afford the licensing for it.
What's the opposite of legal?
That's why I said decriminalization.
What is the opposite of legal?
I'm not going to fall into your fallacy.
What is the opposite of legal? It's not a trap. It's a simple question.
It should not be recreationally legal because corporate entities can take advantage because they're the only ones that can get the licenses because it's legal through state government.
They're doing the same thing with it being but they're doing the same thing with it being medically legal. Look at the quality of it. It went to shit, right?
It's recreational. Nobody's talking about medical.
It's legal.
It says recreational in the prompt.
It was made legal for medical use also.
Yeah,
wasn't
but
it?
Well, certain states it is. But
And
also should
what
doesn't mean that just because it is doesn't mean it should. I live in a recreational state. I don't think it should be recreational legally. It should be able to be grown by yourself and decriminalized so that you're not like, say you get pulled over or you just have it on you. You shouldn't go to jail.
Decriminalization. It's decriminalization.
Yes, it's called difference of words.
Should just be legal. Anybody could grow it in their backyard. Okay, isn't that the best way to do it? Is that the best way to do it? So everybody could have, let's say, 4 or 5 plants.
No, because you shouldn't have it around kids and shit.
They can set up a little grow room in their house, grow 4 plants. Then they don't have to spend money buying it off the street, off some drug dealer, where it could be laced with fentanyl, or it could be fake, or God knows what. Just make it legal.
Being legalized is going to change that?
Absolutely. If you made it legal, overall legal, federally, for recreational.
What we're talking about, read the prompt.
Legal. Should recreational cannabis be legal? Yes. Make it legal.
Where?
So they everywhere federally. So they can use it for medical use if they choose. They can use it for recreational use. It's either or. If you're making it legally, if I'm making an argument for it to be legal recreationally, obviously they could use it for their own to self medicate, right? Isn't that the best? Isn't that the best way?
No, because
people learn how to cultivate it. People learn how to cultivate it on their own. If they want to go buy it from a growery,
have anything to do with it being legal.
Quality,
to do with it being
that's their own prerogative. We're not going to put people in jail for it.
Is it legal for you to smoke a joint in your room if nobody sees you?
No, it's not. If nobody sees me, it's still illegal. If a tree falls in the forest, does it make a sound? Nobody hears it.
You know, it's funny. It's in Illinois. It's not. It's totally not. If somebody can see you, it's totally not legal to smoke a joint in your room. But it's recreationally legal here. That's why I'm saying decriminalize it. It needs to be descheduled as well.
I think you legalize it, but at the same time, you shouldn't. It should be treated like alcohol, controlled in a way as far as driving under the influence. And you shouldn't be able to.
Yes. So kids don't have access to it. Like the whole thing I was talking about before, to like where you have to have an ID so the kids can't get to it.
Kids had access. You know, when I smoked weed when I was a kid, it was easier to get weed. When it was illegal across the board, it was easier to get weed than it was
parents
for me to get
paying
beer.
attention. It's the parents. I made that point earlier.
Listen. It was easier. You could ask anybody that grew up. I was born in '76.
I didn't smoke weed as a kid.
You grew up, okay. What? So good for you. I'm glad you did.
Well, you know why? Because my parents didn't let me.
Because what?
Yeah, I had good parents.
I had good parents too. It's called peer pressure. It's kind of like where I grew up. Everybody smoked weed. Like even the jocks. I played hockey. I was an athlete. I still smoked weed. Everybody did. But my point is, it was 100% illegal. Like I know people who got put on probation. Listen, I knew people.
Jail, though, which was your point.
What's that?
Well, that's why I say decriminalization and deschedulation is the best thing that could happen for cannabis, because it would actually get the people out of jail who were incarcerated for that. Generally, though, if you look into it, because like my company does a lot of like shit of getting people out of jail, they also had a lot of other crimes. So it's not just weed. But on mom and pop shops, that's the only hint I'm gonna get out of this, because I do want to pay you like a long ass one. I'm trying not to give too much away because it's a preview, right? But yet we've been going for like an hour and a half now. And I'm still trying not to give too much away.
I don't, guys. I like the whole topic to me. It's kind of I don't know. it's kind of pointless in a way. It's like pointless. You know.
I agree.
I know, of course, you would pick this topic because you're pro weed. Like I said, I'm not.
I can argue
I'm not
against it though, too. I just don't think it should be fully legal.
All right,
Gentlemen,
5,
we reached the end of it.
4, 3,
Shout out
2,
to
1,
How
0.
Long Day
Yeah,
for
you know,
$10. Says tip
I
out
tried
in
to do it.
45 days. Dickhead potheads. Unbelievable. Let me give you a little bit of Pepe for that one. Appreciate you very kindly, Nate. And he's on the panel, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome in, Nate.
Oh, good morning. This is what I get to wake up to.
I tried my best. I tried my best. Obviously, everybody knows I don't think weed should just be legalized, but I said, screw it. I'll take the affirmative on it. I tried. I tried my best.
Well, but so it seems really pedantic, but there is an actual difference between legalization and decriminalization.
Thank you.
Decriminalization just removes any kind of penalty for use or non-use, right? Legalization sets licenses, certificates, permits, and the actual definition of a license is permission to do something which without that permission would be illegal. So it's all, you want to rot your brain, fine, just stay off the freaking roads, stay away from the rest of society, lock yourself in a closet and do it.
That's why I say legalization. So, same time, if you legalize it, I think they're going to crack down on people driving under the influence of it. That would be my biggest problem.
Well, you got
what people want to do to themselves.
Right.
I don't really, it doesn't really, as far as that, it doesn't really affect me if somebody wants to be stoned all day, as long as they're not using it at work. Because I have almost gotten killed from working with somebody that would go in 9:30 break and lunch break, would go in their car and get stoned, and for about 45 minutes afterwards, they were just goofy as hell, couldn't do shit.
I hate that shit too. Do you really think I'm stoned 24 hours a day?
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
You didn't even ask. That would have been probably
only when he jumps on Teriak's panel.
So decriminalization thing.
So here's the thing: is like there is no rapid test that is even 45% reliable for THC and cannabinoids, right?
I gotta go.
So there is no way to test roadside whether or not someone is on it.
Yeah, they do a blood test and they can't tell. They can't exactly tell when you used it. I get it.
Right. And there's no way to tell how much of it should be affecting who. It is, I mean, yeah, alcohol affects everybody a little bit differently, but overall it's the same. Whereas, like, oh shit, in my 20s, I quit smoking weed because every time I took a hit, I had 5 minutes and I was passing out for an hour. Like, there's no such thing as public intox with cannabis for me, right? Other people can be smoking blunts 24/7 and you wouldn't even notice other than the smell. So
my argument is it still affects you to some extent.
Control with medical. Oh yeah, it definitely would. But those guys are generally just pedaling around on their bicycles all day and never breaking a 5 mile an hour limit. So, what are you going to do about that? Anyway, it was a ridiculous thing to wake up to, hearing two dudes arguing about freaking cannabis. Anyway,
well, Did you miss
Good
the
morning,
first one?
everybody.
Good morning. Did you miss the
Morning.
first? Did you miss the first one where we were the first debate where I was where the prompt was, which is
Yeah.
really ambiguous.
Yeah, I didn't.
Cannabis is bad. So I took the side. My argument was yes. I think I think there are definitely negative things, and I think I think it would be better off if more people weren't going around under the influence of brain altering substance. That's
Well, like a key thing, like I said, in terms of the like, from what I saw was that like you need to drive the point home in terms of like pointing out the harms, because when you say it's harmful, right? There's things that, like, for example, like chemotherapy is harmful, but it's the only way that like you can get rid of cancer, or it's not the only way, but it's like one method that technically does kill cancer cells, but also kills the healthy cells. You know what I mean? So then the debate would then come down to like defining the specifics of harm, which kind of is like trying to catch a pigeon on a farm kind of thing. It can be quite difficult to nail down. But on the flip side, the critique I'd give to Dart is like mentality where it's like I don't want to give anything away before a debate. Like if you have the trump card, you know what I mean? You'd want to throw that down beforehand, because if you're in the mentality where it's I don't want to give anything away before they actually go in, then you're kind of like leaving yourself open to, okay, if they actually have the counter already on hand, then you're not going to see it as well. Like if you look at it more so of the mentality that I want to just be able to keep improving like the argument, and it's kind of like make it even better and all this kind of shit, waiting off until the debate, you're kind of like doing yourself a disservice on that. Like that's why typically when I am going before a debate, I'm going to be throwing the like arguments out and all this kind of stuff, see if they get knocked down easy, because if there is a counter to that like perspective, then like I'm going to hear the rebuttal, and then I have time before the debate to have a counter to the counter, if you get me. So like there's that whole kind of aspect. Also, like Nate and Dart basic rage quit. You know what I mean? Nate saying that is connection lagged out. I hate rest area. I understand. You know what I mean? And Dart just walked away as well. You know what I mean? I was like, what the fuck? If you say that you destroy him, like it's kind of like you sit back and kind of say, I could do this all day. The Captain America.
I'm looking at comments in the chat, and I mean, if I have time to prepare, like there's a lot of data out there. There's reports from nurses and physicians in emergency rooms. There are people that got, maybe it was the first time they smoked weed, and you're not all kids, or some adults that were suicidal and freaked out over it. Could it be that they were schizophrenic and was undiagnosed? Possibility. I don't know. I think I can come up with a pretty good argument. And this is Dart's wheelhouse. You know what I mean? Like I said, I gave up weed when I was in my 20s. And it wasn't really just to quit smoking weed, or other things involved. So I had to get away from it altogether to better my life. I'm not saying that there aren't some people. There are always outliers. There are some people like probably smoke 24/7, as long as they're not driving around stoned, like they're still handling their business. I think overall, you're like better off not. Is it better than prescription pain pills? If you could responsibly use THC for pain, hell yeah. Opiates are freaking horrible. Horrible.
All right, am I back?
Both
I hear
Nate
you.
and Dart are back.
I didn't rage quit, motherfucker. It's just this dude just talks over me. That's why I want to have the actual. I have no issues with any argument he
I
has.
wasn't even talking to you. I talked over you. I was talking to
What the
Nate.
fuck?
What are you
Right.
talking about?
No, the whole earlier shit. That's why I'm like, if you want to have this longer form where we have turns to where you're not talking over me when I tell you that it's ridiculous to talk about children and the effects of THC because that's on parents. I did do my nuclear weapon. That's one of my biggest ones. But I can do that all day. I have no issues him knowing my arguments. So I didn't rage.
No, I'm saying to put out. No. The rage quit is the meme. Like anytime someone, even if they like drop off, like with Nate, where he loses connection, it's like, yeah, that's a rage quit. I mean, that's a meme. But in terms of like the strengthening the argument, like you would want to do it before the debate, purely because, like I said, like the aspect of if there is a counter.
He's seen.
No, I'm just talking about like a general rule of thumb. Like you'd want to put the like what you have on the table to see if there is a possible counter. Do you know what I mean? Like imagine if we're in a poker game and if you think you've the best hand, like you'd want that to be like you'd want to be sure that this actually is the best hand to be able to test the back. Poker is not really a good example now that I think about it because of the whole betting aspect. But you'd want to be able to like think of like testing like for a sword or going to battle or something like that shit. You're going to make sure that like that whatever formula you have, whatever technology you have to building your weaponry, that it's already tried and tested before it's coming to the war. You know what I mean?
True, but I'm not going to sit here and like look up all the studies. I'll have those ready for the longer one, but I already know where to find them all. So I mean,
I look in the chat and I
He's
see
got
all these
nothing.
people like
He's got nothing.
alcohol. I see the people like on the weed sides like, oh, alcohol. But yeah, alcohol is
I don't
worse
have to
in
use
many
alcohol
aspects.
in my argument either.
I think it's irrelevant though.
Right. Well, it's like, okay, so I live a life where absolutely
saying I
everything.
didn't rage quit. I do have to go to bed so that I can go sell weed.
Rage quit. No, I'm joking.
Rage quit. Rage quit.
I mean, I'm not really selling the weed, but I'm counting it.
I'm calling cops. That's it.
Go ahead. They come
Call the
inspect us
cops.
all the
I'm
time.
gonna say, I know. I'm gonna
Take it easy, Dart. Have a good one. Thanks for coming up.
Thank you.
I'm gonna hire one of them guys that could locate anybody by just a photograph, and that's it.
Right.
Going Fed. Gonna go Fed.
Well, if Darth is really interested in having that conversation long form, he could do it by arranging everything with Teriak, right? Like he sends Teriak a private donation message for even $1, $2, whatever, and says, "Hey, here's my email. You can communicate. We can communicate through you to set this up." And then it's not. Then he's not doxing himself. If he's willing to show his face on camera on Teriak's, then he can share out an email, right?
We got to kind of you got to, in all honesty, like I see problems like with the prompt. It's kind of like we could go around circles. You can go around circles forever, you know. Like
Right.
is something bad? It's like, can it sometimes be? Is it never?
Well, it's like, okay, so, but like I said, that's where you have to be careful with the definitions of it. Decriminalization just removes any penalty for doing it, whereas legalization opens up options for licensing, certification, the ability to control a market for. You know what I mean? And that's what they've done with the medical legalization, and then recreational use. I mean, recreational use in the United States, every state that has it actually has three major contingencies in the bill that got passed. to make it recreationally legal. Number one, they can yank your driver's license, your driving permissions at any time for anything. If you're stoned and you jaywalk in front of a car, well, obviously you're not being responsible with your use of cannabis, so we're not going to let you drive anymore. Another one is they can prevent you from exercising your Second Amendment rights and even purchasing freedom seeds. So they can also remove any previously held Second Amendment items, and that is in all 50 states that have made, or that is across all of the United States, everywhere that has made it recreational or medicinally legal. So it is, your ability at that point, your quote unquote freedom to use this natural plant has actually put other freedoms in jeopardy.
Yeah.
At the whim of the government.
To be clear, I just think I don't think they should have. I don't think they should have done any of that. I think you should have just left it the way it was before. I don't think decriminalizing it or legalizing it for recreational use is a good idea. To be fair, I think medical use, yes. For medical use. But then even that's a slippery slope, because look at what they do. Like, you basically you can go apply online, talk to a quote doctor for 10 minutes, say the right thing, and boom, you got a card.
Right.
It's
bullshit. But that's the thing. Nobody actually reads the bills, because even with that, even with medical use, well, your ability to drive yourself to and from work or to and from doctor's offices can be removed at the government's will. Your ability to defend yourself and your family can be removed at the government's will. All for you making the choice to go through the licensure and certification to be able to use this stuff, right? So a flat decriminalization, and in the U.S. is weird because even if it is federally decriminalized, each individual state can make a criminal code on it.
Yeah. Well, look at this whole thing with the farm bill. Is it the something that where if it's less than less than 0.03% THC, that's considered like a hemp product basically, and it's legal. That was called something farm bill. Yeah, like I have to. I'm gonna do a debate. I got to get all my notes in order on this. So, like I said, I gave this shit up a long time, like 20 years ago, over 20 years ago. So there's a store, and I couldn't believe this. So I vape, like nicotine, and it was a vape shop. Well, it was just a regular vape shop, and like 5 minutes from my house. I wouldn't go over there for like vape juice. I'd go there for like sometimes in a pinch I need a coil, or I need some cotton for wick glass for the tank. I go in there, and I notice as I'm walking in, it's now called Cloud Hempistry. And I walk, I'm like, is this a dispensary? And I look, and it got all these jars of weed. And I'm like, oh, I didn't realize this was a dispensary. He's like, oh, no, it's not a dispensary, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, well, wait a second. I'm like, so I don't need a card if I were to buy this? He says, nope. They don't even check your ID. And it's THCA, bud. So it's premature. It's premature flower. But once you smoke that, it becomes, I mean, depending on the THCA level, 20%. It's weed. It's weed.
Yeah.
It's insane. It's insane. And I watch all these people lined up outside of this place. It's just like, this is like out of control, man. You know?
Right.
I don't know.
I mean, it is, and
That's a
it's
hell of
like
a
anything.
loophole.
In today's world, if you can touch it, smell it, or poke it, there's someone gonna make money off it, right?
Yep.
That's just the way it is, and so it's just the infrastructure needs to collapse so that we can go back to at this point. Well, there aren't enough people who have basic skills, so we would literally go back to Stone Age within a week when the gasoline runs out, and then society will be able to reset itself.
Yeah. When I I'll give it another argument where I think this whole especially for recreational use, quote, medical use, which look at the loophole now. I just gave you an example. I go right down the block from my house. When I quit smoking weed, and I moved to an area in the sticks, and there were moments where, oh man, I could really use some freaking weed. And there were a couple of times where I was like, screw it, I want to smoke a joint. I couldn't find any. I didn't know anybody that sold. I couldn't find anybody that sold any. It was up in the woods, I would have to drive back to like Philly, New York City to get it. Now, like, it's just everywhere. So like, it would have been a lot harder. It would have been a lot harder for me to quit.
Right.
You know,
I live a life now, and I choose it, having my CDL. I can actually be given a DUI or DWI, depending on the state, for a 0.02% blood alcohol content, and lose my ability to make money and my ability to drive a personal vehicle.
Yeah. So you need days off to drink.
Yeah. Yeah, basically.
Right?
Well, it does help me, that there was a time when imbibement was a regular thing. But yeah, it's like absolute zero tolerance. There is, if you need a medical certification for THC or for cannabis, you do not get your CDL. They can actually withhold it for up to 7 years of proven non-use, like 7 years of regular testing. And it's nuts. It's crazy, but at the same time, I have to drive through all these other states that have it recreationally legal and even medically legal, where all these idiots are running around puffing, smoking trees, and they're sharing the same highway as me,
Yeah.
and it's my job to keep them safe.
I watch these people. I see it. I never saw this before. The legalization, medical, recreational, whatever. It's not recreational. It's not. Wait, is it recreationally legal here in PA? It doesn't even matter. Like I said, you just go buy a THCA bill. But anyway, since this whole fad, I'll call it that, fad started, I I do construction work. We build a lot of water parks, hospitals, and water parks are a big thing up here in Northeast PA.
Right.
The hotels for the water park, 400 rooms. You got all these people from like the city that come up, and I could not walk in and out of that building. So we were adding another 260, another 260 rooms onto the existing hotel, which was operational. I had about 400 rooms. The parking lot would be real full of guests. I could not walk outside of the building without smelling it. And I'd watch these people in the parking lot smoking blunts, passing around a pipe. They got their toddlers, their 5-year-olds, just running around with them like it's no big deal. They can kind of message are you what kind of an example are you setting for your kids? You know, it's
Right.
just
Well,
it's insane.
so I can tell you in the research that I had done previously, in tribal communities and tribal life with the Native Americans, they had access to peyote all the time. They had access to a lot of psilocybin, all kinds of stuff. It was not done on a regular daily recreational use. The only reason we need recreational alcohol or anything is because our lives are too comfortable. We have too much downtime, and it's easy to walk around and survive being inebriated. But using certain things in ceremonial use, where you actually block time out, people actually pay, people who are sober pay attention to you while you're doing it to make sure nothing stupid happens. That's a completely different thing. But people will take
100%.
instances such as that, and next thing you know, they're doing DMT and riding their longboard through traffic down San Francisco Hill. You know?
Yeah, like I did the microdose thing, the psilocybin.
Yeah.
So I wanted to try it out. See, it didn't really do it. It didn't really do anything for me. I do know people that it does work well for, but not everybody should be able to just go buy mushrooms but like at the same time, I've seen people get really freaking stoned. I mean, this weed today is no joke, and it can put you like kind of out of your freaking mind, and it can put dangerous thoughts in some people's heads. Of course, just like anything else, the more you get used to it, that doesn't happen as much. I get that, but there's some risk there too. Not on the same level as like peyote, but yeah, like these people with they're using people are using DMT like once a week, like every other day. It's not good. it's just not good.
Yeah. Well, it and this is the thing. Before ancient Greece, and we'll call them cities, right? At that time, before cities, it was very rare that any human used even ancient wine to be inebriated to the point of drunkenness, right? Like it was part of every day, but you had wine, to help aid in digestion of the nuts and grains and stuff that they were eating. To it was part of a meal rather than nowadays people use alcohol as a meal replacement. The people who drink their dinner, right? Guinness was actually originally produced as a high calorie meal replacement.
What was?
So Guinness.
Oh, really?
Oh, it's basically, I mean, Guinness is basically a really dense liquid bread. And it was a high calorie meal replacement. And there's just so much that we don't remember because it wasn't important, and then society gets too easy, too comfortable to where people can be fucked up 24/7, and it doesn't affect it. They don't see any effect on their life. We just didn't have those issues. But then removing yourself from reality, even with alcohol, forget THC, but even with alcohol, removing yourself out of reality for too long ends up creating psychological issues where there weren't any. So our escapism is only really hits when life is too comfortable. We create problems for ourselves.
Yeah. Yeah, like, my job is rough, like doing physical labor all day. You have a lot of pressure. It's go, go, go. You got deadlines to meet. Deadlines are always changed. It's like, okay, this project needs to be completed by March 21st. Then all of a sudden it's, now they want to open it, the last week
3
in
weeks
February.
early.
Yeah.
Right.
So, just to give you an example, so like, I was working with this, it's two examples. I was working with this, call him a kid. He was about 20 years old, and I knew he was a pothead. He's always so. And I'm like, listen, dude, I don't care what you do, but I'm just telling you, you get hurt in the job, you report the injury, you go to the hospital. I can't save you. They're gonna piss test you. I cannot. There's nothing I could do to save you at that point. Like, yeah, I get it. Well, one day he's like, you could just tell he was really, really freaking, really stoned. He was hitting his vape, like this vape thing, and he couldn't really smell it. And somebody mentioned it, like, dude, they called him Wavy Gravy. That was his nickname. Everybody knew he was a pothead. And I look at him, I'm like, bro, you're all right. So he was too high he was two sections high, Baker scaffold. And I watch him, not tied off, which you're supposed to, but whatever, we let go sometimes. And he's working framing this canopy outside. And you move along and you grab the steel beam and you slide, you roll yourself forward as you go. Keep rolling yourself forward as you go along. That's a freaking big no-no. I never want to see anybody do that. Climb your lazy ass down and move it, So I went up and I said, hey, stop doing that. I said, I'm locking your wheels. I locked the wheels. Next thing you know, like 10 minutes later, I hear this crashing sound. I go out and there he is on the ground holding his ankle. He forgot that I locked the wheels, went to roll, and he just tipped the thing over and went down with it. Of course, broke his ankle, went to the hospital, got piss tested, lost his job.
Right?
Lost his job. That's his problem.
But I
had someone almost kill me though. This is Mason scaffold we were setting up. So I think we were about 8 stories high. So the front, you have screw jacks, the bottom, and you gotta clamp them. You gotta clamp them down to the steel. You go up another section. Sometimes the welders don't get there fast enough. The clamps are okay. We could go up maybe one or two more levels. And here's my stoner partner. He forgot to put the front 2 clamps on, and we pretty much started to go down. I had to jump off onto the next section, and as he was falling, he almost pulled me down with him, and not tied off. How he managed to save himself. He's freakishly strong. I'll give him that, because he was kind of holding on with one arm. We both could have died that day. I was pissed off. Can I prove it was because he went and got stoned at lunch? No, I can't, but it's pretty obvious.
Yeah. Well, I mean, see, all right. So I also did a lot of construction when I was younger. I did lathing for stucco. So the mason's scaffold I know really well. We had this one job that was on a hill, and I had to go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I had to go 6 stories with the scaffold in order to be at the roof line.
Yeah.
And the screw jacks and had to be nailed off, and then every 3 levels you had to tie off, and then the top level above 3 had to be tied off, right?
Yeah.
And that's where you're actually nailing wire into the wall and tying the scaffold onto it, right? Like, it was anyway. We had one idiot who rolled down. He decided he was bringing his yard mule. He was tired of humping rolls of wire and paper down, so he had this this tracked machine, and it wasn't weed, it was beer, but he'd pretty much crush a 30 pack through an 8-hour day. And
Wow.
yeah, he hit that, and I was literally I grabbed onto one of the vertical eaves, not even a horizontal, like get the top of it. One hand, I was in my leather glove, I was held on to the vertical eave when 65 feet of scaffold just collapsed.
So what do you do? He backed up into it. He backed. What kind of machine? Like a skid steer or like a rough terrain forklift? Like what?
No, it was called a yard mule. It's like a skid. It's like a snowmobile. Only the
I know what you're talking about.
People use them for ice fishing too.
I know what you're talking about.
Where the tracks are on the front, you stand on the back and you pull whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
He had one of those with a cart from home, and it's just because he was too much of a drunk ass and didn't like running back and forth. He couldn't carry 8 rolls at once, and so he decided to bring that thing to work one day and freaking nearly killed me. But yeah, it was so I got to hang there for 2 minutes with one hand on a vertical grip, not even a horizontal grip. It was ridiculous.
Scary. That wire lap. That wire lap sucks, man. I was a anti-glove guy. I hated wearing gloves. Yeah, I've worked with that stuff, and like I put my hand on my girlfriend's leg. She had stockings, and it just rips the threads right out because your hands are like sandpaper. Right. Yeah, I haven't seen that in a while. I only see that anymore doing demo or some masonry work with stone. That's the only time I really see it. Mostly it's we're doing like demo interior, like these old the old plaster, horsehair plaster has the wire lap behind it. Sometimes it has those the wood lap like that's hand nailed on there. It's all pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Now they're using all drive-in on everything anymore.
Yeah.
I don't like that stuff. It doesn't hold up well to the elements. Like they use it a lot down the Jersey Shore too. You should see what it looks like after 5 years of taking that salty air.
Oh yeah, you got to replace everything at any entryway.
Yep.
All the time.
Well,
I gotta get rolling here. I have until tomorrow morning to be 18 hours away. So
God bless
anyway,
you. That's a tough job. That's a tough job.
Oh yeah.
All right, man.
Have a good one, Nate.
Good talking to you, bud.
Keep it shiny side up and momentum forward, right?
My man.
Yeah. All right, you guys. I'm gonna drop back down to the chat. You guys have a great day.
Yep,
You too,
man.
Nate. Thanks for coming up. But yeah, like in terms of the kind of like the construction, well, I never really was in the construction per se, but I was in the like the demo. But again, it was kind of more so just like helping the uncle out rather than actually like full on like job and all that kind of shit. But it's dangerous shit, especially when you're starting to add in things like smoking on the job and all this kind of thing,
Yeah. And like, it's a grind, man, especially when sometimes you got to work 6-7 days a week. You don't get any time off. And like, it sucks, but there's like a satisfaction to it, and we're getting to this point where everybody's like, oh, my day's so much easier. There's a lot of people that get stoned in the construction industry just to quote make it through, to get them through the day. And it's kind of worrisome. Now you actually have companies where they'll ask you something. They're union. These are union contractors. More and more of them popping up, where they'll tell you, "Hey, if you got a weed card, give it to us." That way, it's like basically you could be stoned, and they're not going to fire you. They're not going to piss test you even if you get hurt in a job. Like, that's scary to me. I wouldn't work. I personally would not work for one of those companies. And I'm not saying everybody's like that. I mean, I'm sure there are people that do it, and I don't even know about it. Obviously, that's the case. But I think I'd be much more comfortable if nobody was. You know, I don't know. I just see it as if you need to be under the influence of a mind altering substance just to get through your workday, maybe you should pick another profession.
Well, like that's the thing that's typically kind of like the counter argument is like would you not rather be able to get yourself in a mindset whereby like that mind, whatever mindset you're in terms of like the weed or whatever, would you not rather like be able to achieve that mindset sober?
Exactly. That's the kind of point, like, it's hard for me to nail. It's hard for me to drive that home. You know, it's almost impossible. It's almost impossible. You have to just achieve it to understand. Like, believe me, I was one of those people. Like, if you would ask me when I was like 22 years old, 25, you ever going to quit smoking weed? I'm like, hell no. I'll be smoking if I'm 85 and I'm in a wheelchair. No, I'd still be hitting that pipe. I was one of those people, you know? And weed wasn't really that hard to quit weed for me. It was like, you know, like I said, there were a few times where I want to say it was like 4 months sober, where just at random thoughts, I'd see something on TV or in a movie, people getting stoned in a movie. It's like, oh man, I'll just smoke a joint right now. It can't hurt, you know? And I wasn't able to get it because of where I was living at the time. It was before all this, you know? But anyway, I don't know. I just feel better. Like, I feel better. I don't know. There's satisfaction in it. I don't know. I think I definitely can think more clearly. Like I said, I may not sound like it. I have a hard time putting my thoughts into words. Like I said, I had a mini stroke when I was 27 due to taking gabapentin. I can't prove that's what it was from, but that's the only thing that changed is I was taking gabapentin, Neurontin, for nerve damage. It's like my lower part of my neck. And they say it builds up into your system and can cause seizures. I think it's definitely what caused it, and called it a mini stroke. But it was tough recovering from. But I did it, you know. You have people that have just full, completely debilitating strokes at the age of like 35 from a lot of these drugs. One of them is a cholesterol drug, and they found that it actually puts little holes in your brain. Can't think of the name of it.
Damn.
Yeah, there's some
Is it
scary
statins?
drugs. What's that?
Statins?
Say it again.
Statins?
I don't know. I can ask. I have a guy that makes my vape juice for me. A friend of mine. He was on it. He had two strokes. He had a mini stroke that was undetectable. To him, he really didn't notice it, and then he had two full on strokes, and it's tough, man. It's tough to see him. You know, he's going to be doing speech therapy for a long time, but it happened like a month after they put him on this cholesterol drug. He didn't want to take it, and his wife was like, "No, you got to listen to the doctors." Blah blah blah, and yeah. put him on that drug, and next thing you know, starts out, has strokes.
Like this is the thing though, like a lot of the hate goes towards like, the weeds, the mushrooms and all this kind of stuff, which are like you're basically just taking like the natural plant and burning it or just digesting it. Whereas like you look at like the whole medical industry, like you kind of explained there with like the prescription drugs, there's like opioids and all this kind of stuff, like prescription opioids and all that kind of stuff, even though there's some non-prescription stuff that's pretty bad for you as well. But they're like, advertised like that because they're in a white lab coat and they're called a doctor. And like you're saying, the propaganda is like, oh, you gotta trust your doctor. The doctor knows best. All this kind of shit.
Yeah.
But it's like realistically, they're kind of like there was like a whole like opioid epidemic. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So, like, I'd much rather go with like a plant than like anything like painkillers. Let's say if I had cancer, I'd much rather just like smoke the weed rather than take like pills and shit like,
Yeah, like I for legitimate medical use, I have no problem with it. They should have started doing studies on this and made this happen a long time ago. There are people that are alive today that had grand mal seizures when they were little kids, one right after the other, where you can go into cardiac arrest from that, and people have. And simple CBD isolate cured it. But to me, like, that's different from being, under the influence of THC. I agree, and something natural is generally better, but you also don't want to chew on coca leaves all day either. It's just like you're ripping an 8-ball of coke.
But yeah, I mean, like that's the thing as well. Like on the one hand, like we were saying, it's like if you could achieve that, let's say through hypnosis, like you put yourself or meditation or something like that, and you achieve that same kind of like mental state that you get from like whatever drug that like you were using beforehand, would that not be better? And like the clear answer is yes, because it's clearly cheaper and you have the same effect. Ergo, capitalism 101, baby. You know what I mean? But on the flip side to it, like particularly when we say drug or mind altering substance, like is coffee not a mind altering substance? And I don't
It
think
is.
people who
Yeah,
are so kind of like
caffeine's a drug.
Yeah, go ahead.
Caffeine's a drug.
Yeah, so
caffeine's a
like
drug.
when we kind of like wag our finger at like the people who drink or the people who smoke or the people who take mushrooms, all this kind of stuff. Like we said earlier, like if you need a drug to get through your work day or your work week or what have you, like should you not like change profession or whatever? But there's people who like they kind of function without their cup of coffee in the morning, whether they're working or not.
Yeah, and I
Every
think
single day they get up, they have the cup of coffee and the whole ritual about it and all this kind of shit. But that caffeine is a drug as well.
Yeah.
You know?
But at the same time, it's okay, like obviously everything in moderation. I think even in caffeine, if you're drinking like 2 pots of coffee a day, like it's not good for you. It's not good for you, But like if you have a cup or two, I mean, caffeine's a stimulant, similar to how nicotine's a stimulant. So it does make your mind sharper, but then there's also the downside when there is a caffeine crash, especially if you start getting up there and you're drinking a pot a day. There's a crash that comes with it. Yeah, it could be bad too. I wouldn't put it in the same category as being stoned. Like, it's I don't know. Yeah, caffeine is a drug. But the weed today is just excuse me. The weed today is just so strong. It's like the best stuff I had when I was in my early 20s was was a Master Kush that was probably, I think it was like 19%. They hadn't cracked the 20% mark yet, but that was rare, and it was crazy expensive. You know, not everybody could get their hands on it. Now you look at today. I mean, I don't know if all the numbers are legit, but I think we could safely say there's tons of strains out there. You could buy it at dispensaries, or like this place I'm talking about where it's the THCA flower. That's over 20%. It's at least 20%. Big difference from like the people who smoking in the 80s. That was like 2%, 5%.
But like I think back to like the first, like, you know, handful of times at least, like, you know, let's say like 5-6 times that I ever smoked. Like I was barely able to walk and all this kind of stuff. And like now, even though like I go on, you know, a month, 2 months, or even longer, kind of like break from it and all this stuff, I never get like that bad in terms of like that kind of like effect of like, oh shit, I can't even function kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like I'd be smoking like a pure blunt and all this kind of stuff. Whereas, like I said, the first 5 times, it's like more than half the thing would be like just pure tobacco. You know what I mean?
What I do notice though, okay, and this is and I know people like that smoke regularly, and they'll even admit it. It's sometimes it's just like little simple shit. Like you put something down, right? And I'm just giving an example. It might sound harmless, but if you think it can relate, you can transfer to other things that are serious. It's like literally like I'm working on a car, I put a screwdriver down. 2 minutes later, I'm looking all over. Where did I put that? Where did I put that? It's right there where I left it. And it's little stuff like that that it does to you. Very short-term memory loss. It's definitely a thing to an extent. You know, I make fun of my buddy. We restored a 66 Chevy C10 step side, full frame off restoration over the course of like 4 months. And it wasn't every day that he would get stoned, but I'd say 4 days out of 7, you know. And it was just big difference. He was always in a better mood. He was less stressed out, but he'd always be screwing little shit up. Like, dude, what'd you do with the orbital sander? Dude, I put it down over there. It's right there. It's right there on top of the toolbox. No, it's not. And you gotta spend 20 minutes like looking. He's like, oh, here it is. That's you know, dumb shit like that. But yeah, I mean, like that can just not be nothing. You know what I mean? Like that can lead to dangerous situations in certain professions. Or you just miss something while you're not paying attention while you're driving. You know? I mean, if you're sitting behind a computer all day, you're not hurting anybody. You're not going to hurt anybody. It's situations where you can be putting other people's lives at risk. And it definitely affects you, even when you're used to it. There's still some negative effects from it to an extent. Not nearly the same as when you give it up for 6 months or a year, or the first few times you smoke. Not even close to that, but it's still there, still there to an extent. It's kind of how I see it. Maybe there are people that can prove me wrong on that, but I don't know. I know a lot of programmers and software engineers that love it, that love weed. They're better. They say they get everything done faster.
But like the way I approach it is that, like, obviously when you're operating heavy machinery, or if you're on a construction site and all this stuff, it's like hard to see a benefit other than like you perceive that the work's going by quicker, or that it seems quote unquote easier. But objectively speaking, like you would be slower, or you would slow down, or whatever. in terms of like the mentality and all that kind of thing. So when you look at like the recreation, or like you're saying, even just like, let's say the office, or you're working at a desk or whatever, and there's no heavy machinery, or like basically like risk of death or whatever from a mistake. Again, like even in that scenario, why would you not opt to
Right.
to try and cultivate mentality
Right.
sober doing that? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get it, but like that, how do I drive that? That's a hard point to drive home. Some people just don't get it. You know what I mean? Like some people just don't get it.
You know, it's not about them getting it. It's like once you phrase it that way, like when you put it to them like as that question, they would have to say yes. You know what I mean? Because it clearly, like, if you're able to get to the same perception or mentality that you would be if you were stoned, it's objectively a better situation.
Yeah, but they also have to be honest, and it's something I notice with a lot of people at 420, like like they're willing to they're not willing to budge an inch. They will not admit there's anything negative about drug use, marijuana use, or I don't know. They'll bring up, oh, it does this, and cancer, and it relieves stress. When I think it doesn't relieve. I think if anything, it creates more anxiety. At least I don't know. That's from what I've seen in my experience. Makes my mind race. You think it's good for you until you stop, and sometimes people don't get it until they actually do it. They're so used to getting stuck on that.
Well, like I said, like that's the thing though. Like where I'm like, because again, like I was in that similar situation to you, where it's like, like mid-20s. I'm like, nah, I'm going to like weed should all be legal and blah 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 and all this kind of shit. And like I still kind of maintain the case that it's like if you had like writer's block, it can be used as like a tool in terms of that. But then you're kind of getting into the same thing of like the medicinal use, where it's not a tool. Like we're not talking like it's non-recreation at that stage. Like you're either using it for work or you're using it for like health or whatever. But when like ever since I've gone on the carnivore diet, cleaned up the diet, gotten onto some sort of like regular sleeping pattern, all this kind of stuff, anytime I do go back to it, like I see it more for what it is, which is more so a hindrance in terms of the next day I'm waking up, I'm more
groggy.
Yeah, groggy and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? And I think like a lot of people, like they don't realize like the total productivity actually takes a nosedive. That like, yeah, they're getting through the day or whatever, but it's like that's a bad mentality where you're basically saying, without this substance, I'm not able to get through the day.
Right.
Like that is a harm, or that's a net negative.
Yeah. I think some people just would just deny it, just be dishonest and say, no, I disagree with you. Maybe I'm being cynical, but I don't know. What's your thoughts on this? Like, I know different strains affect people differently. For me, I always found like indica for me was the worst. Like, especially like 80% indica. Anything over past like 65% indica, the next day, like you want to talk about groggy, like it just you don't want to do anything. You just want to like turn the TV on and just vegetate. Like it's like I need to get up and make a cup of coffee, and you'll put that off for an hour. Put it off for an hour. Versus sativa. Like sativa was for me, it was like more about like I could go out and about. You know what I mean? Made me like more active, but still the same. It's still the same. Both strains. There's that fuzziness. It's that cloudiness. It's always there. But for me, like indigo was way worse.
Well, like here's the thing, and again, like people like cancer patients, like I'd much rather see cancer patients like roll up a joint than like start popping pills, like especially for like pain and all this kind of stuff, right?
Yeah, unless
but
they're on
to
their
go,
deathbed. Unless they're on their
yeah,
deathbed, it don't matter.
in terms of like the medicinal use, all this kind of stuff, right? Because like if you're a recreational user and you're saying, oh, like I have pain, all that kind of stuff, you're basically using the like if you're basically just kind of like abusing or like using like it as a painkiller, then you have to wonder or question yourself like, why am I in pain, or like mentally why am I in pain, like you're just basically using that to avoid it. You know what I mean? And equally like what you're talking about like with the indica, like what I find with indica is like that's basically like couch lock. But then again, you have to like, cause like why would you rather like smoke and like basically just, like lie on a couch the whole time or lie in bed at the whole time rather than just sleep? If that's like if you truly want to like rest and relax on this kind of stuff, again, like why not focus on trying to improve your sleep, have a better sleeping pattern,
Better
like
diet.
because there's a better diet and all this kind of stuff. Because like there are like apps and all this stuff that can track your sleep and show you like how much deep sleep you have and all this kind of thing. Like that to me is again, you're kind of in a situation where it's like there's no real justification for the recreation.
Yeah, it's a crutch. It's a crutch and an escape at the same time. And people convince themselves that, oh, I have, you know, maybe I'm ADHD, maybe I'm this, or maybe I'm a little bipolar. They make excuses as to, you know, why they need it, or life's too hard, my job's too stressful. You know, they go you can go on and on with them.
And like I was saying, it's like it's expensive. You know, like any of these habits, like even like vaping or smoking, like it's a like that like that's another thing. Like when they're saying, oh, like I'm stressed because I have bills to pay and all stuff. Yeah, but you're paying money to like to do this and all stuff when there are other ways to get around that as well. Charles Darwin says, question: how much productivity does the average human being make in a day? And it's not about comparing it to the average human being. It's comparing it to like to yourself, and not only to yourself, but the potential of what you could be. You know what I mean? Yeah. This is another thing that like kind of comes up as well, where it's like people go to averages or whatever, but it's a case by case or it's an individual basis, right? And like I said, on the individual level, you cannot tell me that you're more productive on the cannabis than if you were sober, on a great diet, you know, real good sleeping pattern and all this kind of stuff. Because like I was one of the people that was kind of like saying it's like, oh no, like 420 for life and all this kind of stuff, smoke weed every day and all this kind of thing. And like to where I'm at this point now, it's like, yeah, like I said, there's let's say like exceptions, like I said, like the whole kind of like writer block and all this kind of stuff. But like you're using that as a means to an end, not recreation. You know what I mean? So in terms of like you can't really kind of like convince me that you're more productive recreationally, like smoking each day or whatever, than if you weren't. Because like you say, like the grogginess and all this kind of stuff. And what I compare it to is like when I switched like to carnivore, like I didn't even notice like how much grogginess I had on the carbs compared to the lack of grogginess that I have now because I'm on the carnivore. Yep. And like Jordan Peterson talks about this, like multiple carnivores like talk about this in terms of like getting up in the morning. I just thought that like everybody struggled to get up in the morning. But having done the carnivore and being on a good diet, being on a good sleep, like making sure I'm getting like at least like 6-7 hours sleep, at least 2 hours of that being like deep sleep. You can't tell me that like you'd be more productive feeling groggier in the mornings rather than your head, like as soon as you wake up, your head's flying off the pillow and you're wanting to get to the stuff getting done. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm a big carnivore. Now I'm not full keto, but I try and stay away from bread as much as I can. Like I didn't realize like before I got into this whole thing that like I loved orange juice, you know, and I had like 2 big glasses of orange juice. I didn't realize, you know, how much sugar and carbohydrates, you know, I had no clue. So now I limit, I don't count my carbs, but I know how to limit them. That alone is made a huge difference. Staying off the candy, sweets, ice cream is one of my weaknesses. I try and only eat it like special occasions, but just cutting carbs, like it's huge difference. I did the keto diet just to try it, and I quit just at like I was just getting into full ketosis. I was in good shape. I got the message. It was enough for me. The headaches were debilitating, and I know it's temporary. I could have pushed past it, but I was like, all right, let me just cut my carbs. I like cut my carbs down at least 75% from where they were. Like now, like I got a weakness for cheesesteaks. I try not to eat them too often, or I'll do a cheesesteak and a corn tortilla wrap instead of bread.
But why not? Why not just focus on the? Because the best part of the cheesesteak is the steak, the beef, and the actual cheese. You know what I mean? Well, we got a guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Day, welcome to the show. And also Charles Darwin says people rarely achieve their potential, but shouldn't one all try to achieve their potential? Like the whole thing of like nobody's going to be perfect, but you should orientate yourself or aim to try to at least be perfect to try go down that path. Do you know what I mean? Like I said, like there's no real counter to the argument of like what I'm putting forward in terms of like you're clearly better off not recreationally using weed.
Completely. Absolutely. It's weird, like listening to all you guys talk about it. I've been working and teaching, but I've been sort of clocking. And like MasterChef, dude, I hear what you say. And I hear as well what you say, Tarek, about diet, about it being, it's a huge, giant comfort blanket of cope. That's how I see weed. And when you have left it behind, it's amazing what, you realize incredibly how much you were coping when you were using it and how much you're not coping when not coping, if that makes sense. But do you know what I mean? You're not using it as this huge emotional crutch. And when I listened to people like earlier, like Darth, and there's this element of smugness that comes across, and no disrespect to the guy, but there's the element of smugness which weed itself in its essence brings to you, which is that of complete apathy. And anybody who doesn't engage in the apathy is, you know, oh man, you're so uptight, you don't know anything. But really, it's the people who don't use it as a crutch who really can understand the vast damage it does. Maybe not physically, but I would say mentally, and in terms of your general standard of life and life quality. Without weed, life gets so much better. Things happen. You motivate yourself. You don't start shifting your focus into the ether, which is essentially what weed used to do for me. It just allows you to sit in between your imagination and in between reality. But you never hit one or the other. You're just hovering for a lot of time, doing absolutely fuck all.
Yeah,
apart from climbing. I used to do rock climbing on sativas, and that was fucking cool. But if I did it with an indica, I'd just get the fear, and then I'd like freeze on the rock. But yeah, apart from that,
you reminded me of when you said like motivation. Like you know, there's always these terms that they came out with, and it was the like the anti-marijuana propaganda films, and I always used to equate it to that when I hear they say, "Oh, marijuana leads to what they call motivational dropout syndrome," and I'm like, "Oh, get out of here! It's all a bunch of propaganda." But there's definitely something to that. There's definitely something to that. yeah, I think marijuana use causes is responsible for a lot of mediocrity.
Mediocrity, yeah. A lot of non-stuff, a lot of non-reality, I would say.
Yeah, like people just like, oh, whatever, man. I'm just gonna take this job at Dollar General and whatever. It's cool, you know. My mom's gonna let me live in her basement. I'm fine with that. You know, as long as I can pay my bills and get my 3 blunts a day, man, I'm good. You
Yeah,
know,
but take their weed away, mate, dude. And like, if you want to see the most unhinged, most unhinged, emotional, and unpredictable person, it's like to keep a complete pothead away from his pot, and then like that's it. I used to eat. I mean, I used to buy ounces and ounces of shake, like from California shake. And I used to bake it into cookies. I used to make canna butter. But if you didn't have that, if that wasn't there, and people say it's not addictive, but being in a certain state, being in a state of mind and in that constant state of cope, when it's there, you're fine. But when it's not there, the world crumbles around you. Your patience goes, your body goes into does crazy shit with food. You can't eat properly. So I do think it's one massive cope. And I think as well, what Tariq said, it's about diet. When you really start when you really start embracing what your body is and what it's capable of and what it doesn't need, that's when you really start living. You start realizing potential, opposed to kind of dreaming about potential and never reaching it. Yeah,
if I was still smoking weed, there's no way I'd be living the type of life I am now. Like it's been this past 4 or 5 months for me has been an exception. 3.5 months. Like I had to work. I had an injury, and I've been off work for like 3-4 months. If I was a pothead, I'd be like, oh man, this is the best thing ever. I friggin' hate it. But being sober, it just changed everything about my mindset. You know what I mean? Like I don't buy beef from the grocery store. I buy a half cow, grass fed, organically grass fed. It's Halstead Angus cows, and they finish them on organic grains. So you get that nice fattiness in it. A half cow right now costs, if I have the butcher prepare everything, I think the last one I paid was a big cow. Well, I mean, my finished product meat comes out to $6 a pound, and it's the best beef you'll ever taste. I mean, it's phenomenal. And it's like Christmas morning. Every time I go down to that freezer, it's like, oh man, I forgot I got this cut. Oh, I got this skirt steak. Let me make this today or that today. It's great. I love it.
Oh, bro, I'm treating myself to a tomahawk steak. I have my Tesco coming tomorrow. I have a nice big 800-gram tomahawk, and it's like I said, it's like a treat and all that kind of stuff. And like it's very like I think like what Dave was saying in terms of like the cope and all this kind of stuff. It's like it's cope when they don't even realize it's cope because they're in the grog, they're in the haze kind of like aspect, and they're not actually kind of like. It's not like they have a side by side where they can compare like them fully sober, being productive and getting shit done, all this kind of stuff versus the I'm just getting through the day kind of thing. But I think if you point out,
man. Takes months to get yourself back. Like the dreams like you have, and it is a complete detox. And I don't think many people really make it that long. Some people say quote unquote tolerance break, but it's maybe for a week but I mean, how many people actually go for like 6 months and really manage it? I'd just say it's the slave to addiction. It's an addiction of some sort. It is, you know. Anyway, I wanted to just quickly nip in and say that. I've got to go now and get on a train. I'm going to get the train overnight to London. But all I wanted to say, guys, is drugs are bad, okay? Don't smoke weed, and as always, stay black.
Stay black, Dave.
Yeah.
But I genuinely think that it's like if you confront them with that thing of like, is it not better to have that mentality, if not a better mentality, where it's like, because at the moment, like the way I look at it now, like I smoked for Dart's like 420 stream because it was like his first stream and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But like from my aspect, it's like I look at it as like, if I do it, like even when I was doing it, I was like, I'm gonna be, it's gonna fuck me up in terms of sleeping pattern a bit. I'm gonna be groggier in the thing, and like that's with me, like with the carnivore diet and all this kind of stuff, because I know that like I'm better when I'm not on it. Do you know what I mean? So I look at it like once you get to that stage where it's like you can. You feel the fact that it's holding you back, or you're not achieving the best that you possibly could. It's like, imagine like we're playing a racing game, or you're trying to do like laps in a race. You know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
would you ever have the mentality where it's like, you know what, I actually don't want first, I want to come third place? Like,
No.
that's the way I'm kind of like thinking about it now. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And another thing, like think about when people smoke weed. Like I know people that they smoke weed once in a while. It's funny to watch them because they're not used to it. You see a look on their face. You can tell like they're. My one buddy does it, and every time he does, like not every time he does, every time I see him smoke. It's usually we get together for like and I'm not a football fan, but there's a summer house that a few people rent together. It was a summer house, but we get together for like the NFL playoffs and stuff like that. And that's what my one buddy is a retired fireman. Like he'll get stoned and you see him sitting there. I'm like, what's up? He's like, man, every time I smoke, he's like, I want to thinking afterwards, why the hell did I do this shit? He's like, I'm all messed up now. I can't even think straight, And I just like laugh at him. But he's not keto, but he's very health conscious. And as soon as he gets stoned, right away, they want the junk food. You know what I mean? Oh, I'm gonna get some McDonald's, or I want a pizza, I want a bunch of ice cream, and all this unhealthy shit. Well, I don't know why it does that, but it just does. I used to love eating candy, like sour candy and all this shit.
Because it's a high. It's another high. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like the whole kind of like spike in the blood sugar, all this kind of stuff, and you have that whole kind of like you're almost like passed out kind of aspect. And like I said, it's like, if that's what you want to feel, like why not just focus on the sleep and all stuff? I understand it's because it's like you're at like a public event, and I'm not like trying to do the whole like purity culture like aspect. Like obviously, if like you're kind of saying there, if it's a Super Bowl party, or if it's Christmas is your thing or whatever, like once a year, it's like, yeah, treat yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But in terms of like the regular, like you need to like look at it as like at the regular kind of like, mid-year day, or like your kind of like weekly routine. Like what does that look like? You know what I mean?
Yep.
And once you start looking at it from that aspect, like you do like one day, then you do 1 week, then you do 1 month, and like after a month, you're objectively going to feel better. You're going to feel as though like I'm more productive and all that kind of shit. It's like from that aspect, you're like, this is objectively better. And the most important, well, not the most important thing, but a very important thing is that it's like you're not wasting money on something that you don't need. Once you focus on necessities and needs, then all of a sudden, like life gets a shit ton better. And like I was kind of saying, like even like with the carbohydrates and all this kind of stuff, there's a lot of people clearly like, and this is not just for America, but it's across the West. It's generally like anywhere between 66 to 75% of the population is overweight or obese, which means like there are people that have that same mentality with the carbs and all this kind of stuff. But like they're eating just to get some sort of like to feel some sort of craving, or to feel like that sugar high or whatever. And it's like it's obviously negatively affecting their health, and you get a double whammy off like you're spending extra money that you shouldn't be, that you could put in Bitcoin, you could invest in something, or like save up for like a certain thing and all that kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So
the hardest for me.
Go on.
Keep going. The hardest thing for me was to limit. I'm Italian. Pasta. Man, I love some pasta. That was the hard thing for me too. Plus, like if you have kids, it's fair. It's a cheap food. You know what I mean? It becomes a staple. But man, is that bad for your body? Like if you're eating pasta 3 nights a week, like I see people just living off pasta and noodles in general. Like, what are you doing? There's it's just not good for you. That
Well,
was
like-
that was the hardest for me to cut down on. I might have a pound. I might have a pound of pasta every other week. So if, like, as a treat, I'll make some marinara, homemade marinara sauce, and I'll just make some killer meatballs out of pork beef and veal, and I'll just have the meatballs and the sauce, and I might have like an eighth of a pound of angel hair on the side with it, and I'll have my salad with some strawberries, a little bit of strawberries, like a spring mix, some arugula, some chopped walnuts, some almonds in it, and a hard-boiled egg, homemade Italian dressing. You can't get a better meal than that. But it's the pasta, the breads. Oh my God, it's horrible. Just makes you feel like shit.
And you get like that whole kind of like crash after you eat and all that. But like I understand though, like from people's perspective, because it's such a kind of like a hidden thing that like you don't really think about. You know what I mean? Because it's food at the end of the day, and I'm hungry and I'm going to eat and all this kind of stuff. And I often wonder, like especially in Christianity, like fasting is a big thing in Christianity, or it should be a big thing in Christianity, at least, especially like with Orthodox and all this kind of thing. And like there's even like certain Bibles that have been removing all references of fasting. Like they've literally just been taking out like the certain quote of the like where when Jesus cured the kid from demons, he basically was telling the apostles like through prayer and fasting is how you get rid of this and all this kind of stuff. And like they basically removed that quote in some of the translations or some of the Bibles. And I often wonder, is that like a push where like they don't want people fasting? They've made like a big business of like fast food, carbs, and all this kind of stuff. Because like when you're running off fat, it's like think about how much butter you could physically eat. Not a lot, especially if you're just eating it straight. But the more fattening a dish is, the more filling it is, because fat is an energy source. Especially if you're like you're keto, like your body's naturally used to like burning fat during the day, and if you're kind of like, because the way they kind of push the food pyramid, all this kind of stuff, is like, well, if you feel low energy during the day, it's you actually need like that hit of carbohydrates. Otherwise, you're going to have like that long period of time where your body slowly starts to go into ketosis. But that's a couple of hours. So you're going to be like low energy as you're swapping out. Like think about like you're changing the energy source. It's going to be a long process. Like think about if your power to your house goes out, it's going to take you a while to get the generator up and running and to get the energy back in the house. It's the same thing with your body. You know what I mean?
The longest I fasted for was it's pretty close to 48 hours. But before I would fast, I would eat like I'd smoke a chuck roast where it falls apart like brisket. You know what I mean? And the grass fed, it's the fatty acids are it's healthier fat than like this crap you're gonna buy in the store too. But I notice if I fill up on something like that, it makes the fasting a lot easier. If I fill up on something like that before I fast, it makes the fasting a lot easier. And you get an interesting, it's like a buzz from it too. You hit that point where the stomach aches, that stomach ache from being hungry goes away, and I get energy from it. It's weird.
Yeah, because you're unlocking like all these like fat reserves, especially around your organs and all that stuff. Your body's like, okay, baby, now it's time to like think of like in the Titanic where they're fueling the coal into the fire. Like that they basically go into like overdrive with that. Your body heals a lot more, your sleep's a lot better, and like like you're kind of saying there, like going into a fast, like if you let's say if instead of doing the chuck roast, you've done like a big huge thing of pasta and like some pizza maybe, or like a shit ton of carbs, right? It's going to take you longer to get into the ketosis, which means, do you know what I mean? That like that's why the fast is harder, because you have that. Then you're gonna like be hit with like that craving for sugar or for carbs and all that kind of stuff. So you're fighting against that rather than you filled yourself up with a bunch of fat and obviously protein. and you're already in that kind of stage of like burning the fat anyway, which means you can go longer. I think the longest fast that I've done was about a week, and that was a water fast. I've done 3 days no food, no water, like a dry fast. And like I said, I wouldn't recommend the dry fast unless you've kind of like mastered the intermittent fasting, at least in terms of like 20. You can do 24 hours like no problem kind of thing. But it is one of those things that it's like just focus on getting the intermittent fasting rather than like trying to extend it out for like something crazy like the 3 days or the 6 days. Because like at the end of the day, like there's a lot of people that like, especially kind of people who are overweight or obese, that like they're like, oh, I want to like shed the weight really quickly, so they try to push themselves into like fasting constantly. And if you keep like fasting yourself constantly, like that starts to turn into starvation. And as well as like if you lose weight too quickly, like you're going to be left with a bunch of like loose skin. You know what I mean? So you're not going to get like that six pack abs. Whereas if you think of it on the long frame, if you think of it like as a marathon rather than a sprint, then you're going to like naturally kind of like, you're going to be like the skin's not going to be saggy and all this stuff when you eventually do get the 6-pack. You know what I mean? So it's like from that aspect, it's kind of like I was kind of saying, it's like focus on the intermittent fasting, because yes, there is benefits going into like the 3-day, especially like with autophagy and like cell repair and all this kind of stuff. But again, it's kind of like I do like an extended fast, like what's known as extended fast, which is like, you know, more than 24 hours, maybe once or twice a year. And like that's more so, again, like I said, for like the autophagy and just kind of like doing like making sure I'm kind of like doing like a full reset and all that kind of stuff to try and maximize in terms of that aspect. But it is kind of one of those things that you want to be very, very careful with, especially like I said, the dry fasting, because like that to me was kind of more so to see, is there much of a difference and all that kind of stuff from it. But you know, like they say that like, you know, 1 day dry fasting is the equivalent of like 2 days water fasting.
Yeah, I've never gone more than 12 hours without drinking water. I've done that whole thing. I drink a lot of water, especially when I'm at work. I'm good for a gallon. I'm good for a gallon a day. I don't drink soda. Once in a while, I'll treat myself to half and half. I'll take I like great Powerade, but I'll do 50% with mixed with ice water. But I basically all I drink is water. I stay away from. I'll have tea sometimes, without sugar in it. Oh man, this soda is freaking horrible. I watch a lot of these young kids, and they're like, some of them are gym rats too. You know what I mean? They're all jacked up. Like they're very disciplined when it comes to exercise. But like I watch them pounding down these sodas and energy drinks all day, like it's water. Like it's just not good for you. It's not good for you.
Like they like, and again, like that's fucking with your blood sugars and all that kind of shit. And like they're big, but like they're not like ripped. Like that whole phenomenon where it's like they got the big muscles on this kind of stuff, but like they still have like the gut on them. You know what I mean? Which to me kind of defeats the point, because like, especially like with women, it's like they want to see the 6-pack. Like that's what they go mad for and all this kind of shit. And like there's another phenomenon that you've seen where it's like these skinny fat people, which seems like a paradox. But it's like there's a lot of people like First Amender is a perfect example of like someone who I'd call like skinny fat. And the way I'm able to tell is like, if you look at his like his jawline or his neck, right? He has a double chin, but he's not obese. He's not like overweight, like in terms of that aspect.
Like the female double chin. Like a lot of women have that little even though they're not fat, I will say this: there's something with aging, and I'm sure if I was more disciplined, I could overcome it. I know I could, but like I always hovered around 165, 170, and it was over the course of the past 3 years or so, I'm anywhere from like 190 to 210. Like 190, I'm okay. It's like, I don't know, I'm still in good shape, but I can feel the difference moving around with that extra weight on me. But like, I'm physically active when I'm at work. Like my job is crazy physically intensive, you know. But I still got this little sort of a gut. Everybody's like, "Oh, you don't have a gut." I think there's a little bit of a roll there. It was never there before. But I'm not going to the gym. I'm not doing that. You know.
But like, that's the thing. Like, I only exercise like 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes a week. I will repeat that. I only exercise about 20 minutes a week. And it's literally just a couple of sets of push-ups, some squats, and then some like I got rubber bands and I do like the bicep curls, right? And it's I got this from like Dave Asprey, where it's like a lot of people think, oh, I need to go to the gym and like, you know, max out the reps and all this kind of shit. And it's like, you only really need to be doing that if you like are actively participating in a sport and you want to improve in the sport and all that kind of shit, or you really desperately like need to build muscle or something like that. Because when it comes to the fat loss, like you're naturally going to have to like eat like more to just like to factor in all the extra exercise that you're doing. And the worst thing you can tell someone who's obese is to like get on the treadmill, fatty, which is what a lot of these red pill, like Myron Gaines is like renowned for like this whole thing of like, yeah, get on the treadmill. That is going to fuck up their knees. Because like think about the amount of weight that they have and like them like run, like there's a reason why they find it hard to run is because like their body literally can't handle it. Whereas like I used to think like as a kid, it was like, you know, half was your diet, half was your exercise. Then like, you know, I got into intermittent fasting. I was like, okay, it's like 80% of like the like how you eat rather than like actual exercise. And now after doing the carnivore combined with the intermittent fast and all this kind of stuff, it's like, nah, bro, it's like 95% diet and like 5% exercise. You know what I mean?
You could also do it. You could also do it. You could also do it. Not all calories are equal, but like I've seen people lose a lot of weight without a tremendous amount of exercise. Just eating less, getting off the soft drinks, and a lot of it is sugar. Is the sugar intake? You know, you don't have to do keto to lose weight. You know, but it works. I know a lot of people that quick, like over 6 months, is a drastic difference, and then they went to a low carb diet, carnivore heavy, you know. But, I putting the fork down to the plate is more of the problem. But I knew a big guy. He finally retired.
Just real quick, Pseudo, I got a guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. The Original Vintage, welcome to the show.
What is happening, y'all? How we going?
We're going.
Good yourself?
Yeah, good times. Got a bit of an extra long weekend, so I'm up past my regular bedtime. With pleasure.
Nice.
Yeah. No, I was just listening into this. I've got a bit of a unique experience to this in terms of weight, health, dietary, and whatnot. So a bit of context. I used to be the biggest, fattest dude you could ever probably imagine, apart from being on like 600-pound TV show in the US. I was 200 kilos or 440 pounds.
Holy shit.
And yeah, it was fucked. And as I'm trying to multitask, which I'm horrible at, as I'm talking, I want to give Teriak in the Discord a picture of where I was at my heaviest to my lightest. So something that was mentioned before, I went through a gastric bypass surgery. And I went from 200 kilos down to 108. Oh, no, sorry, 104. Now I'm at about about 132, based on my last weight. And there's been a lot of different sacrifices and health issues I've had, and some people would say, well, because you've had these health issues and other consequences, you probably shouldn't have done the surgery to begin with. But then I remember back to when I was talking to my doctor, and when I was 200 kilos, and he said, listen, you are 31 years of age and you're 200 kilos. If you want to get to 32 years of age, you cannot be 200 kilos. Otherwise, you're just done. So, did the surgery, ended up having a few subsequent surgeries. I've got a lot of allergies now, which sucks. But I'd rather be here having a bunch of allergies and having to take a bit of painkillers or other medications here and there rather than being 6 feet under.
You know what's
Does that make
what's
sense?
scary? You know what's scary? There are actually, and I know somebody in particular that I'm thinking of that goes to a doctor that tells him, it's just the way you are. Don't focus on it. Let's focus on your blood pressure and your cholesterol, and that his weight doesn't matter. And
Yeah,
I
I'm
wanna
glad
say
you
he
brought that
weighs
up. I'm glad you brought that up because
330.
that was going to be my next point. But go ahead.
I think he weighs about, I want to say, he's not honest with me. I never seen him get in a scale. He tells me he's 280. I think he's probably about 325-ish.
Right.
And he's a little shorter than me. So he's probably like 5'9", probably 5'10" maybe. And he's 62. And you could just
62
see.
years old.
And yeah, and he's like, I'm going. He goes to the gym too. He's like, I'm doing arm day. I'm doing leg day. I was like, dude, you're gonna blow your knees out. You need to control your diet and lose weight first before you do any of this stuff. You know?
100%. Yeah. I've actually really got a great story to that. So when I took the surgery, it took me like 3 years. So I was saying before, I was like, 31, and the doctor's like, you need to have this surgery. It took me until I was 35 to actually pull the trigger. Because I was like, oh, nah, it's all good. Nah, it's not really as bad as it sounds. It's just it's cope on steroids. I'm like, no, listen, I actually need to do this. If I don't, I'm literally going to be in a grave before my parents. And then I did it, and I lost all that weight, progressively. It took about 18 months for that to happen, which was highly accelerated for various reasons. But then I realized just the small things to me. It was like, because I lived in an apartment building, and I had to walk up 3 stairs, like 3 flights of stairs, if the lift was broken. And as a fat dude, I'd be like, fucking hope the lift ain't broken. And then when it was, it felt like it was the end of the world. And then after the surgery, the lift was broken one random ass day. And I'm like, oh, I'm going to have to take the stairs. So I'm like, cool, this is actually a bit of exercise and it's all good. And I got to the top of those stairs and wasn't puffed out and needing a respirator in because I'm actually not that bad anymore. Like, I've improved. My life is better. I'm healthier. I just feel great all around.
Awesome. Yeah. Awesome.
But and I'm not, and that's not to say that everyone's the same thing, which was going to be the point I was going to make before, is that you can't say, like, let's say you get like a diet. Let me just go back. Let's say you get something that's like on TV or online. It's like, hey, look at this new diet. If you have X amount of calories, or you have this shake, or you eat this meal plan, you're going to lose weight instantly. Like, click of a button, click a finger, done. You're going to definitely lose weight. That's bullshit. You can, in a lot of the times, to do that, but not everyone's metabolical and health situation is the same. So they're selling, it's kind of a half truth. If you have a limited amount of calories, or you have a specific diet, yes, you can lose weight. But then there's those people that will follow that and it won't work for them for various reasons that are beyond their control, and go, oh, no, this is bullshit. And they go back to their ways. That was me. I did that all the way to the point of 200 kilos. I might lose 3 or 4 kilos, and I'd be like, "No, this is," and then I go stagnant. No, this is bullshit. It's not working, and I'd regain the 4 or 5 kilos, and then gain another 10, and that cycle happened for about a decade before I was like, "I need to do something about this."
Generally, like those you talk about like names for a specific diet. I was always like, oh, these are all bullshit fads. Like the only two that I've seen, and maybe it doesn't work for everybody, like keto and Atkins, if done right, done properly, I think are generally good. I mean, I don't know if it'll work for everybody. But did you ever try and do keto?
Not keto specifically, but I did try a lot of different things. So I went from what was it? They had a not passion fruit. There was like a mango diet that came out a long time ago. This is like we're talking like 15 years ago. It's like if you just do like mangoes, and you do a couple of other different things, you have a bit of tuna in between. You basically just mash mangoes in a thing, like in a blender, and boom. Yeah, thank you, Teriak. Yeah, that's why I sent it. So that was me from on the left, 200 kilos, on the right, 104.
Wow. Now I love mangoes. Mangoes are superfood. Don't get me wrong, but still.
Mangoes are amazing.
It's still a lot of sugar, though. You know what I mean? That's so like I can't see how it's going to work. Yep, it's the sugar. But mangoes,
and that's the thing. It's the sugar. Yeah, and that's the thing. Is the sugar, and that's where you get like. I'll give you a really great generic example. Let's say you drink a lot of Coke or Pepsi, and they go, "Oh, it's full of sugar. You can't have that." So okay, I'll just have the diet Pepsi. I'll have the Coke Zero. Therefore, no sugar in my diet anymore. They're still having 15 cans a fucking day, but and then they go, "Why am I not losing weight?" Or even worse, "Why am I gaining weight?" Well, in that particular situation, they replace sugar with sodium, being a salt derivative, which actually holds on to liquids and keeps your weight the same it is, if not expands it.
It's not even that. It's more so. It's like it's spiking your insulin. This is why like intermittent fasting combined with at least keto, if not carnivore, is like the key.
You're absolutely right.
Because like once if you're not like spiking your blood sugar, like when your insulin goes up, like you're not in ketosis anymore, which means you're not burning fat. You know what I mean?
You know what the craziest thing is that at me on the left at 200 kilos, because my dad was he's a diagnosed diabetic, and my mother and my sibling are celiac, and they've got a bunch of other genetic issues. And so my dad, as soon as he was diagnosed diabetic, he's like, "Oh, everyone's got to have the fucking blood test for that." My sibling, who is less than half my weight at this time, like the healthiest, like activist person you could have, was more on the spectrum of being diabetic than I was. I had the least, like by the metric of that particular diagnosis and that test, I had the least likelihood of being diabetic, even though I was grossly overweight and almost near death. It just blew my mind. I was like, no, that can't be wrong. That's a false positive. Like, let's do this test again. It doesn't make sense.
That is odd.
It was crazy. It's crazy. And I've actually got a procedure coming up in about a week and a half, because I'm still going through a bit of shit. It is what it is. I'm not looking for sympathy on it. I'm going through a lot of stuff with this weight loss surgery, even many years on, but I still go back to, I'd rather go through these procedures and, have a bit of pain every now and again, than being in a casket.
Yeah.
That's why you go back to like the intermittent fasting and the carnivore. Like the carnivore, like a lot of people say, "Oh, like the carnivore diet's boring," and it's like, bro, how the fuck? Like, because you have like access to all the meats and all the cheeses you would want.
Yeah,
I'm lactose intolerant. Cheese offends me.
Yeah, well, even if like you rule out the cheese, still like are you telling me like a ribeye steak is not fucking delicious? It's one of the best meals you can have.
Oh no,
and
that's
the perfect amount of fat,
thing. Yeah, no, that's actually the one thing of all the allergies I have. It's basically I've got to go to whole foods and meat, like real protein. So I said, can I? The only thing I'm kind of at 50-50 on at the moment, this is actually part of the test I'm having because of the acidity, is do I have to swear off coffee? And if I got to swear off coffee, yeah, I'm not gonna. That's not gonna be a good time for vintage. But
my daughter had to give up.
I'm basically under no threat of being a vegan. I think the last thing I'm gonna have to shred from my diet is like hard meats and protein.
Well, it's not even about protein, right? Because like the protein is just like how you repair the cells, all that kind of stuff. It's needed in terms of that way, but it's focusing on the fat. You know what I mean? So like bacon. Like how can people not like bacon? It's like one of the best tasting meats there is. You know what I mean? So if you focus just purely on, if you go like what Jordan Peterson went on, he just went strict carnivore where it was like beef and salt, beef, salt, and water.
Yeah,
You know, what I mean? And you're getting your fat and your protein.
Yeah, I'll give you a good example to that. So, so for me, because I have a lot of I like acid reflux, like within my stomach lining. So basically, if you have something that's too fatty, or that can generate that sort of stomach acid excessively, it's not a good time. And don't get me wrong, I love fucking bacon. I love bacon all day long. If there was no food left on earth and all you could have was bacon, I'd be like, that's a great time. But for my reflux, it's the worst thing to have when it comes to meats and protein. The best thing I can have is like lean chicken breast, for example.
Did you ever try? This may sound crazy, and I don't want to give bad medical advice or anything, but
no, you're good.
I had problems with acid reflux. They wanted to put me on omeprazole. I look into omeprazole. It says right in the bottle, you're not supposed to take it more than like 2-3 weeks, causes bone density loss and all this shit. So I have a
what's it called? Again?
Omeprazole for acid reflux. I was having problems with bad acid reflux, and they put me on omeprazole. I took it. It helped. It worked. Then I'm reading on the bottle. It says you're not supposed to take it for more than like 2 or 3 weeks or something like that. So I was like, what?
It's a PPI. Yeah, it's a protein pump inhibitor. It's similar to what I'm on basically for life.
So I looked
because of my reflux. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I looked into was like, well, let me see if there's any natural alternatives. So one of the friends I have, I got a few farmer friends, so I get my meat from. I get my eggs from. Usually, he lives in an Amish community. He has a lot of Amish friends, and he mentioned something to me. He says, try the apple cider vinegar with the mother in it. And I said, for acid reflux? And I'm thinking like, that's the most insane thing I ever heard. Well, guess what? It worked. I take once every other day, I take a little, it's like half a shot glass bowl, the apple cider vinegar with the mother in it. Not only did it get rid of my acid reflux, my knee pain, partially detached ACL, my right knee, and it's just abuse from.
It's a good strat. It's actually a good strat. So I've had I actually do the apple cider vinegar as well. But I also hit up ginger and turmeric teas. So I do like fucking overkill with this stuff because like I'd rather just overkill so that I don't have to deal with acid reflux, because if you deal with acid reflux, sorry, go ahead.
What's your current diet though?
Just in general?
Yeah.
Well, okay, so
no, like specifically when you get bad acid reflux, but like generally as well as like have you ever noticed like when you particularly like if there's something you particularly eat that causes it? But go ahead with the general.
Gotcha. Yeah, so if I'm keeping to my normal nutritional diet, it's lean chicken, like steamed vegetables, usually like broccoli, cauliflower, green beans. I'll do a bit of like black beans in between as well, just to add a bit of condensity to it. If I'm quote unquote misbehaving dietary wise. I might do a bit of like bacon and eggs or a bit of tomato, like fried tomatoes. Maybe I'll get a burger that has a bit of extra like bacon or what else? A bit of pickle on it. That's about those sort of things set you off. Anything spicy. So if you want to have like an Indian dish, like a tikka masala or a butter chicken, something like that, not a good time. If you have like sriracha sauce, even some particular soy sauce, even though I'm not allergic to soy, if you have like a soy sauce on like say a bit of sushi or something, it's a bit 50-50. But I got to be really careful with it. It's crazy how much I've learned to be careful about having food because
I know this pork fat. If I have baby back, if I eat like a rack of baby back ribs, pork fat, I notice sometimes it'll if I eat too much of it, I definitely notice a difference in pork fat giving me acid reflux. I don't notice it from eating too much beef fat. Maybe it's because like the beef I have, it's mostly grass fed, so it's higher in omega 3s. I think omega 6 is like regular beef.
But like
or it could be vice
the
versa.
thing that kicks it off is like the spices, but then also like the carbs. But like what I would say is that like in your like the nutritious diet, it's like you're not getting fats.
Yeah, and that's the problem you have, I guess. With so when I had my weight loss surgery, I got from the left to the right. It was about like when I got to the right, about maybe 6 months afterwards, that's where the allergies started kicking in. Now, the theory, although it's almost impossible to confirm with the diagnosis, is that such an extreme metabolic change in my body and my system has just basically switched a light. It's like switching a light on in your room and going, okay, you weren't allergic to anything, now you are. And so you get to a point at that, where it's like, well, anything you eat could potentially give you severe pain and harm. So, and I actually found out about my lactose or, dairy intolerance when I was working like in a corporate job. This is back in the C19 days, and I was working from home. My laptop failed. The internet was cut out. I'm like, oh shit, I'm gonna have to actually go into the office, call the boss. Sorry, I need to come into the office. And then some shit was hitting the fan with a particular client, and I went up to the general manager. By that stage, I'd had 1.5 coffees, and I'm starting to feel really sick. I'm feeling dizzy. I can't see straight. Next thing, I'm on the fucking ground, and I'm literally screaming in pain. And they're like, "What the fuck happened here?" Get wheeled off in an ambulance, on a stretcher, and they do a scan. It's like, your whole stomach lining has been shredded. What the fuck happened? Like, what did you eat in the last 24 hours? And I told them, I was like, yeah, because all I'm thinking at the time is I had some Chinese the night before, like a sweet and sour pork and some fried rice. Like maybe it was some dodgy Chinese food. And I've got food poisoning. Like, no, this ain't food poisoning. Like something else going on here. Yeah. And so it's like, okay, well, how do you diagnose what's going on? And they're like, we really don't know. So it was really a trial and error for me for the next probably 4 to 6 months, where they're like, okay, we're going to start at the real baseline of food. So very basic stuff like starches like rice and bread and stuff, and then we'll move up from there. Carbs. And we'll do various carbs, and then go on from there. And then when you hit a wall where you have something and you feel sick, okay, now you know not to have that. So it was like a trial and error. Okay, what did you have to exclude? Why could you not keep having that? And from trial and error, they went, oh, that's a diagnosis. But I went through pretty nearly half a year of hell because I had no idea whether or not the thing I was about to eat was going to make me want to scream in pain and be on the floor or potentially in hospital.
I had the exact same thing. And literally, like, it was like after eating the Chinese, I was literally, I was staying with mates. We were renting a gaff. and like ate Chinese, and it literally felt like glass was being ripped through my intestines. That's how much pain I was in.
Yeah,
So,
like,
like,
I had a thing like 2 days ago. I was very similar.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
my
because
my reflux went fucking next level, and I was like, "What the hell did I have?" And I had to literally backtrack my diet for the last 48 hours before that. I'm like, okay, well, what have I had differently that I've not had in the last month? And then I take that down, I put it on the list and go, okay, that might not be a good time. So
yeah, but it's literally the carbs. If you focus on eliminating all the carbs from your diet and just focus on fats and your protein, so like ribeye steak is like the best cut of meat that you could possibly eat.
Yeah. So, and that's why I kind of think well, for me at least, I've got to go back to like whole foods and just lean meats and stuff. You can't have anything.
No, not lean meats, fatty meats.
No, well, yes and no. If you have something that's too fatty, it can trigger your reflux really badly, especially if you've had your gallbladder removed, which I have.
Yeah, that's
Trust
true.
me, bro. Go on ribeye steaks for a month. Just ribeye steaks, salt, ribeye steak, sea salt, not the fucking table salt that like they.
Oh yeah. The table salt is absolute horseshit. I absolutely agree.
Yeah. Sea salt, ribeye steak, and water for a month, and you will have no more stomach issues.
Vintage,
Well, that's true. I'm 38. 38.
Did you ever get checked for Hashimoto's disease?
No, I don't even know what that is.
So basically, it's similar overact. It's like you have an overactive thyroid, and it's not proper terminology.
Oh, okay. All right.
Thyroid,
So,
your thyroid
yes.
burns out. Your thyroid basically
so
burns out.
I've not been diagnosed with any thyroid issues, but both my parents have severe thyroid issues.
By the way, just I have to give this health and safety tip because of Jack. Essentially, this goes out to Jack. First of all, don't cook 10 steaks at the same time. Okay, that's number one. And second of all, don't plan to fucking microwave steak. Like, eat it fucking as soon as you cook the steak, ribeye steak. Eat it, and don't try to meal prep or any of that shit. Right?
I still can't believe he did that. I was literally like tearing what little hair I have out over that story. That was fucking crazy.
He dishonored the cow that was killed.
If you go to sea salt, if you're using strictly sea salt, get yourself some nascent iodine, because you're not getting. You're basically your main source of iodine is the tiny amount of shitty quality iodine they put in table salt and iodized table salt. If you go to Himalayan, if you start using sea salt, you need a source of iodine too. I use it's in a bottle.
Did you say Himalayan? Did I miss
Himalayan sea salt.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question, because I got a mate of mine, and he's like all into the whole health shit. Like, he's a professional like diver, and he's like, oh, never take table salt, never buy that bullshit from the store. Himalayan sea salt. He swears by it.
It's excellent.
And I'm just like, okay, cool. And so he's like, he literally like gave me like a shaker of it one day. I was like, random gift, I guess. I was like, oh, I'll try it out. It's nice, but I just don't particularly understand the properties or the benefit of it. I'm sure there is one.
So the reason why you go for sea salt rather than like the table salt is the sea salt has like the minerals. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, sure. Yeah, no, I get that. It's the Himalayan salt that I didn't get. So like the sea salt versus Himalayan, I'm like, well, what's the difference? That's where I was a bit like, don't know.
I think Himalayan.
It depends on where
isn't it higher in magnesium? I think it's higher in magnesium.
Yeah, like there's particular like mineral profiles depending on where, like what sea you're pulling from and all that kind of stuff. I think in America there's a certain place that like used to be a sea or whatever, but it's all dried out now. But that's where they get a lot of like the salt reserves and all that kind of stuff. The reason why that's so good is because you're not pulling it from like the actual sea where that's been like polluted and all this kind of shit as well, and all that kind of thing. But like if you're 100% like like I said, like you want to make sure that you're getting like everything, all that kind of stuff. You can just pop a multivitamin, or you can get like multivitamin and multi-mineral, like combined
yeah.
kind of things. Pop one of them, pop a omega-3 capsule or thing that you can get. And like I said, just ribeye steak, sea salt, and water for a month. You'll feel like a different man. And like and especially if you want to focus on gut health as well, a little bit of sauerkraut as well. Really good for your gut biome.
Sauerkraut.
There you go. You said it. The omega-3. So yeah, it's so it doesn't have to be 100% grass-fed, 100% grass-fed beef. I say stay away from the stores. If you go to a butcher, if you don't have a small farm you can go to, but even if it's grass fed and just grain finished the right way, it's going to be much higher in omega-3 fatty acids versus omega-6, like the store-bought beef. But you can get good grass fed, 100% grass fed. To me, it is healthier for you, but to me it just tastes too gamey. It doesn't have enough fat in it. For me. So I go for I see the cows, like I see like, oh, that's my cow, cool, before it goes to the slaughter. It's a great thing. Like going into the store, and people don't realize what they do to this meat before they package it. And I'm not saying every store does this, but did you ever take a thing of ground beef and it's nice and pink, or red? It shouldn't be pink, it should be more red. It's pink on the outside, reddish, and then you break it open, it's gray. Once you break it up, it's gray on the inside.
Because they color dye it or something.
They
like
spray it with an antioxidant chemical that has arsenic in it.
Yeah, it makes it look better than what it really is.
Yeah, it keeps it from oxidizing on the outside.
Yeah, I'll tell you, one of the greatest meats I've ever had in my life. I had a client. He owned a farm out west. And he had like Wagyu cattle, and this was like marbled like 8.5 to 9 out of 10. Yeah. And he gave me this like big fucking thing, like vacuum sealed. It got to be at least fucking 4 or 5 kilos. And he's like, take this home this is before Christmas. He's like, hey, you want to have a good Christmas lunch or dinner? Here you go. I'm like, fucking hell, like I could barely carry it. It was like holding it over my shoulder. I could have used it as a cricket bat. But it's the best fucking meat I've ever had in my life. And you don't even need to, when you put it on like the skillet or the pan, you barely need to put any like oil on the pan.
Yeah,
because
yeah,
and that's another thing. Get rid of the fucking oils.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 100%.
You know what's crazy about Wagyu? You know what's crazy about Wagyu too? I notice. And I don't. If I make a steak, whether it's Wagyu, I get Wagyu sometimes. My one farm I get my stuff from, they have Wagyu. I can't afford it. I get it. Sometimes he'll hook me up with a piece as a treat. You know what I mean? He's like, here, and it's like the best thing ever. But I did a brisket. I did a Wagyu brisket. It went from 19 pounds before I put it on the smoker to 8 pounds. That's how much fat was in it. But this is the crazy thing. If I take regular beef, and let's say I take that and I put it in the refrigerator, all that liquefied fat turns into like that white waxy substance. It looks like wax, hardens up. The Wagyu fat stays liquid and crystal clear. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah. And the thing is, it becomes a cost thing, like for a lot of people now, and I get it, and that's why I was like, it was crazy. I even got that as a gift, because usually people's like, for Christmas, what'd you get? I got a box of chocolates. I got a hamper basket or something. It's like, this guy gave me 4 kilos of meat, and then I was like, I've never had this in my life, and so I looked it up on Google, and it's like, oh, what is this? And one of the things that comes up was the price on it. It's like almost $200 fucking a kilo.
Yeah,
I'm just like, I'm never going. I can't afford that week to week as a normal civilian. Yeah. Like, there's no who can afford to like spend $800 a week on 4 kilos of meat? Like, let's assume you've got like a family of like 5. Like, husband, wife, 3 kids, you know, they go through 4 kilos of meat in 2 seconds. You know,
Yeah.
who can afford that? That's
That's what I
quality.
recommend. Like, obviously, as a treat, you know, like, yeah, but if you could find a farm,
Ribeye
go visit
is
the
like
place.
the closest thing.
Yeah, well, ribeye, but in general, just buy a quarter cow, or you know, find someone that to split a half cow with. Your meat comes out to about $6 a pound. The ribeyes are unbelievable. I get filet mignon, okay, which is one of the leanest cuts. I could cut it with a fork. Halstead Angus, in particular, Halstead Angus, grass fed, but grain finished, and they got to do it the right way. You don't want to. You don't want to. You want to put them out to pasture at the right time and finish them off. There's a science to it. These guys have been doing it for 3 generations. The farm that I deal with now, I know the guy well. My meat comes out to about $6 a pound, $5.80 a pound. And
so we don't have that. We've got a big issue here because we're actually, like, in terms of meat production and farmers and cattle, we produce some of the best shit, you know, that you could imagine. But our government decides, oh, let's just export all of it off, and then we trade it out and buy in all this fucking bullshit. And it's like, why not keep it at home? You know, and it's a really bad math equation, and that's why our government's so retarded. But it's such a joke that actually happened. You know, that this is actually the case. We ship all our good crap, all our good stuff out, and then we replace it with all this other random crap that comes in from God knows where. And they go, oh, look how cheap our meat is. And it's like, yeah, our meat is cheap. Our chicken's cheap. Our ribeye is cheap. Our Scotch sirloin is cheap. Because you bring all this bullshit fucking amateur hour, like protein, into our country.
If I go into the supermarket, and I laugh and I love it. It's like I love looking at going to check out the beef because I know I don't have to pay. I'm not paying that. I'm getting stuff that's 10 times better, and it's all the same price. My filet mignon is $6 a pound. My ribeye is $6 a pound. Same price as my ground beef. Same price as the ribs, the short ribs, all of it. You know. But I go in and I'm like, let's see what they got for ribeye, right? You know, and I go over, I look at a ribeye. I know it's not anywhere near as good as what I got in my freezer. And for an 8-ounce steak, it's like $14.
Yeah, see, that's crazy. So for me, it feels like I go back to the story of, you know, my client giving me, you know, as a gift, he'd have some Wagyu meat. And then I found out what it was worth afterwards. And then I look back on it, I was like, at that point, I kind of felt like a drug dealer because I'm basically carrying cargo that's just at such an absurd price in our country, you know, that you can ingest. And it's like, I'm just carrying meat, but it's of such ridiculously high value. And it's, you know, and granted, it's worth it. But it's like, why does not everyone else in this country have the same access to this when it's literally made on our land?
But bro, Wagyu, to be fair, Wagyu is extreme. Most people on the planet in any country are not going to be able to afford Wagyu.
True. But
very expensive.
Let's just take Wagyu out of the equation because it's literally the case here in Australia. Whether it's just, you know, ribeye, sirloin, whatever, like random cattle, we export it over for a certain figure and we make money on that. And then we go, we're going to then buy in
from Japan,
some other random crap. Yeah, China, Japan, whatever. And we get some random second-rate crap.
Yep.
And we pay a premium for it by comparison of the quality. And then we go, that was actually a great deal. We actually did good here. That was a great exchange. And then our society has a whole host of health issues and, you know, shit ain't working out. And it's like, why not just keep it home?
Yep.
Yeah.
If you want to,
in Australia, like in Australia, it's the same. It's basically the same premise as rare earth minerals. if you I don't want to go down the rabbit hole on that, but
if you want a
it's the
cheaper
same
alternative to ribeye, if you want a cheaper alternative to ribeye, you got get yourself a chuck roast, okay? And it's more difficult to cook. It's not going to be quite as tender, but it's very similar fat. It's very similar fat to lean ratio. You can get a chuck roast.
Oh yeah, yeah. I know what you mean.
But
gotcha.
you gotta reverse sear it, and basically, if you want it tender, you're not gonna have it red on the inside. But it tastes excellent, and it'll be very tender, and you're gonna get the same nutrition out of it. But ribeye, if I had to buy it in the store, it's my favorite. It's my favorite steak cut. It's hard to say because ribeye.
You actually I actually agree with you on this. It's the cost that determines it. So just looking at it. No, it is, and I'll tell you why.
No, I mean in a different way. I get what you're saying. What I mean is, if you ever processed a cow, if you look at ribeye to strip on the ribs of the cow, it's anatomy based. The smaller ones are not going to be as evenly marbleized as the bigger ribeye. So like ribeye in the store, it's not always good. Like New York strip is going to be way more consistent. I would take the best ribeye over the best New York strip any day of the week. You get what I'm saying? But
yeah, I get what you mean. And the thing is, if you had the option, and I don't think you take a rocket scientist to disagree, to see what I mean. If you had your choice of any meat or protein on planet Earth to feed yourself and be the best nutrition, what would you take? Now, just in your head, think of what that answer is. My next question is then, can you afford that on the daily or on the weekly? Right. And that's a different answer for wherever you are in the world. Now, in Australia, at this particular point, I can tell you absolutely from personal experience and being in the finance industry and talking to people about budgets and stuff, people are shitting themselves over the budget that's going to be announced in less than 2 weeks in Australia because they think the government's going to just roll us and just sap us for everything they can get. And they're probably right. But it then goes back to, on the budgetary side of things, when it comes just to food, of, okay, what am I going to be able to afford to eat? And they go, well, can I afford ribeye? Can I avoid sirloins or classic steaks? You know what people are looking at here? Chicken. Because if you go to chicken, like you get this bulk pack of chicken at Coles, which is like one of the two major supermarkets here. If you get it in a bulk pack, it can be anywhere from $11.50 to $9 a kilo. If you go to a regular rump steak, it's about $18 a kilo. You want a Scotch fillet steak, it's about $25 a kilo. So it becomes just a mathematical equation as to what you can actually ingest.
Yeah, what you can afford to buy. Yeah, chicken is expensive. Has been expensive for a while. More expensive than it should be here in the States. But still, I could get boneless, skinless chicken breast if I buy a bulk pack of it for like $2.99 a pound. It's not bad. But yeah, I'd hate to have to live.
But to me, that's the inverse. Like for here in Australia, that's the inverse. It's like chicken's the cheapest protein you can get here in Australia.
It is here too.
Yeah, but sorry, I must have misheard you. I thought you were saying the inverse there.
$2.99 a pound. Like you're not getting any steak, any beef cuts at all here for $2.99 a pound, unless like you might find some about to expire cubed.
Oh yeah, you don't count that because that's just like ultra discount. You've got about a 70-30 chance of getting food poisoning. I get that.
If you go into the store for a chuck roast, a decent chuck roast, you're looking at $8.99 a pound now. When 7 years ago, it was you can get it for $3.99 or $4.99 a pound. $5.99 a pound, you can get some good Angus.
You know what's
like,
actually really interesting? Actually, you just made me think of this. I was actually in a Woolworths, the other major supermarket brand here, and I was in the deli, like in the meat section, and I saw liver, and liver was at like, it was like $5 a kilo. So we're talking about like chicken at 11, rump sirloins and stuff anywhere from, you know, $18 plus. And I'm like, this thing's like half the price of chicken. What's this? Liver. And I literally put it into Google, typed it in the clanker, and I'm like, what's the nutritional properties of this? And they're like, this is actually pretty good, like protein and all this, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, why is not everyone having this? So I took there was a small pack that they had of it. So it cost me like the whole of like, you know, $1.20. You know, I put it in the pan, ate it, and I'm like, I know why it's that cheap. I was like, I got it pretty fucking quick.
My mom used to make liver. Liver and onions, and I'd go to bed hungry. Like, you know, that was the rule in my house. You don't eat it, you go to bed hungry. It's like, you know, I had to sit down at the table. Yeah, I could have my peas and my vegetables, but I wasn't getting my protein. So I was like, nope, I'm not eating it. And after a while, my mom's like, okay, me or my sister, neither of us would eat it. My dad didn't even want to friggin' eat it, you know? And it was probably my dad's like, listen, stop cooking that shit. I want steak when I come home. You know, it's terrible. It's terrible, man. Some people love it though. My mom loved it. That's why she would make it all the time.
I didn't like totally dislike it, but it wouldn't be my go-to. Like, it feels like something that maybe I could have, you know, those sort of foods. It's like if you have like a plate of it, you can get maybe through like half of it and be like, okay, that's enough. You still might be hungry, but you still don't want to finish the plate.
Did you ever have oxtail?
No.
Oh man, cowtail is, well, they call it oxtail. Oh my god, it's so good. Really gotta cook it right. I make oxtail soup. A lot of people I know that buy like whole cows, half cows, they're like, oh, I don't want the tail. I'm like, you don't want the tail? Give it to me, brother. I'll take it. I got like 4 of them in my freezer. So it's really weird. If you look at tail, the way the meat is distributed, you cut it into slices, and they look like flower petals, like flower, like a flower. But yeah, you gotta. I braise it, and then I braise it, and I cook it in the oven, and then make oxtail soup, and it's just like it falls apart like brisket ends or like smoked chuck roast in the soup, but there's just this flavor to it you can't get out of any other cut of beef. I don't know why. I haven't looked into it. It's just it's similar to. Do you ever have ossobuco? Which is it's veal shank. It's veal shank. It's a meal veal shank. You can make it from beef shank also. It's kind of similar to beef shank, but way better. And if you ever go in a restaurant that has oxtail soup, try it. It's excellent.
Right.
No, but yeah, it's one of the reasons why, with, you know, when everything started going up. But I've been doing this before, getting a half cow or a whole cow. I split it with somebody. I've been doing it for years, and the price has gone up, but not as much as not in relation, the same relation to like buying beef in the store. It didn't like double or triple in price. Like I used to be able to get a half cow for about $1,000. Now it's like $1,400. But then you got to pay an extra $300 to $400, you know, to the butcher. But it's worth it. Like I said, my meat comes out to about $5 to $6 a pound. The ground beef, they'll do it any way you want. So like, I have so much brisket. My buddy who owns the farm, he's like, I fuck up every brisket I cook. Here, you want this? I have 2 huge briskets in my freezer, vacuum sealed. So
I'd also say by his version, when he says he fucked it up, it fucked up by his standards.
Yeah,
meaning that Meaning that, if it's by his standards, yes, he fucked it up. But by the normal civilian standard, everyone's looking at that, taking it and going, this is the best thing I've ever fucking had in my life.
Well, it depends, because sometimes, like, you got to do brisket right, and all brisket cuts are not equal. You could take a farm.
No, I agree. I agree. Yeah, no, I agree. But I just kind of had the thing in my mind where, because I got a mate who's got a smoker and he loves doing briskets and all that other sort of stuff. He's like, nah, I think I fucked this up. It's shit, and
people try and love it.
And then I get it. I'm like, man, this is fucking amazing. Like, what are you freaking talking about, bro? And like, he's literally like spoking out at the dinner table about how much he fucked up this meal. And it's like, mate, you're taking like a Gordon Ramsay approach to this. Like, you just got to relax.
Well, it's kind of good to be that way. It's kind of good to be a perfectionist. Like, I'm
it like is. Yeah. I'm not judging him for being a perfectionist, but it's just like you got to give a bit more cred.
I'll take a chuck roast over a brisket because it's more consistent. I'm still going to do the brisket, but sometimes they're hit or miss. They don't all come out the same. But where I was going with this was, I have so much brisket, so like when I call the butcher and my cows arrive there, I go over like, you want 1 pound packages of ground, you want this. So any way you slice it, let's say ground is ground, so they make ground out of scraps, right? So if you get a half cow, you're going to wind up with about 80 pounds, give or take, of ground beef. But then you have the option to customize it. So what I'll have them do is I'll have them add half the brisket into the ground, cut off the fat cap from it. You don't want all that fat in there. So I'll have half the brisket added to the pound. I'll have some top rounds added to the ground, and it's like an 85-15 mix. But the juice runs down your arm when you bite into that burger. I can't describe it. Like, I make burgers for people and they're like, oh, I get some chuck from the store, or I went to this burger joint. I'm like, bro, you have no clue. You have no clue. Like, I make a nice half-pound burger for them. You don't even have to put ketchup on it or anything. Like, it's unbelievable. Like, you can even make it without salt and pepper. And it's excellent. It's totally different from that crap. The only good burger meat I've ever found in the store, it's a company called Schweid and Sons, and they have grass-fed, grain finished, and it's because they mix in brisket and ribeye into their ground.
Right.
And it's triple ground. They come in like it's in the foam tray with the plastic over it, but then they have a nice fancy looking brown cardboard sleeve over it with 2 windows cutting it so you can see the patties.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's just available in the US only thing.
That sounds like grilled.
Like what?
Grilled. It's a franchise in Australia. So it's like a burger joint in Australia. And they've recently just they've got that pretty much exact same packaging, and they now sell it in the supermarkets here. It's like, oh, well, rather than going out to grilled and buying a burger, here's the patty. It's totally perfect. You can go and create your own burger at home. So it's a way of them just expanding out the business. But it feels very similar to that.
Yeah, like, I won't go out and buy a steak. I won't go out to a steakhouse. Like, I'm not gonna spend like $40 for, like, I'm just gonna make it at home. Don't get me wrong. I love cooking, but at the same time, there are times where you just want to go out and eat. It's nice to be served and you get together. I get that, but I know people that go out to eat like 1 or 2 nights a week, and then they complain like that they can't make, like, oh man, I'm struggling to pay make my car payment. I'm like, well,
don't get me started on that, man. I work in finance. You're gonna get me on I'm gonna spurg out if you go down that route.
People that spend $100 a week on weed, and then they cry to me that they can't, make their car payment or their mortgage. Like,
I've literally had people come up and they're like, oh, I'm really struggling to pay my loan. I've got all these, I've got a car loan. I've got like, 6 credit cards. What the fuck's going on? I was like, okay, give me your bank statements. Let me have a look at your spending and all that. Just part of the regular diligence, and it's like, okay, sports bet, OnlyFans, sports bet, the bottle shop, a restaurant, a bar, another bar, a strip club, another 5 bars. And it's like, I think I figured out why you can't afford your home loan. You know, and it's got nothing to do with the interest rate the bank's charging. Go figure.
Then you add to it to people like they got to get the new iPhone every time it comes out. It's like, oh well, it's free. No, not free. You're financing it. They're adding it onto your bill. You're like, you know what I mean? I have a 4-year-old. I forget what it's a Galaxy S whatever. Like it works. It does everything I need it to do. I don't know any money on it. I pay $40 a month straight talk. I get the same service. But you know, if you can if you can afford that, and you know your kids aren't going to want for anything, you got the money to pay their college educations or whatever. Like, okay, if you're making bank like that, then fine. But like I started looking at it was like years ago.
The best answer, but it's so fucking rare. It'll blow your mind. You know, and just to be fair to Charles in the chat, if Vintage plays Monopoly, it's going to get bad. Absolutely fucking correct. You know, but it's insane. People don't understand how much you're actually spending until you really put their feet to the fire and be like, okay, tell me how much you spend.
Yeah.
You know, great example. When I first worked, because as I started going in finance, I started at a bank, like the bottom of the totem pole in the bank. And we used to be like, okay, to qualify for a home loan, you know, I'd be the guy you spoke to. It was like call center style. It's like, okay, tell me how much you spend on groceries. Tell me how much you spend on fuel in your car. How much do you spend on like insurance? You know, those sort of questions. And they'd be like, oh yeah, I think I spend like maybe about $100 a week on groceries and food. I'm like, okay, so your husband and your 5 kids spend $100 a week on groceries. So just curious, unless you're stealing like $500 worth of groceries, how are you spending only $100? Like it just doesn't make any fucking sense. And then they're like, no, I definitely don't spend that. I'm like, okay, send me a bank statement. And they'd send me a bank statement while I was on the phone to them. And I'm like, okay, I break it down into like just a 1 week period. And then I'd be like, okay, so this is what you spend. And they're like, oh, that's what we spent in a month. I'm like, no, only 7 days.
Yep.
You know, and they're like, no, we didn't do that. I'm like, you sent me the fucking statement.
Yep.
I didn't make this up. Like, you sent me what you're talking about. And it was actually, and then that happened so much when I first started at the bank for like maybe 2-3 months. And then I'm like, is everyone really like that? And like, it can't be, surely. And then I did it to myself. I did a self-critique. I was like, okay, how much do I think I spend? I put a number in my head. Okay, I'll go and check my bank statements. I was totally wrong as well. I was like 2.5x what I thought I was spending. It's like, shit, because we're in this economy now where, at least here in Australia, you just tap the card. You don't pull cash out of your wallet. You just tap a card and don't think.
Yep.
You know, and that happens enough times that it's like, okay, it is what it is. And then they lose their shit and they're broke and they can't make a payment on their loan, whether it be like for a car or a house, whatever. And they wonder why.
You know what got me the most, shocked me the most? And I don't know what made me think of it, but like, I was guilty of it. You know, like I'd stop in the morning on the way to work. Like I'd have my cup of coffee at the house, right? Now like I stop for gas and it's like, I'll go and get a coffee. Okay, let me grab a muffin, right? Then at lunch, I'd always bring my lunch, but I might grab a bottle of water or just little bullshit, like the mini mart spending. $2 here, $3 there,
that's
right?
Where it goes. Yeah, that's what hammers you.
I was like, all right, I'm not going to change my habits. I'm just going to keep it the way it is, but I'm going to get receipts, you know? And the whole time I knew it. So like, I'm like, oh no, I'm going to buy it like I usually do. And I tracked it for 3 weeks. And it was like over $300 just on like that little bullshit, like mini mart bullshit. When I got all this shit at home, you know, it's like, that's it. I'm buying a gallon water jug to bring with me. No more bottled water. Shopping for a muffin. I'm gonna get another little thermos for my coffee. So I have my cup in the morning, and I have my cup, you know, for like right when I get to work, 15 minutes before start time. You know, make a breakfast sandwich at home. It's crazy how much it it adds up, just like little shit.
100%.
Like
Yeah.
just like
But
super
I'll
chats.
blame on
those-
I'll blame on the
Super
coffee. I'll blame
how
on
many
the coffee.
people? Well, how many people do you think like actually like has a budget? I mean, like they actually go through like they have like an Excel file or whatever, and like they map out like what their ideal
accountants
budget
only-
is.
only
I
accountants.
can
And
actually
then-
give you no. I can actually give you a legit answer on that. I'd say probably about 20% of people do, and then half of that 20% bullshit their
Stick to
own
it.
numbers.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
no,
no,
not
what
even
I'm saying
stick
is-
to it. That's even actually a lower subset that actually
Yeah.
stick to it. It's insane. Like
Probably
if you
5%.
think- yeah. Like let's say you like using the coffee situation. I ran quick. It took me literally like 30 seconds to do the math. So if you've got like an espresso coffee machine at home, which I do, like a coffee pod costs you on average $1.50. You know,
Yeah.
you buy a sleeve of them, whatever. If you go, if alternatively I go out to, you know, let's say I stop
Starbucks or
in at a cafe on the way to work, like a Starbucks,
$25 a pot.
I'm gonna pay. Oh no, just like for one coffee here at least, it's like $6.
Ooh.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't
Now-
go to Starbucks.
Yeah, so let's say I do. I have a coffee every day because I love coffee.
Yep.
Now, by comparison, if I-
$45 versus 180.
Well, it's actually so the net difference is $1,384 a year, and I've also included in that figure buying milk, 4 liters of milk a week to milk the coffees that I have every day. Which, granted, I don't think you actually have 4 liters of milk between 7 coffees, but I'm just over egging it just to be conservative.
Half and half, bro, not milk. Never mind.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But you know what I mean? Like, that's
black.
like
Fuck the
yeah,
milk.
yeah.
Just drink it black like a man.
Yeah, hashtag stay black. But
Stay black, exactly.
Yeah,
That's what do you
but
think?
you know-
What do you think Joey was talking about?
But
Michael,
I'm
I
just
got you in that
using
shit.
it as an example. But let's say you can't stay black for whatever reason. You still save almost $1,400 a year just on one thing you have
Yep.
in your
Take that
entire
and then
life.
replicate it across.
That's just one thing. You know,
Add that
Yep.
up over
And
twen-
then
add that
the
up
other thing
over-
as well is like the Uber Eats or the fast food and all that kind of stuff.
yeah,
Bro, it's crazy. It's
Yeah.
actually crazy. You know?
It's even
Yeah,
crazier when you look at take that yearly number, right? Let's say you spend $4,000 a year on coffee. Forget that $4,000 a year. Add up that $4,000 a year over 20 years, and the interest that you would make if you put that in like a Roth IRA. That's a
Oh,
really
yeah.
big
That's even-
Bitcoin or
yeah.
something like that, man. You know
yeah,
what I mean?
no,
really big
absolutely.
difference.
Gentlemen, there's never a time to
200
end it, but we have reached the end of the show. There's one clip I do want to play before we go because it is Theology Thursdays.
You know, there's a Bible verse I think about sometimes. Many times. It goes, "Then I heard the voice of the Lord saying, Whom shall I send? And who will go for us?" And I said, "Here am I. Send me."
Gentlemen, any final closing thoughts, nugget of wisdom to leave the audience with?
Stay black, chat. Stay black.
Grow
Legendary.
grow some
Legendary.
balls. Grow
Nah,
some
man.
balls. That's what
Good
I
to
always
come and-
say.
Good to come and hang out. You know, appreciate you having me on as always, Teriak. You're always an OG. And also, actually, I'm going to go back and watch a replay from earlier today on Speakeasy's Purge. But you battled with PhD Tony, a fellow Aussie. I'm very ashamed at how he's turned out. He actually wasn't. He was a decent dude back in the day. He's definitely gone off the reservation. But I'm glad you were there to put him in his place.
My
it was a
pleasure.
fun time.
Yeah, I gotta go back
Especially
and watch
the-
that too. I missed it.
Big W Teriak, my friend.
My pleasure, my pleasure. Especially the Andrew comments. I got him good in that one. But
Yeah, you did. You did.
and his response, "This is a non sequitur." It's like, that's a yes. But anyway, folks, as we always end, right? Donald Trump is the greatest American president of all time. Okay, and if there's any Americans out there, all I'm asking you to do is just keep your faith and trust in Trump. He's got this. Okay. God bless
Hashtag
America.
Trump.
God bless America. God bless Trump. And I'll see you all tomorrow for a little bit of film room. Take it easy.
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life. And I also see it as somebody with strong views and somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular.
I am your voice. So to every parent who dreams for their child and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you tonight. I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again. And we